This is side number 1 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Applications by Jeremy Munday. Your reader's Fred Dawson. Contents. Lists of figures and tables, 11. Acknowledgments, 13. List of abbreviations, 15. Introduction, page 1. 1. The main issues of translation studies, page 4. 1.1. Concept of translation. 1.2. What is translation studies? 1.3. A brief history of the discipline. 1.4. The Holmes Treaty Tour Map. 1.5. Development since the 1970s. 1.6. Aim of this book and a guide to chapters. 2. Translation theory before the 20th century, page 18. 2.0. Introduction. 2.1. Word for word or sense for sense. 2.2. Martin Luther. 2.3. Faithfulness, Spirit, and Truth. 2.4. Early attempts at systematic translation theory, Dryden, Doler, and Tyler. 2.5. Schleiermacher and the valorization of the foreign. 2.6. Translation theory of the 19th and early 20th centuries in Britain. 2.7. Towards contemporary translation theory. 3. Equivalence and equivalent effect, page 35. 3.0. Introduction. 3.1. Ramon Jacobson, The Nature of Linguistic Meaning and Equivalence. 3.2. Nida and the Science of Translating. 3.3. Newmark, Semantic and Communicative Translation. 3.4. Kohler, Correspondence and Equivalence. 3.5. Later developments in equivalence. 4. The Translation Shift Approach. 4.0. Introduction. 4.1. Vinay and Darbelnay's Model. 4.2. Cutford and Translation Shifts. 4.3. Check Writing on Translation Shifts. 4.4. Van Leuven-Zwart's Comparative, Descriptive Model of Translation Shifts. 5. Functional Theories of Translation. 5.0. Introduction. 5.1. Text Type. 5.2. Transitional Action. 5.3. The Scopus Theory. And 5.4. Translation-Oriented Text Analysis. 4. Discourse and Register Analysis Approaches, page 89. 6.0. Introduction. 6.1. The Halidian Model of Language and Discourse. 6.2. House's Model of Translation Quality Assessment. 6.3. Baker's Text and Pragmatic Level Analysis, a course book for translation. 6.4. Hatton and Mason, The Semiotic Level of Context and Discourse. 6.5. Criticism of Discourse and Register Analysis Approaches to Translation. 7. System Theories, page 108. 7.0. Introduction. 7.1. Polysystem Theory. 7.2. Tory and Descriptive Translation Studies. 7.3. Chesterman's Translation Norms. 7.4. Other Models of Descriptive Translation Studies. Lambert and Van Gorp and the Manipulation School. 8. Varieties of Cultural Studies, page 126. 8.0. Introduction. 8.1. Translation as Rewriting. 8.2. Translation and Gender. 8.3. Postcolonial Translation Theory. 8.4. The Ideologies of the Theorists. 9. Translating the Foreign, the Invisibility of Translation. 9.0. Introduction. 9.1. Venuti, the Cultural and Political Agenda of Translation. 9.3. Literary translators' accounts of their work. 9.3. The Power Network of the Publishing Industry. 9.4. Discussion of Venuti's work. 9.5. The Reception and Reviewing of Translations. 10. Philosophical Theories of Translation, page 162. 10.0. Introduction. 10.1. Steiner's Hermeneutic Motion. 10.2. Ezra Pound and the Energy of Language. 10.3. The Task of the Translator, Walter Benjamin. 10.4. Deconstruction. 11. Translation Studies as an Interdiscipline, page 181. 11.0. Introduction. 11.1. Discipline, Interdiscipline, or Subdiscipline. 11.2. Mary Snell Hornby's Integrated Approach. 11.3. Interdisciplinary Approaches. 11.4. The Future, Cooperation, or Fragmentation. Appendix, Internet links, page 197, Notes 198, Bibliography 203, Index 213. List of abbreviations. BCE means before the Common Era. CE is the Common Era. DTS, Descriptive Translation Studies. SL, source language, ST, source text, TL, target language, ITT, target text. Introduction. Translation studies is the new academic discipline related to the study of theory and phenomena of translation. By its nature, it is multilingual and also interdisciplinary, encompassing languages, linguistics, communication, and philosophy, and a range of types of cultural studies. Because of the diversity, one of the biggest problems in teaching and learning about translation studies is that much of it is dispersed across such a wide range of books and journals. Hence, there have been a number of readers of key writings on the subject. These include Joachim Storig's Das Problems, Andrew Chesterman's Reading and Translation Theory, André Lefebvre's Translation History Culture, a source book, Rainer Schulte and John Bigney's The Theory of Translation, and an anthology of essays from Dryden to Derrida, Douglas Robinson Western Translation, Theory from Herodotus to Nietzsche, and Lawrence Venuti's The Translation Studies Reader. Others, such as the Rutledge Encyclopedia of Translation Studies and the Dictionary of Translation Studies, have attempted to bring together the main concepts and give a description of the field. The present book aims to be a practical translation to the field. It sets out to give a critical but balanced survey of many of the most important trends and contributions to translation studies in a single volume, written in an accessible style. The different contemporary models are applied to illustrative texts and brief case studies so that the reader can see them in operation. The new research contained in these case studies, together with the discussion and the research points sections, is designed to encourage further explanation and understanding of translation issues. The book is thus designed to serve as a course book for the undergraduate and postgraduate translation, translation studies, and translation theory, and also as a solid theoretical introduction to students, researchers, instructors, and professional translators. The aim is to enable the readers to develop their understanding of the issues and associated meta-language and to begin to apply the models themselves. It is also hoped that a closer examination of specific issues and further reading in those areas that are of greatest interest to the individual student will be encouraged. In this way, the book can provide a stimulating introduction to a range of theoretical approaches to translation that are relevant both for those engaged in the academic study of translation and for the professional linguist. Each of the chapters surveys a major area of the discipline. They are designed to be self-standing so that readers with a specific focus can quickly find the descriptions that are of the most interest to them. However, conceptual links between chapters are cross-referenced, and the book has been structured so that it can function as a course book in translation, translation studies, and translation theory. There are 11 chapters, each of which might be covered in 1 or 2 weeks, depending on the length of the course, to fit into a semesterized system. The discussion and research points additionally provide substantial initial material for students to begin to develop their own research. The progression of ideas is also from the introductory, presenting the main issues of translation studies in Chapter 1, to the more complex as the students become more accustomed to the terminology and concepts in general. In general, the progression is chronological from pre-20th century theory in Chapter 2 to linguistic-oriented theories, Chapters 3-6 Passim, and to recent developments from cultural studies such as post-colonialism, Chapter 8. Clarity has been a major consideration, so each chapter follows a similar format of an introductory table clearly presenting key terms and ideas, the main text describing in detail the models and issues under the discussion, an illustrative case study which applies and evaluates the main model of the chapter, suggestions for further reading, a brief evaluative summary of the chapter, a series of discussion and research points to stimulate further thought and research. Just like the readers listed above, the volume has had to be selective. The theorists and models covered have been chosen because of their strong influence on translation studies and because they are particularly representative of the approaches in each chapter. The exclusion of much other worthy material has been due to space constraints and the focus of the book, which is to give a clear introduction to a number of theoretical approaches. For this reason, detailed suggestions are given for further reading. These are designed to encourage students to go to the primary texts, to follow up ideas that have been raised in each chapter, and to investigate the research that is being carried out in their own countries and languages. In this way, the book should ideally be used in conjunction with the readers mentioned above and be supported by an institution's library resources. An attempt has been made to refer to many works that are readily available, either in recent editions or reprinted in one of the anthologies. A comprehensive bibliography is provided at the end of the book, together with a small list of useful websites where up-to-date information on translation studies, conferences, publications, and organizations is to be found. The emphasis is on encouraging reflection, investigation, and awareness of the new discipline, and on applying the theory to both practice and research. A major issue has been the choice of language for the text used in the illustrative case studies. There are examples or texts from English, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish. Some additional examples are given from Dutch, Punjabi, and Russian. Yet the case studies are written in such a way as to focus on the theoretical issues and should not exclude those unfamiliar with the specific language pairs. A range of text types is offered, including the Bible, Beowulf, the figure of Garcia Marquez and Proust, European Union, and UNESCO documents, a travel brochure, a children's cookery book, and translations of Harry Potter film, and dialect translation in French, German, and Punjabi are also covered. In addition, the intention is for some short supplementary illustrative text in other languages to be available on the Routledge Internet site for the use of students studying other languages. See http://www.routledge.com/textbooks.its.html. Above all, my hope is that this book will contribute to the continued development of translation studies by helping and encouraging readers new to the field to pursue their interest in this dynamic discipline. Chapter 1. The main issue of translation studies. Key concepts. The practice of translating is long established, but the discipline of translation studies is new. In academic circles, translation was previously relegated to just a language learning activity. A split has persisted between translation practice and theory. The study of, usually literary, translation began through comparative literature, translation workshops, and contrastive analysis. James S. Holmes, the name and nature of translation studies is considered to be the founding statement of a new discipline. The present rapid expansion of the discipline is important. Key text: Holmes, J.S., The Name and Nature of Translation Studies. Jacobson, R., on Linguistic Aspects of Translation. Levunswart, Kevan, and T. Najiksen, Translation Studies, State of the Art. Tori G., What are descriptive studies on translation likely to yield apart from isolated descriptions? 1.1. The concept of translation. The main aim of this book is to introduce the reader to major concepts and models of translation studies. Because of the rapid growth in the area, particularly over the last decade, difficult decisions have had to be taken regarding the selection of material. It has been decided, for reasons of space and consistency of approach, to focus on written translation rather than oral translation. The latter is commonly known as interpreting or interpretation. The term translation itself has several meanings. It can refer to the general subject field, the product, the text that has been translated, or the process, the act of producing the translation, otherwise known as translating. The process of translation between two different written languages involves the translator changing an original text, the source text, or ST, in the original verbal language, the source language, or SL, into a written text, the target text, or TT, in a different verbal language, the target language, or TL. The type corresponds to the interlingual translation and is one of those categories of translation described by the Russian-American structuralist Roman Jacobson in his seminal paper on linguistic aspects of translation. Jacobson, 1959 to 2000, 114. Jacobson's categories are as follows. 1. Interlingual translation, or rewording, an interpretation of verbal signs by means of other signs of the same language. 2. Interlingual translation, or translation proper, an interpretation of verbal signs by means of some other language. 3. Intersemiotic translation, or transmutation, an interpretation of verbal signs by means of signs of nonverbal sign systems. Interlingual translation would occur, for example, when we rephrase an expression or text in the same language to explain or clarify something we might have said or written. Intersemiotic translation would occur if a written text were translated, for example, into music, film, or painting. It is interlingual translation, which is the traditional, although by no means exclusive, focus of translation studies. 1.2. What is translation studies? Throughout history, written and spoken translations have played a crucial role in interhuman communication, not least in providing access to important texts for scholarship and religious purposes. Yet the study of translation as an academic subject has only really begun in the past 50 years. In the English-speaking world, this discipline is now generally known as translation studies, thanks to the Dutch-based U.S. scholar James S. Holmes in his key defining paper delivered in 1972, but not widely available until 1988. Holmes describes the then nascent discipline as being concerned with the complex of problems clustered around the phenomenon of translating and translations. In 1988, Mary Snell Hornby, in the first edition of her Translation Studies, An Integrated Approach, was writing that the demand that translation studies should be viewed as an independent discipline has come from several quarters to recent years. At the time of the second revised edition of her work, Snell Hornby is able to talk to the preface of the breathtaking development of translation studies as an independent discipline and the prolific international discussion on the subject. Mona Baker, in her introduction to the Routledge Encyclopedia of Translation in 1997, talks effusively of the richness of the exciting new discipline, perhaps the discipline of the 1990s, bringing together scholars from a wide variety of often more traditional disciplines. And now, at the beginning of the 21st century, the discipline of translation studies continues to develop from strength to strength across the globe. There are two very visible ways in which translation studies has become more prominent. First, there has been a proliferation of specialized translating and interpreting courses at both undergraduate and postgraduate level. In the UK, the first specialized university postgraduate courses in interpreting and translation were set up in the 1960s. In the academic year 1999 to 2000, there were at least 20 postgraduate translation courses in the UK, and several designated centers of translation, CAMIDADE and PIM in 1995, list at least 250 university-level bodies in over 60 countries offering 4-year undergraduate degree or postgraduate courses in translation. These courses, which attract thousands of students, are mainly oriented towards training future professionalized commercial translators and interpreters and serve as a highly valued entry-level qualifications for the translating and interpreting professions. Other courses, in smaller numbers, focus on the practice of literary translation. In the UK, these include major courses at Middlesex University and the University of East Anglia in Norwich, the latter of which also houses the British Centre for Literary Translation. In Europe, there is now a network of centers where literary translation is studied, practiced, and promoted. Apart from Norwich, these include Amsterdam, the Netherlands, Arles in France, Bratislava, Slovakia, Dublin in Ireland, Rhodes, Greece, Senef in Belgium, Strelen in Germany, Tarazona in Spain, and Visby in Sweden. The 1990s also saw a proliferation of conferences, books, and journals on translation in many languages. Long-standing international translation study journals such as Babel, the Netherlands, Meta, Canada, Parallel, Switzerland, and Tradurie, France, have now been joined by, amongst others, across languages and cultures in Hungary, Cadernos de Traducio in Brazil, Literature in Translation in the UK, Perspectives in France, Rivista Internazionale de Tecnica della Traduzione in Italy, Target, Israel, and Belgium, Translator in UK, Turjuman, Morocco, and the Spanish Hermenus, Livius, and Sendabar, as well as a whole host of other single-language, modern language, applied linguistics, comparative literature, and other journals whose primary focus may not be translation, but where articles on translation are often published. The list of European publishers such as John Benjamin's Multilingual Matters, Rodopi, Routledge, and St. Jerome now contain considerable numbers of books in the field of translation studies. In addition, there are various professional publications dedicated to the practice of translation. In the UK, these include The Linguist of the Institute of Linguists, the ITI Bulletin of the Institute for Translating and Interpreting, and, in other words, the literary-oriented publication of the Translators Association. Other smaller periodicals such as Trans, T-R-A-N-S-S-T in Israel, and BET in Spain, now disseminated through the Internet, give details of forthcoming events, conferences, and translation prizes. In the year 1990 to 2000, for instance, international translation conferences were held in a large number of countries and on a wide variety of key themes, including translation and training translators, Bratislava, Slovakia; literary translation, Mons, Belgium; research models in translation studies, UMIST, Manchester, UK; gender and translation, Norwich, UK; translation as at the crossroads of culture, Lisbon, Portugal; translation and globalization, Tangiers, Morocco; legal translation, Geneva, Switzerland; translation and meaning, Maastricht, the Netherlands, and Lode, Poland; the history of translation, Lyon, Spain; transadaptation and pedagogical challenges, Turku, Finland; translation-focused comparative literature, Pretoria, South Africa, and Salvador, Brazil. In addition, various translation events were held in India, and an online translation symposium was organized by Anthony Pym from Spain in January of 2000. The fact that such events are now attempting to narrow their focus is indicative of the richness and abundance of the activity being undertaken in the field as a whole. Far from being a little-established field a relatively short time ago, translation studies has now become one of the most active and dynamic new areas of research encompassing an exciting mix of approaches. This chapter sets out to examine what exactly is understood by this fast-growing field and briefly describes the history of the development and the aims of the discipline. 1.3. A brief history of the discipline. Writings on the subject of translating go back far in recorded history. The practice of translation was discussed by, for example, Cicero and Horace, 1st century BCE, St. Jerome, 4th century CE. As we shall see in Chapter 2, their writings were to exert an important influence up until 20th century. In St. Jerome's case, his approach to translating the Greek Septuagint Bible into Latin would affect later translations of the Scriptures. Indeed, the translation of the Bible was to be, for well over 1,000 years, and especially during the Reformation in the 16th century, the battleground of conflicting ideologies in Western Europe. However, although the practice of translating is long established, the study of the field developed into an academic discipline only in the second half of the 20th century. Before that, translation had normally been merely an element of language learning in the modern language courses. In fact, from the late 18th century to the 1960s, language learning in secondary schools in many countries had come to be dominated by what was known as the grammar translation method. This method, which was applied to classical Latin and Greek and then to modern foreign languages, centered on the rote study of the grammatical rules and structures of the foreign language. These rules were both practiced and tested by the translation of a series of unusually unconnected and artificially constructed sentences, exemplifying the structure or structures being studied, an approach that persists even nowadays in certain countries and contexts. Typical of this is the following rather bizarre and decontextualized collection of sentences to translate into Spanish for the practice of Spanish tense use. They appear in K. Mason's Advanced Spanish course, still to be found on some secondary school courses in the UK. 1. The castle stood out against the cloudless sky. 2. The peasants enjoyed their weekly visits to the market. 3. She usually dusted the bedrooms after breakfast. 4. Mrs. Evans taught French at the local grammar school. Mason, 196974-92. The gearing of translation to language teaching and learning may partly explain why academia considered it to be of secondary status. Translation exercises were regarded as a means of learning a new language or of reading a foreign language text until one had the linguistic ability to read the original. Study of a work in translation was generally frowned upon once the student had acquired the necessary skills to read the original. However, the grammar translation method fell into increasing disrepute, particularly in many English-language countries. With the rise of the direct method or communicative approach to English language teaching in the 1960s and 1970s. This approach places stress on a student's natural capacity to learn language and attempts to replicate authentic language learning conditions in the classroom. It often privileges spoken over written forms, at least initially, and tends to shun the use of the student's mother tongue. This focus led to the abandoning of translation in language learning. As far as teaching was concerned, translation then tended to become restricted to higher level and university language courses and professional translator training, to the extent that present first-year undergraduates in the UK are unlikely to have had any real practice in the skill. In the USA, translation, specifically literary translation, was promoted in the universities in the 1960s by the translation workshop concept. Based upon I.A. Richards' reading workshops and practical criticism approach that began in the 1920s, and in other later creative writing workshops, these translation workshops were first established in the universities of Iowa and Princeton. They were intended as a platform for the introduction of new translations into the target culture and for the discussion of the finer principles of the translation process and of understanding a text. For further discussion of this background, see Gensler, 1993, 7-18. Running parallel to this approach was that of comparative literature, where literature is studied and compared transnationally and transculturally, necessitating the reader of some literature and translation. This would later link into the growth, of course, of the cultural studies types, such studies type. These are described below. Another area in which translation became the subject of research was contrastive analysis. This is the study of two languages in contrast in an attempt to identify general and specific differences between them. It developed into a systematic area of research in the USA from the 1930s onwards and came to the fore in the 1960s and 70s. Translations and translated examples provided much of the data in these studies. The contrastive approach heavily influenced other studies such as Vinay and Darbelnay's and Catford's in 1965, which overtly stated their aim of assisting translation research. Although useful, contrastive analysis does not, however, incorporate sociocultural and pragmatic factors, nor the role of translation as a communicative act. Nevertheless, the continued application of a linguistic approach in general and specific linguistic models such as generative grammar or functional grammar, see chapters 3, 5, and 6, has demonstrated an inherent and gut link with translation. While in some universities translation continues to be studied as a module on applied linguistic courses, the evolving field of translation studies can point to its own systematic models that have incorporated other linguistic models and developed them for its own purposes. At the same time, the construction of the new discipline has involved moving away from considering translation as primarily connected to language teaching and learning. Instead, the new focus is the specific study of what happens in and around translating and translation. A more systematic and mostly linguistic-oriented approach to the study of translation began to emerge in the 1950s and 1960s. There are now a number of classic examples. Jean-Paul Vinay and Jean Darbelnay produced their Stylistique Compare des French des Anglais 1958, a contrastive approach that categorized what they saw happening in the practice of translation between French and English. Albert Malblanc, 1963, did the same for translation between French and German. Georges Mounin's Les Problèmes théoriques de la traduction, 1963, examined linguistic issues of translation. Eugene Nida, 1964, incorporated elements of Chomsky's then fashionable generative grammar as a theoretical underpinning of his books, which were initially designed to be practical manuals for Bible translators. This more systematic and scientific approach in many ways began to mark out the territory of the academic investigation of translation. The word science was used by Nida in the title of his 1964 book, Toward a Science of Translation, 1964. The German equivalent Übersetzungswissenschaft was taken up by Wolfram Wills in his teaching and research at the University des Saarlands at Saarbrücken, by Kohler in Heidelberg, and by the Leipzig School, where scholars such as Cade and Neubert became active. At that time, even the name of the emerging discipline remained to be determined, with candidates such as translatology in English, and his counterpart translatology in French, and traductology in Spanish staking their claims. 14. The Holmes-Turry Map. A seminal paper in development of the field as a distinct discipline was James S. Holman's The Name and Nature of Translation Studies. In his Contemporary Translation Theories, Gensler, 1993, describes Holmes' paper as generally accepted as the founding statement for the field. Interestingly, in view of our discussion above of how the field evolved from other disciplines, the published version was an expanded form of a paper Holmes originally gave in 1972 in the translation section of the Third International Congress of Applied Linguistics in Copenhagen. Holmes draws attention to the limitations imposed at that time by the fact that translation research was dispersed across older disciplines. He also stresses the need to forge other communication channels, cutting across the traditional disciplines to reach all scholars working in the field from whatever background. Crucially, Holmes puts forward an overall framework describing what translation studies covers. This framework has subsequently been presented by the leading Israeli translation scholar Gideon Torrey as in Figure 1.1. And then there's Figure 1.1 showing the various lines. The bottom, medium restricted, area restricted, rank restricted, text type restricted, time restricted, problem restricted, all go to partial, with dotted lines to product-oriented, process-oriented, function-oriented. And partial in general go to theoretical, descriptive, and theoretical go to pure. Translator training, translation aids, translation criticism goes to applied. Pure and applied go to translation studies. Holmes' explanation of this framework, the objectives of the pure areas of research are: 1. The description of the phenomena of translation, descriptive translation theory. 2. The establishment of general principles to explain and predict such phenomenon, translation theory. The theoretical branch is divided into general and partial theories. By general, Holmes is referring to those writings that seek to describe or account for every type of translation and to make generalizations that will be relevant for the translation as a whole. Partial theoretical studies are restricted according to the parameters discussed below. The other branch of pure research in Holmes' map is descriptive. Descriptive translation studies, DTS, has 3 possible foci: examination of 1. The product, 2. The function, and 3. The process. 1. Product-oriented DTS examines existing translations. This can involve the description or analysis of a single ST-TT pair or a comparative analysis of several TTs of the same ST, units 1 or more TLs. These smaller scale studies can build up into a larger body of translation analysis looking at a specific period, language, or text discourse type. Larger scale studies can be either diachronic, following development over time, or synchronic, at a single point or period of time. And, as Holmes foresees, one of the eventual goals of product-oriented DTS might possibly be a general history of translations. However ambitious such a goal might sound at this time. 2. By function-oriented DTS, Holmes means the description of the function of translation in the recipient sociocultural situation. It is a study of context rather than texts. Issues that may be researched include which books were translated when and where, and what influence they exerted. This area, which Holmes terms socio-translation studies, but which would be nowadays probably be called cultural studies-oriented translation, was less researched at the time of Holmes' paper, but is more popular in current work on translation studies. See chapters 8 and 9. 3. Process-oriented DTS, in Holmes' framework, is concerned with the psychology of translation. In other words, it is concerned with trying to find out what happens in the mind of a translator. Despite some later work on Think Aloud protocols, where recordings are made of translators' verbalization of the translation process as they translate, this is an area of research which still has not yet been systematically analyzed. The results of DTS research can be fed into the theoretical branch to evolve either a general theory of translation or, more likely, partial theories of translation, restricted according to the subdivisions in Figure 1.1 above. Medium restricted theories subdivide according to translation by machine and humans, with further subdivisions according to whether the machine computer is working alone or as an aid to the human translator, to whether the human translation is written or spoken, and to whether spoken translation interpreting is consecutive or simultaneous. Area-restricted theories are restricted to specific languages or groups of language and or cultures. Holmes notes that language-restricted theories are closely related to work in contrastive linguistics and stylistics. Rank-restricted theories are linguistic theories that have been restricted to a specific level of normally the word or sentence. At the time Holmes was written, there was already a trend towards text linguistics, in other words, text rank analysis, which has since become far more popular. See chapters 5 and 6 of this book. Text type restricted theories look at specific discourse types or genres, for example, literature, literary, business, and technical translation. Text type approaches came to prominence with the work of Rice and Vermeer, amongst others, in the 1970s. See chapter 5. The term time-restricted is self-explanatory, referring to theories and translations limited according to specific time frames and periods. The history of translation falls into this category. Problem-restricted theories can refer to specific problems such as equivalence, a key issue of the 1960s and 70s, or to a wider question of whether universals of translated language exist. Despite this categorization, Holmes himself is at pains to point out that several different restrictions can apply at any one time. Thus, the study of the translation of the novels by the contemporary Colombian novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez, analyzed in Chapter 11, would be area-restrictive, translation from Colombian Spanish into English and other languages, and between the Colombian culture and the TL cultures. Text-type restricted, novels and short stories, and time-restricted, 1960s to 1990s. The applied branch of Holmes' framework concerns translator training, teaching methods, testing techniques, curriculum and design, translation aids such as dictionaries, grammars, and information technology, translation criticism, the evaluation of translations, including the marking of student translations and the reviews of published translations. Another area Holmes mentioned is translation policy, where he sees the translation scholar advising on the place of translation in society, including what place, if any, it should occupy in language teaching and learning curriculum. If these aspects of the applied branch are developed, the right-hand side of Figure 1.1 would look something like Figure 1.2. The divisions in the map as a whole are in many ways artificial, and Holmes himself is concerned to point out that the theoretical description and applied areas do influence one another. That is the end of side number 1. It will be continued on side 2.
This is side number 2 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Application by Jeremy Monday. Continuing on page number 13, your reader for this section is Julian Silverblatt. The main merit of the divisions, however, is, as Torrey states, 1991, 180, 1995, 9, that they allow a clarification and a division of labor between the various areas of translation studies which, in the past, have often been confused. The division is nevertheless flexible enough to incorporate developments such as the technological advances of recent years, although these advances still require considerable further investigation. The crucial role played by Holmes's paper is the delineation of the potential of translation studies. The map is still often employed as a point of departure, even as subsequent theoretical discussions, for example, Snell-Hornsby, 1991, Pime, 1998, have attempted to rewrite parts of it. Also, present-day research has progressed considerably since 1972. The fact that Holmes devoted two-thirds of his attention to the pure aspects of theory and description surely indicates his research interest rather than a lack of possibilities for the applied side. Translation policy would nowadays far more likely be related to the ideology that determines translation than was the case in Holmes's description. The different restrictions, which Torrey identifies as relating to the descriptive as well as the purely theoretical branch, the discontinuous vertical lines in Figure 1.1, might well include a discourse type as well as a text type restriction. Inclusion of interpreting as a subcategory of human translation will also be disputed by some scholars. In view of the very different requirements and activities associated with interpreting, it would probably be best to consider interpreting as a parallel field, maybe under the title of interpreting studies. Additionally, as Pime points out, 1998, 4, Holmes's map omits any mention of the individuality of the style, decision-making processes, and working practices of human translators involved in the translation process. 1.5. Development since the 1970s. The surge in translation studies since the 1970s has seen different areas of Holmes's map come to the fore. Contrastive analysis has fallen by the wayside. The linguistic-oriented science of translation has continued strongly in Germany, but the concept of equivalence associated with it has declined. Germany has seen the rise of theories centered around text types, Rice, see Chapter 5, and text purpose, the Scopus theory of Rice and Vermeer, see Chapter 5. While the Hallidean influence of discourse analysis and systemic functional grammar, which views language as a communicative act in a socio-cultural context, has been prominent over the past decades, especially in Australia and the UK, and has been applied to translation in a series of works by scholars such as Bell, 1991, Baker, 1992, and Hatton and Mason, 1990-1997. The late 1970s and the 1980s also saw the rise of a descriptive approach that had its origins in comparative literature and Russian formalism. A pioneering center has been Tel Aviv, where Itamar Ibn Zohar and Gideon Turi have pursued the idea of the literary polysystem in which, amongst other things, different literatures and genres, including translated and non-translated works, compete for dominance. The polysystemists have worked with a Belgium-based group including José Lambert and the late André Lefebvre, who subsequently moved to the University of Austin, Texas, and with the UK-based scholars Susan Bassnett and Theo Hermans. A key volume was the collection of essays edited by Hermans, The Manipulation of Literature, Studies in Literary Translation, Hermans, 1985a, which gave rise to the name of the Manipulation School. This dynamic, culturally oriented approach held sway for much of the following decade, and linguistics looked very staid. The 1990s saw the incorporation of new schools and concepts, with Canadian-based translation and gender research led by Sherry Simon, the Brazilian Cannibalist School promoted by Elsa Vera, post-colonial translation theory, with the prominent figures of the Bengali scholars Tejawini Niranjana and Gayatri Spivak, and in the USA, the cultural studies-oriented analysis of Lawrence Venuti, who champions the cause of the translator. For years, the practice of translation was considered to be derivative and secondary, an attitude that inevitably devalued any academic study of the activity. Now, after much neglect and repression, translation studies has become well established. It is making swift advances worldwide, although not without a hint of trepidation. Translation and translation studies often continue to take place within the context of modern language departments, and the practice of translation is still often denied parity with other academic research. For example, the research assessment exercise in the UK, a formal external audit and evaluation of individuals and departments' research output, still values academic articles higher than translations, even translations of whole books, notwithstanding the fact that the practice of translation must be an essential experience for the translation theorist and trainer. It was precisely this split between theory and practice that Holmes, himself both a literary translator and a researcher, sought to overcome. The early manifestations and effects of such a split are clearly expressed by Kitty van Leuven-Zwart, 1991-6. She describes translation teachers' fear that theory would take over from practical training, and literary translators' views that translation was an art that could not be theorized. On the other hand, academic researchers were very skeptical about translation research or felt that translation already had its place in the modern languages curriculum. Van Leuven-Zwart's paper is contained in the proceedings of the first James S. Holmes Symposium on Translation Studies, held at the Department of Translation Studies of the University of Amsterdam in December 1990, in memory of Holmes' contribution to the subject. The breadth of contributions to the proceedings emphasizes the richness of linguistic, literary, and historical approaches encompassed by the field. 1.6. Aim of this book and a guide to chapters. Translation studies covers an extremely wide field in which a considerable number of scholars and practitioners are active. Many translators have entered the area from the starting point of more traditional disciplines. This book covers major areas of the now established discipline of translation studies, with particular reference to systematic translation theories and models of contemporary importance. It aims to bring together and clearly summarize the major strands of translation studies that have previously been dispersed, in order to help readers acquire an understanding of the discipline and the necessary background and tools to begin to carry out their own research on translation. It also aims to provide a theoretical framework into which professional translators and trainee translators can place their own practical experience. The book is organized as follows. Chapter 2 describes some of the major issues that are discussed in writings about translations up to the middle of the 20th century. This huge range of over 2,000 years, beginning with Cicero in the 1st century BCE, focuses on the literal versus free translation debate, an imprecise and circular debate from which theorists have emerged only in the last 50 years. The chapter describes some of the classic writings on translation over the years, making a selection of the most well-known and readily available sources. It aims to initiate discussion on some of the key issues. Chapter 3 deals with the concepts of meaning, equivalence, and equivalent effect. Translation theory in the 1960s under Eugene Nida shifted the emphasis to the receiver of the message. This chapter encompasses Nida's generative influence model of translation transfer and his concepts of formal equivalence and dynamic equivalence. Newmark's similarly influential categories of semantic translation and cumulative translation are also discussed, as is Kohler's analysis of equivalence. Chapter 4 details attempts that have been made to provide a taxonomy of the linguistic changes or shifts which occur in translation. The main model described here is Vinay and Darbonnet's classic taxonomy, but reference is also made to Catford's linguistic model and von Leuven-Zwart's translation shift approach from the 1980s. Chapter 5 covers Rice and Vermeer's text type and Scopus theory of the 1970s and 1980s, and Nord's text linguistic approach. In this chapter, translation is analyzed according to text type and function in the TL culture, and prevailing concepts of text analysis, such as word order, information structure, and thematic progression, are employed. Linked closely to the previous chapter, Chapter 6 moves on to consider House's register analysis model and the development of discourse-oriented approaches in the 1990s by Baker and Hatem and Mason, who make use of Hallidaean linguistics to examine translation as communication within a socio-cultural context. Chapter 7 investigates systems theories and the field of target-oriented descriptive translation studies following Even Zohar, Turi, and the work of the manipulation school. Chapter 8 examines varieties of cultural studies approaches in translation studies. These start with the Fever's work of the 1980s and early 1990s, which itself arose out of a comparative literature and manipulation school background, and move on to more recent developments in gender studies and translations in Canada, and to post-colonial translation theories in India, Brazil, and Ireland. The chapter then focuses on a case study of translation from Asia. Chapter 9 follows Berman and Venuti in examining the foreign element in translation and the invisibility of the translator. The idea is explored that the practice of translation, especially in the English-speaking world, is considered to be a derivative and second-rate activity, and that the prevailing method of translation is naturalizing. The role of literary translators and publishers is also described. Chapter 10 investigates a selection of philosophical issues of language and translation, ranging from Steiner's hermeneutic motion, Pound's use of archaisms, Walter Benjamin's pure language, and Derrida and the deconstruction movement. Chapter 11 sets out an interdisciplinary approach to translation studies. It discusses Snell Hornby's integrated approach and looks at recent studies that have combined linguistic and cultural analysis. The future of translation studies and the role of modern technologies, including the Internet, are also discussed. Summary of the present chapter. Translation studies is a relatively new academic research area that has expanded explosively in recent years. While translation was formerly studied as a language learning methodology or as part of comparative literature, translation workshops, and contrastive linguistic courses, the new discipline owes much to the work of James S. Holmes, whose The Name and Nature of Translation Studies proposed both a name and a structure for the field. The interrelated branches of theoretical, descriptive, and applied translation studies have structured much recent research and have assisted in bridging the gulf that had grown between the theory and practice of translation. Discussion and research points. 1. How is the practice of translation and interpreting structured in your own country? How many universities offer first degrees in the subject? How many graduate courses are there? How do they differ? Is a postgraduate qualification a prerequisite for working as a professional translator? 2. Find out how much research-based translation studies fits into the university system in your country. How many universities offer translation studies or similar courses? In what ways do they differ from or resemble each other? In which university departments are they housed? What do you conclude is the status of translation studies in your country? 3. What specific research in translation studies is being carried out in your country? How do you find out? Is the work being carried out by isolated researchers or by larger and coordinated groups? How, if at all, would it fit in with Holmes' map of translation studies? 4. Trace the history of translation and translation studies in your own country. Has the focus been mainly on the theory or on the practice of translation? Why do you think this is so? Chapter 2. Translation Theory Before the 20th Century. Key Concepts. The word-for-word, literal versus sense-for-sense, free debate. The vitalization of the vernacular, Luther and the German Bible. Key notions of fidelity, spirit, and truth. The influence of Dryden and the triad of metaphrase, paraphrase, imitation. Attempts at a more systematic, prescriptive approach from Dole and Tytler. Schleiermacher, a separate language of translation and respect for the foreign. The vagueness of the terms used to describe translation. Key texts. Baker, M., ed. 1997a. The Routledge Encyclopedia of Translation Studies, Part 2, History and Traditions, London and New York, Routledge. Bassnett, S., 1980, Revised Edition, 1991. Translation Studies, London and New York, Routledge, Chapter 2. Dryden, J., 1680, 1992. Metaphrase, Paraphrase, and Imitation, in R. Schulte and J. Biguenet, eds. 1992, pages 17 to 31. Robinson, D., 1997, B., Western Translation Theory, From Herodotus to Nietzsche, Manchester, St. Jerome, for extracts from Cicero, St. Jerome, Dole, Luther, and Tytler. Schleiermacher, F., 1813, 1992, on the different methods of translating, in R. Schulte and J. Biguenet, eds. 1992, pages 36 to 54. Schulte, R. and J. Biguenet, eds. 1992, Theories of Translation, Chicago, Illinois, and London, University of Chicago Press. Sterig, H.J., ed. 1963, Das Problem des Übersetzens Darstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft for German Originals of Luther and Schleiermacher. 2.0 Introduction. The aim of this chapter is not to attempt a comprehensive history of translation or translators through the ages. This would be beyond the scope of the book. Instead, the main focus is the central recurring theme of word for word and sense for sense translation, a debate that has dominated much of translation theory in what Newmark, 1981-4, calls the pre-linguistics period of translation. It is a theme which Susan Bassnett, in the History of Translation Theory section of her book Translation Studies, 1991, sees as emerging again and again with different degrees of emphasis in accordance with differing concepts of language and communication. 1991-42. In this chapter, we focus on a select few of the influential and readily available writings from the history of translation, namely Cicero, St. Jerome, Dole, Luther, Dryden, Tytler, and Schleiermacher. The reason for choosing these particular writings is the influence they have exerted on the history of translation theory and research. Of course, this is a restricted selection, and the list of further reading will note others that have a justifiable claim for inclusion. There has also historically been a very strong tendency to concentrate on Western European writing on translation, starting with the Roman tradition. The rich traditions of non-Western cultures, such as China, India, and the Arab world, have been neglected, although more recent works in English, such as Delisle and Woodworth's Translators Through History, 1995, and Baker's The Routledge Encyclopedia of Translation Studies, 1997a, have now begun to address the wider geographic framework. This chapter also includes some of these newer findings, and readers are again encouraged to consider the issues as they relate to the history and translation traditions of their own countries and languages. 2.1 Word for word or sense for sense. Up until the second half of the 20th century, translation theory seemed locked in what George Steiner, 1998, 319, calls a sterile debate over the triad of literal, free, and faithful translation. The distinction between word for word, that is literal, and sense for sense, that is free translation goes back to Cicero, 1st century BCE, and St. Jerome, late 4th century CE, and forms the basis of key writings on translation in centuries nearer to our own. Cicero outlined his approach to translation in De Optimo Genere Oratorum, 46 BCE, 1960 CE, introducing his own translation of the speeches of the Attic orators Aeschines and Demosthenes. And I did not translate them as an interpreter, but as an orator, keeping the same ideas and forms, or, as one might say, the figures of thought, but in language which conforms to our usage. And in doing so, I did not hold it necessary to render word for word, but I preserved the general style and force of the language. Cicero, 46 BCE/1990 CE, 364. The interpreter of the first line is the literal, word-for-word translator, while the orator tried to produce a speech that moved the listeners. In Roman times, word-for-word translation was exactly what it said, the replacement of each individual word of the st, invariably Greek, with its closest grammatical equivalent in Latin. This was because the Romans would read the TTs side by side with the Greek STs. The disparagement of word-for-word translation by Cicero, and indeed by Horace, who, in a short but famous passage from his Ars Poetica, 20 BCE, underlined the goal of producing an aesthetically pleasing and creative text in the TL, had great influence on the succeeding centuries. Thus, St. Jerome, the most famous of all translators, cites the authority of Cicero's approach to justify his own Latin translation of the Greek Septuagint Old Testament. Jerome's translation strategy is formulated in De Optimo Genere Interpretandi, a letter addressed to the Senator Pomacius in 395 CE. In perhaps the most famous statement ever on the translation process, St. Jerome, defending himself against criticisms of incorrect translation, describes his strategy in the following terms. Now I not only admit, but freely announce that in translating from the Greek, except, of course, in the case of the Holy Scripture, where even the syntax contains a mystery, I render not word for word, but sense for sense. St. Jerome, 395 CE/1997, 25. Although some scholars, for example Lambert, 1991, 7, argue that these terms have been misinterpreted, Jerome's statement is now usually taken to refer to what came to be known as literal, word-for-word, and free, sense-for-sense translation. Jerome disparaged the word-for-word approach because, by following so closely the form of the ST, it produced an absurd translation, cloaking the sense of the original. The sense-for-sense approach, on the other hand, allowed the sense or context of the ST to be translated. In these polls can be seen the origins of both the literal versus free and form versus content debate that has continued until modern times. To illustrate the concept of a TL taking over the sense of the ST, Jerome uses the military image of the original text being marched into the TL like a prisoner by its conqueror. Robinson, 1997b, 26. Interestingly, however, as part of his defense, St. Jerome stresses the special mystery of both the meaning and syntax of the Bible, for to be seen to be altering the sense was liable to bring a charge of heresy. Although St. Jerome's statement is usually taken to be the clearest expression of the literal and free poles in translation, the same type of concern seems to have occurred in other rich and ancient translation traditions, such as in China and the Arab world. For instance, Hung and Pollard use similar terms when discussing the history of Chinese translation of Buddha Sutras from Sanskrit. See Box 2.1. Box 2.1. Sutra translation provided a fertile ground for the practice and discussion of different translation approaches. Generally speaking, Translations produced in the first phase, Eastern Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms period, circa 148-265, were word-for-word renderings adhering closely to source language syntax. This was probably due not only to the lack of bilingual ability amongst the translation forum participants, but also to a belief that the sacred words of the enlightened should not be tampered with. In addition to contorted target language syntax, transliteration was used very liberally, with the result that the translations were fairly incomprehensible to anyone without a theological grounding. The second phase, Jin Dynasty and the Northern and Southern Dynasties, circa 265 to 589, saw an obvious swing towards what many contemporary Chinese scholars call yai, free translation for lack of a better term. Syntactic inversions were smoothed out according to target language usage, and the drafts were polished to give them a highly literary quality. Kumarajiva was credited as a pioneer of this approach. In extreme cases, the polishing might have gone too far, and there are extant discussions of how this affected the original message. During the third phase, Sui Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, and Northern Song Dynasty, circa 589 to 1100, the approach to translation was to a great extent dominated by Wan Zhang, who had an excellent command of both Sanskrit and Chinese, and who advocated that attention should be paid to the style of the original text. Literary polishing was not to be applied to simple and plain source texts. He also set down rules governing the use of transliteration, and these were adopted by many of his successors. Hung and Pollard, 1997, 368. Although the vocabulary of this description, such as the gloss on yai, shows the influence of modern Western translation terminology, the general thrust of the argument is still similar to the Cicero-St. Jerome poles described above. Aesthetic and stylistic considerations are again noted, and there appears to be the first steps toward a rudimentary differentiation of text types, with non-literary ST being treated differently from literary TTs. The literal and free poles surface once again in the rich translation tradition of the Arab world, which created the great center of translation in Baghdad. There was intense translation activity in the Abbasid period, 750 to 1250, centered on the translation into Arabic of Greek scientific and philosophical material, often with Syriac as an intermediary language. Delisle and Wordsworth, 1995, 112. The Egyptian-born translation scholar Baker, 1997a, 320 to 321, following Rosenthal, 1965/94, describes the two translation methods that were adopted during that period. The first method, associated with Yuhanna ibn al-Batrik and Ibn Na'ima al-Himsi, was highly literal and consisted of translating each Greek word with an equivalent Arabic word and, where none existed, borrowing the Greek word into Arabic. Baker, 1997a, 320 to 321. This word-for-word method proved to be unsuccessful and had to be revised using the second sense-for-sense method. The second method, associated with Ibn Ishaq and al-Jawahari, consisted of translating sense for sense, creating fluent target text which conveyed the meaning of the original without distorting the target language. Baker, 1997a, 321. Once again, the terminology of this description is strongly influenced by the classical Western discourse on translation. Yet, This does not negate the visibility in the Arab culture of the two poles of translation which were identified by Cicero and St. Jerome. Of course, there are also other ways of considering the question. Salama Carr, Delisle and Wordsworth, 1995, 112 to 115, concentrates more on the way translation approaches helped establish a new system of thought that was to become the foundation of the Arabic Islamic culture, both on the conceptual and terminological levels, with, over the years, the increased use of Arab neologisms rather than transliteration. Arab translators also became very creative in supplying instructive and explanatory commentaries and notes. 2.2 Martin Luther. Within Western society, issues of free and literal translation were for over 1,000 years after St. Jerome bound up with the translation of the Bible and other religious and philosophical texts. The preoccupation of the Roman Catholic Church was for the correct established meaning of the Bible to be transmitted. Any translation diverging from the accepted interpretation was likely to be deemed heretical and to be censored or banned. An even worse fate lay in store for some of the translators. The most famous example is that of the French humanist Etienne Dolet. He was burned at the stake, having been condemned by the theological faculty of the Sorbonne University in 1546, apparently for adding, in his translation of one of Plato's dialogues, the phrase rien du tout, nothing at all, in a passage about what existed after death. The addition led to the charge of blasphemy, the assertion being that Dolet did not believe in immortality. For such a translation error, he was executed. Non-literal or non-accepted translation came to be seen and used as a weapon against the church. The most famous example of this is Martin Luther's crucially influential translation into East Middle German of the New Testament, 1522, and later the Old Testament, 1534. Luther played a pivotal role in the Reformation, while linguistically his use of a regional yet socially broad dialect went a long way to reinforcing that form of the German language as standard. In response to accusations that he had altered the Holy Scriptures in his translations, Luther defended himself in his famous Sendbrief vom Dolmetschen, circular letter on translation of 1530, Luther 1530/1963. One particularly famous criticism leveled at Luther echoes that of Dolet. It centers around Luther's translation of Paul's words in Romans 3:28. Arbitramus hominem justificare ex fide absque operibus. Wir halten, da der Mensch gerecht werde ohne des Gesetze Werk, allein durch den Glauben. We hold that man becomes rectified without the work of the law, only through belief. Luther had been heavily criticized by the church for the addition of the word allein, alone, only, because there was no equivalent Latin word, for example, sola, in the ST. The charge was that the German implies that the individual's belief is sufficient for a good life, making the work of the law, that is, religious law, redundant. Luther counters by saying that he was translating into pure, clear German, where allein would be used for emphasis. Luther follows St. Jerome in rejecting a word-for-word translation strategy, since it would be unable to convey the same meaning as the ST and would sometimes be incomprehensible. An example he gives is from Matthew 15:34. Ex abundantia cordis os loquitur. The English King James Version translates this literally as, out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. Luther translates this with a common German proverb, "Wes der Herz wohl ist, des geht der Mund über." This idiom means to speak straight from the heart. While Luther's treatment of the free and literal debate does not show any real advance on what St. Jerome had written 1100 years before, his infusion of the Bible with the language of ordinary people and his consideration of translation in terms focusing on the TL and the TT reader were crucial. Typical of this is his famous quote extolling the language of the people. "You must ask the mother at home, the children in the street, the ordinary man in the market, and look at their mouths, how they speak, and translate that way. Then they'll understand and see you're speaking to them in German." From that time forward, the language of the ordinary German speaks clear and strong, thanks to Luther's translation. 2.3. Faithfulness, Spirit, and Truth. Flora Amos, in her early theories of translation, sees the history of the theory of translation as by no means a record of easily distinguishable orderly progression. Amos 1920/73X. Theory was generally unconnected. It amounted to an albeit broad series of prefaces and comments by practitioners who often ignored or were ignorant of most of what had been written before. One explanation for this is the following. This lack of consecutiveness in criticism is probably partially accountable for the slowness with which translators attain the power to put into words, clearly and unmistakably, their aims and methods. Amos 1920/73X. For instance, Amos notes, page 11, that early translators often differed considerably in the meaning they gave to terms such as faithfulness, accuracy, and even the word translation itself. Such concepts are investigated by Lewis Kelly in The True Interpreter, 1979. Kelly looks in detail at the history of translation theory, starting with the teachings of the writers of antiquity and tracing the history of what he calls, page 205, the inextricably tangled terms fidelity, spirit, and truth. The concept of fidelity, or at least the translator who was fidus interpres, that is, the faithful interpreter, had initially been dismissed as literal word-for-word translation by Horace. Indeed, it was not until the end of the 17th century that fidelity really came to be identified with faithfulness to the meaning rather than the words of the author. Kelly, 1979, 206, describes spirit as similarly having two meanings. The Latin word spiritus denotes creative energy or inspiration, proper to literature, but St. Augustine used it to mean the Holy Spirit, and his contemporary St. Jerome employed it in both senses. For St. Augustine, spirit and truth, veritas, were intertwined, with truth having the sense of content. For St. Jerome, truth meant the authentic Hebrew text to which he returned in his Vulgate translation. Kelly considers that it was not until the 12th century that truth was fully equated with content. It is easy to see how, in the translation of sacred texts, where the Word of God is paramount, there has been such an interconnection of fidelity to both the words and the perceived sense, spirit, the energy of the words and the Holy Spirit, and truth, the content. However, by the 17th century, fidelity had come to be generally regarded as more than just fidelity to word, and spirit lost the religious sense it originally possessed and was thenceforth used solely in the sense of the creative energy of a text or language. 2.4. Early attempts at systematic translation theory. Dryden, Dole, and Tytler. For Amos, 1920/73, 137, the England of the 17th century, with Denham, Cowley, and Dryden, marked an important step forward in translation theory with deliberate, reasoned statements unmistakable in their purpose and meaning. At that time, translation into English was almost exclusively confined to verse renderings of Greek and Latin classics, some of which were extremely free. Cowley, for instance, in his preface to Pindaric Odes 1640, attacks poetry that is converted faithfully and word for word into French or Italian prose. Cowley, 1640, cited in Amos 1920/73, 149. His approach is also to counter the inevitable loss of beauty in translation by using our wit or invention to create new beauty. In doing this, Cowley admits he has taken, left out, and added what I please to the odes. Amos, page 150. Cowley even proposes the term imitation for this very free method of translating. Amos, page 151. The idea was not, as in the Roman period, that such a free method would enable the translator to surpass the original. Rather, that this was a method that permitted the spirit of the ST to be best reproduced. Amos, page 157. Such a very free approach to translation produced a reaction, notably from another English poet and translator, John Dryden, whose description of the translation process would have enormous impact on subsequent translation theory and practice. In the preface to his translation of Ovid's epistles in 1680, Dryden, 1680/1992, 17, reduces all translation to three categories. 1. Metaphrase, word by word and line by line translation, which corresponds to literal translation. 2. Paraphrase, translation with latitude, where the author is kept in view by the translator so as never to be lost, but his words are not so strictly followed as his sense. This involves changing whole phrases and more or less corresponds to faithful or sense-for-sense translation. 3. Imitation, forsaking both words and sense. This corresponds to Cowley's very free translation and is more or less adaptation. Dryden criticizes translators such as Ben Jonson, who adopts metaphrase as being a verbal copier. Dryden, 1680/1992, 18. Such servile, literal translation is dismissed with a now famous simile. 'Tis much like dancing on ropes with fettered legs, a foolish task. Similarly, Dryden rejects imitation, where the translator uses the ST as a pattern to write as he supposes that author would have done had he lived in our age and in our country. Page 19. Imitation, in Dryden's view, allows the translator to become more visible, but does the greatest wrong to the memory and reputation of the dead. Page 20. Dryden thus prefers paraphrase, advising that metaphrase and imitation be avoided. This triadic model proposed by Dryden was to exert considerable influence on later writings on translation. Yet it is also true that Dryden himself changes his stance, with the dedication in his translation of Virgil's Aeneid, 1697, showing a shift to a point between paraphrase and literal translation. I thought fit to steer betwixt the two extremes of paraphrase and literal translation, to keep as near my author as I could, without losing all his graces, the most eminent of which are in the beauty of his words. Dryden, 1697/1992, 26. The description of his own translation approach then bears resemblance to his definition of imitation above. I may presume to say I have endeavored to make Virgil speak such English as he would himself have spoken if he had been born in England and in this present age. Dryden, 1697/1992, page 26. In general, therefore, Dryden and others writing on translation at the time are very prescriptive, setting out what has to be done in order for a successful translation to take place. However, despite its importance for translation theory, Dryden's writing remains full of the language of his time. The genius of the St. author, the force and spirit of the original, the need to perfectly comprehend the sense of the original, and the art of translation. Other writers on translation also began to state their principles in a similarly prescriptive fashion. One of the first had been Etienne Dolet, whose sad fate was noted above. In his 1540 manuscript, La manière de bien traduire d'une langue en autre, the way of translating well from one language into another. Dolet, 1540/1997. Dolet set out 5 principles in order of importance as follows. 1. The translator must perfectly understand the sense and material of the original author, although he should feel free to clarify obscurities. 2. The translator should have a perfect knowledge of both SL and TL, so as not to lessen the majesty of the language. 3. The translator should avoid word-for-word renderings. 4. The translator should avoid Latinate and unusual forms. 5. The translator should assemble and liaise words eloquently to avoid clumsiness. Here again, the concern to reproduce the sense and to avoid word-for-word translation, but the stress on eloquent and natural TL form was rooted in a desire to reinforce the structure and independence of the new vernacular French language. In English, perhaps the first systematic study of translation after Dryden is Alexander Fraser Tytler's Essay on the Principles of Translation, 1797. Rather than Dryden's author-oriented description, write as the original author would have written had he known the target language, Tytler defines a good translation in TL reader-oriented terms to be that in which the merit of the original work is so completely transfused into another language as to be as distinctly apprehended and as strongly felt by a native of the country to which that language belongs, as it is by those who speak the language of the original work. Tytler, 1797:14. And where Dolet has 5 principles, Tytler, 1797:15, has 3 general laws or rules. 1. The translation should give a complete transcript of the ideas of the original work. 2. The style and manner of writing should be of the same character with that of the original. 3. The translation should have all the ease of the original composition. Tytler's first law ties in with Dolet's first 2 principles in that it refers to the translator having a perfect knowledge of the original. Tytler, 1797:17. Being competent in the subject and giving a faithful transfusion of the sense and meaning of the author. Tytler's second law, like Dolet's 5th principle, deals with the style of the author and involves the translator both identifying the true character, page 113, of this style and having the ability and correct taste to recreate it in the TL. The third law, pages 199 to 200, talks of having all the ease of composition of the ST. Tytler regards this as the most difficult task and likens it, in a traditional metaphor, to an artist producing a copy of a painting. Thus, scrupulous imitation should be avoided, since it loses the ease and spirit of the original. Tytler's solution, page 203, is for the translator to adopt the very soul of his author. Tytler himself recognizes that the first two laws represent the two widely different opinions about translation. They can be seen as the poles of faithfulness of content and faithfulness of form, or even reformulations of the sense for sense and word for word dyad of Cicero and St. Jerome. Importantly, however, just as Dole had done with his principles, Tytler ranks his three laws in order of comparative importance. Such hierarchical categorizing gains in importance in more modern translation theory. For instance, the discussion of translation loss and gain is in some ways presaged by Tytler's suggestion that the rank order of the laws should be a means of determining decisions when a sacrifice has to be made, page 215. Thus, ease of composition would be sacrificed if necessary for manner, and a departure would be made from manner in the interests of sense. This is the end of side number 2, continued on side number 3.
This is side number 3 of the 20th century, pre-20th century translation theory by Jeremy Munday, continuing on page 27. 2.5. Schleiermacher and the valorization of the foreign. While the 17th century had been about imitation, the 18th century about the translator's duty to recreate the spirit of the ST for the reader of the time, the Romanticism of the 19th century discussed the issues of translatability or untranslatability. In 1813, the German theologian and translator Friedrich Schleiermacher wrote a highly influential treatise on translation über die verschiedenen Methoden des Übersetzens, on the different methods of translating. Schleiermacher is recognized as a founder of modern Protestant theology and of modern hermeneutics, a romantic approach to our interpretation based not on absolute truth, but on the individual's inner feeling and understanding. Distinct from other translation theory we have discussed so far in this chapter, Schleiermacher first distinguishes between two different types of translator working on two different types of texts. These are, 1, the Dolmetscher, who translate commercial text, and 2, the Übersetzer, who works on scholarly and artistic texts. It is this second type that Schleiermacher sees as being on a higher creative plane, breathing new life into the language, 1813 to 1992, 38. Although it may be impossible to translate scholarly and artistic texts, since the ST meaning is couched in language that is very culture-bound, in which the TL can never fully correspond, the real question, according to Schleiermacher, is how to bring the ST writer and the TT reader together. It moves beyond the issues of the word for word and sense for sense, literal, faithful, and free translation, and considers to be only two paths open for the true translator. Either this translator leaves the writer alone as much as possible and moves the reader toward the writer, or he, leaves the reader alone as much as possible and moves the writer toward the reader. Schleiermacher, 1813 and 1992, 41-2. Schleiermacher's preferred strategy is the first, moving the reader towards the writer. This entails not writing, as the author would have done had he written in German, but rather giving the reader the same impression that he, as a German, would receive on reading the work in the original language, 1813 and 1992, 43. To achieve this, the translator must adopt an alienating, as opposed to naturalizing method of translation, orienting himself or herself by the language and contents of the ST. He must, or she must, valorize the foreign and transfer that into the TL. There are several consequences of this approach, including, 1, if the translator is to seek to communicate the same impression which he or she received from the ST, this impression will also depend on the level of education and understanding of the TT readership, and this is likely to differ from the translator's own understanding. 2, a special language of translation may be necessary, for example, compensating in one place with an imaginative word, where elsewhere the translator had made to do with a hackneyed expression that cannot convey the impression of the foreign. Schleiermacher, 1813 and 1992, 45. Schleiermacher's influence has been enormous. Indeed, Kittel and Polterman, 1997, 424, claim that practically every modern translation theory, at least in the German language area, responds in one way or another to Schleiermacher's hypotheses. There appear to have been no fundamentally new approaches. Schleiermacher's consideration of different text types becomes more prominent in Rice's text typology. See Chapter 5 of this volume. The alienating and naturalizing opposites are taken up by Venuti as foreignization and domestication. See Chapter 9. Additionally, the vision of a language of translation is pursued by Walter Benjamin, and the description of the hermeneutics of translation is apparent in George Steiner's Hermeneutic Motion. See Chapter 10. 2.6. Translation theory of the 19th and early 20th century in Britain. In Britain, the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century focused on the status of the ST and the form of the TL. Typical of this is the polemic between Francis Newman and Matthew Arnold over the translation of Homer. See Venuti, 1995, 118 through 41. See also Robinson, 1997b, 25 through 8, 250 through 8. Newman emphasized the foreignness of the work by deliberately archaic translation, and yet saw himself as reaching out to a wide audience. This was violently opposed by Matthew Arnold in his lecture on translating Homer, 1861-1978, which advocated a transparent translation method. Importantly, Arnold, whose arguments won the day, advises his audience to put their faith in scholars who, he suggests, are the only ones who are qualified to compare the effects of the TT to the ST. As Basnet, 1991, 69-70, points out, such an elitist attitude led to both the devaluation of translation, because it was felt that a TT could never reach the height of an ST, and it was always preferable to read the work in the original language, and to the marginalization of the translations were to be produced only for a select elite. This attitude may even be said to be prevalent in Britain to the present day. For example, pre-university and even university students of language are often dissuaded from turning to translations for help. Very few popular literature is translated into English. Relatively few subtitled foreign films are screened on mainstream cinemas and on the major BBC One and ITV television channels in the UK. 2.7. Toward Contemporary Translation Theory. George Steiner, in his detailed, idiosyncratic classification of the early history of translation theory, lists a small number of 14 writers who represent very nearly the sum total of those who have said anything fundamental or new about translation. Steiner, 1998-283. This list includes St. Jerome, Luther, Dryden, and Schleiermacher. Also takes us into the 20th century with Ezra Pound and Walter Benjamin, among others. Steiner, page 283, in fact describes as very small the range of theoretical ideas covered in this period. We have seen how much of the theory of translation, if there is one, as distinct from idealized recipes, pivots monotonously around undefined alternatives, letter or spirit, word or sense. The dichotomy is assumed to have analyzable meaning. This is the central epistemological weakness and sleight of hand. Steiner, 1998-290. Other modern theoreticians concur that the main problem with the writings on translation in this period was that the criteria for judgments were vague and subjective. Basnet, 1991-134. And the judgments themselves were highly normative. Wills, 1996-128. As a reaction against such vagueness and contradictions, translation theory in the second half of the 20th century made various attempts to redefine the concept literal and free in operational terms, to describe meaning in scientific terms, and to put together systematic taxonomies of translation phenomena. These approaches form the core of the following chapters in this book. Case studies. The following case studies look briefly at two areas where the vocabulary of the literal versus free debate continues to be used in contemporary writings on translation. Case study 1 examines two examples of criteria for assessing translations. Case 2 looks at a modern translation preface from the 1981 and 1992 revised English translations of Marcel Proust à la recherche des temps perdus. In both cases, the aim is to identify how far the ideas and vocabulary of early theory held sway in later writing on translation. Case Study 1, Assessment Criteria. The area of assessment criteria is one where a more expert writer, a marker of a translation examination, or a reviser of a professional translation addresses a less expert reader, usually a candidate for an examination or a junior professional translator. It is interesting to see how far the vocabulary used is a rather vague vocabulary of early translation theory. The Institute of Linguistics, IOL, Diploma in Translation is the most widely known initial qualification for translators in the UK. In the IOL notes for candidates, the criteria for assessing the translations are given. 1. Accuracy, the correct transformation of information and evidence of complete comprehension. 2. The appropriate choice of vocabulary, idiom, terminology, and register. 3. Coherence, cohesion, and organization. 4. Accuracy and technical aspects of punctuation, etc. The question of accuracy appears twice, criteria 1 and 4. Accuracy is in some way the modern linguistic equivalent of faithfulness, spirit, and truth. In the IOL text, there is an attempted closer definition of accuracy, comprising correct transfer of information and complete comprehension. As we discuss in Chapter 3, these terms are influenced by terminology suggested by NIDA in the 1960s. Criterion 2, appropriate choice of vocabulary, etc., suggests a more TL approach, while criterion 3, cohesion and coherence, leads us into the area of discourse analysis. See Chapter 6. Thus, these criteria make an attempt at formalizing clear rules for translation. However, examiners' reports on the candidates' performances, although containing detailed examples of error and of good translations, tend to be sprinkled with the vaguer and controversial vocabulary of early translation theory. A typical IOL examiner's report, French into English, Paper 1, November 1997, explains many student errors in considerable detail, but still stresses the criterion of TL fluency. Thus, awkwardness is a criticism leveled at 4 translations, and candidates are praised for altering sentence structure to give a more natural result in English. Perhaps the most interesting point is the use of the term literal translation. Literal is used 4 times, and always as a criticism, concerning, for example, literal translation of false friends. Interestingly enough, however, literal is used as a relative term. For example, too literal, a style of translating, my emphasis, produced TT expressions of such as transmitting the budget to the chamber rather than delivering the budget, and a totally literal translation, my emphasis, of déjeuner, débat, produced very unnatural English. Presumably, the totally literal translation was something like lunch debate rather than lunchtime talk. However, the qualification of the adjectives literal by the adverb to and totally suggests that literal alone is not now being viewed as the extreme. Rather, as was suggested in Section 2.1 above, literal is being used to mean a close lexical translation only when the strategy is taken to an extreme. When it is too or totally literal, is the naturalness of the TL is infringed. Similar criteria are repeated in UNESCO's guidelines for translators. Accuracy is again the very first requirement. The description of the aim of translation is that after reaching an understanding of what the ST writer was trying to say, the translator should put this meaning, in this case English, which will, so far as possible, produce the same impression on the English language reader as the original would have done on the appropriate foreign language reader. This bears quite close resemblance to the wording of Schleiermacher's recipe for moving the reader toward the author. Yet the method UNESCO suggests as appropriate for achieving this is not to follow an alienating strategy, but to find an intermediate way between something that sounds like a translation and something which is so aggressively characteristic of the translator's idiolect that it strikes the reader as unusual. There are several additional points of particular interest concerning the UNESCO criteria. First, the balance between the 2 poles, sounding like a translation and being aggressively characteristic, is described as using an image, a perpetual feat of tightrope walking, which is very close to Dryden's famous simile of the clumsy literal translator of as dancing on ropes with fettered legs. Second, the UNESCO document makes allowance for the TT readers who are sometimes non-native speakers of the TL. Third, the suggested solution varies according to text type. The style of articles translated for periodicals should be readable, while politically sensitive speeches require a very close translation to avoid being misinterpreted. The first of these points indicates the extent to which old metaphors of translation persist, even in contemporary writings. The second point touches on a more reader-oriented approach, though the document rejects the existence of a special language of translation. The third point shows an awareness that different approaches may be valid for different texts, a point that Schleiermacher noted in his division of categories into business and philosophical texts, but which, as we discuss in Chapter 5, has far more to do with the text-type approach of Rice. Case Study 2, The Translator's Preface. Translators' prefaces are a source of extensive information on the translation approach adopted in early centuries. However, they are far more of a rarity in current publications and are now sometimes restricted to a justification for producing a new translation of a classic work. This is the case with the revised English language translation of Proust à la recherche de Tom Verdoux, originally translated from the French into English by the celebrated C.K. Scott Moncrief in the 1920s. The English was revised in 1981 by Terence Kilmartin and in 1992 by G.J. Enright. In the introduction to the 1981 translation, page X, the reason given by Kilmartin for the revision was that there had been later publications of revised and corrected editions of the French original, and there was need to correct mistakes and misinterpretations in the translation. The 1981 translation also contained a 4-page note on the translation by Kilmartin. One of the most interesting points about Kilmartin's comments is the vocabulary he uses to describe the revisions he has carried out. I have refrained from officious tinkering with the translation for its own sake, but a translator's loyalty is to the original author, and in trying to be faithful to Proust's meaning and tone of voice, I have been obliged here and there to make extensive alterations. Page 9, X1, 1X. The concept of loyalty to the author and being faithful to the meaning could almost have come straight from the writings of the 17th century. The division between meaning and tone of voice could also be taken to originate in the debate on form versus content. The use of general terms such as tone in the commentary also echoes the imprecision of earlier writing. The perceived literal translation of the ST is criticized. Kilmartin, page X, referring to the translations of the 1920s, describes Scott Moncrief's tendency to translate French idioms and turns of phrase literally, which makes them sound weirder, and is sticking too closely to the original syntax, and especially in long sentences packed with subordinated clauses, seem un-English in the TT. A whiff of Gallicism clings to some of the longer periods, obscuring the sense and falsifying the tone, claims Kilmartin, page X. The negative connotation, a whiff of Gallicism, seems quite surprising in this context. Kilmartin is criticizing the apparent foreignness of the structure of the translation of one of the great French writers and has a preference for a totally naturalizing, to use Schleiermacher's terms, English style in the translation. Discussion of case studies. These two brief case studies indicate that the vocabulary of earlier translation theory persists widely in the present day. Literal, free, loyalty, faithfulness, accuracy, meaning, style, and tone are words that reappear again and again, even in areas such as assessment criteria, which draw on a more systematic theoretical background. The tendency in most of the comments noted above is for a privileging of a natural TT, one which reads as if it were originally written in the TL. In this case, one can say that literal translation has lost out, and that the elitist Victorian-style translations proposed by Matthew Arnold are no longer acceptable. The alienating strategy promoted by Schleiermacher has not been followed. What remains is the natural, almost everyday speech style proposed by Luther. Yet the pre-modification of the term literal in the IOL text indicates that the shift in use of this term over the centuries. Literal now means sticking very closely to the original. Translators who go further than this leave themselves open to criticism. The imaginative and idiomatic translation is still preferred. However, the texts examined in the case studies were written mainly for the general reader or novice translator. As we shall see in the next chapter, the direction of translation theory in the second half of the 20th century was generally toward a systematization of various different elements of the translation process. Summary. Most of the translation theory from Cicero to the 20th century centered on the recurring and sterile debate as to whether translations should be literal, word for word, or phrase, sense for sense, a dyad that is famously discussed by St. Jerome in his translation of the Bible into Latin. Controversy over the translation of the Bible and other religious texts was central to translation theory for over 1,000 years. Early theorists tended to be translators who presented a justification for their approach and a preface to the translation, often paying little attention to, or not having access to, what others before them had said. Dryden's proposed triad of the late 19th century marked the beginning of a more systematic and precise definition of translation, while Schleiermacher's respect for the foreign text was to have considerable influence over scholars in modern times. Further reading. There are a considerable number of collections and histories of translation. In addition to those works included in the list of key texts at the beginning of this chapter, the following are of special interest. Amos 1:2073, Delisle and Woodworth 1995, Kelly 1979, G. Steiner 1975-98, T. Steiner 1975, and the source writings and the collections by Robinson 1977b, Schulte and Vigenet 1992, Lefebvre 1992b, and Sturek 1963. Readers are recommended to follow their specific interests regarding country, period, cultures, and languages. Delisle and Woodworth 1995 and Baker, ed. 1997a, are of particular use in giving the background to translation in a wider range of cultures. Kelly, 1979, is especially strong on the Latin tradition. Pym, 1998, also may be useful as a presentation of investigative methods in translation history. Discussion and research points. 1. Find recent reviews of translations in the press in your own language. What kinds of comments are made about the translation itself? How far is the vocabulary used similar to that described in this chapter? 2. Modern translation theory tends to criticize the simplicity of the literal versus free debate. Why, then, do you think this vocabulary of that earlier period often continues to be used in reviews of translations, in comments by teachers and examiners, and in writings by literary translators themselves? 3. Investigate what writing was produced on translation in your own languages and cultures before the 20th century. How closely does it resemble the writings discussed in this chapter? Are there significant differences in early translation theory written in different languages? 4. The Italian axiom, traditore traditori, that the translator is a traitor, has become a cliche. What elements discussed in this chapter might help explain its origin? How useful, number 5, how useful do you consider Dole's principles and Tytler's laws for guiding a translator? Number 6, I have endeavored to make Virgil speak such English as he himself would have spoken had he been born in England and in this present age, wrote Dryden in 1697, in his preface to the translation of the Aeneid. How do you imagine he would have set about doing this? What issues does it raise for the literary translator? 7. Do translators' prefaces frequently appear in translations in your own country? Why do you think this is? If they do, what function do they serve, and what kind of language do they use to describe the translation? Chapter 3, Equivalence and Equivalent Effect. Key concepts. The problem of equivalence in meaning, discussed by Jacobson, 1959, and central to translation studies for 2 decades. Nada's adaptation of transformational grammar models and scientific methods to analyze meaning in his work on Bible translating. Nita's concept of formal equivalence and dynamic equivalence and the principle of equivalent effect focus on the receptor. Newmark's semantic translation and communicative translation. Development of Übersetzungswissenschaft, science of translating in the Germanys of 1970s and the 1980s. Theoretical criticism of equivalent and the tertium comparationis. Key text, Bassnet X, 1980 revised edition, 1991 translation studies, London and New York, Routledge, Chapter 1. Jacobson R., 1959 to 2000, on linguistic aspects of translation in El Venuti Editor, 2000, pages 113 to 18. Kohler W., 1979, Einführung in die Übersetzungswissenschaft, Heidelberg, Wiesbaden, Fellow and Meyer. Kohler W., 1979, B to 89. Equivalence in Translation Theory, translated by H. Chesterman and H. Chesterman ed., 1989, pages 1999 through 104. P. Newmark, 1981, Approaches to Translation, Oxford, New York, Pergamon. Newmark, P. 1988, A Textbook of Translation, New York and London, Prentice Hall. Nita E., 1964a, Toward a Science of Translating, Leiden, E.J. Brill. Nita E., 1964 to 2000, Principles of Correspondence in El Venuti Editor, pages 126 to 40. Nita E. and C. Tabor, 1969, The Theory and Practice of Translation, Leiden, E.J. Brill. 3.0. Introduction. After the centuries of circular debates around literal and free translation, see Chapter 2, theoreticians in the 1950s and 1980s began to attempt more systematic analysis of translation. The new debates revolved around certain key linguistic issues. The most prominent of these issues were those of meaning and equivalence, discussed in Roman Jakobson's 1959 paper, see Section 3.1 below. Over the following 20 years, many further attempts were made to define the nature of equivalence. In this chapter, we shall look at several major works of the time: Eugene Nita's seminal concepts of formal and dynamic equivalence and the principle of equivalent effect, Sections 3.2, Peter Newmark's semantic and communicative translation, Section 3.3, and Werner Kohler's Korrespondenz und Äquivalenz, Section 3.4. 3.1. Roman Jakobson, The Nature of Linguistic Meaning and Equivalence. In Chapter 1, we saw how in his paper on Linguistic Aspects of Translation, 1959 to 2000, the Russian-born American structuralist Roman Jakobson describes three kinds of translations: intralingual, interlingual, and intersemiotic, with interlingual referring to translations between two different written languages. Jakobson goes on to examine key issues in this type of translation, notably linguistic meaning and equivalence. Jakobson follows the relations set out by Saussure between the signifier, the spoken and written signal, and the signified, the concept signified. Together, the signifier and the signified form the linguistic sign, but that sign is arbitrary or unmotivated. Saussure, 1916 to 83, 67 to 9. Thus, the English word cheese, an acoustic signifier which denotes the concept food made of pressed curds, is signified, although there is no inherent reason for that to be so. Jakobson stresses it is possible to understand by what is signified by a word, even if we have never seen or experienced the concept or thing in real life. Examples he gives are ambrosia and nectar. Words which modern readers will have read in Greek myths, even if they have never come across the substance in real life. These contrast with cheese, which they almost certainly have encountered firsthand. Then Jakobson moves on to consider the thorny problems of equivalence in meaning between words in different languages. He points out, 1959 to 2000, 114, that there's ordinarily no full equivalence between code units. It gives the example of cheese in English, which is not identical to the Russian sir, or for that matter, the Spanish queso, the German Käse, etc., since the Russian code unit does not include the concept of cottage cheese. That would be tvarog and not sir in Russian. While one might quibble that the English cheese only really covers the realm of cottage cheese by the addition of the term cottage, the general principle of interlinguistic differences between terms and semantic fields is established. In Jacobson's description, interlingual translations involves substituting messages in one language, not for separate code units, but for entire messages in other languages. The translator recodes and transmits a message received from another source. Thus, translation involves two equivalent messages in two different codes. Jacobson, 1959, 2001-14. For the message to be equivalent in ST and TT, the code units will be different since they belong to two different sign systems, languages, which partition reality differently. The Käse-Sir example above. From a linguistic and semiotic angle, Jacobson approaches the problem of equivalence with the following now famous definition. Equivalence in difference is the cardinal problem in language and the pivotal concern of linguistics. In Jacobson's discussion, the problem of meaning and equivalence thus focuses on differences in structure and terminology of languages rather than on any inability of one language to render a message which has been written in another verbal language. Thus, Russian can still express the full semantic meaning of cheese, even if it breaks down into two separate concepts. For Jacobson, cross-linguistics differences center around obligatory grammatical and lexical forms. Languages differ essentially in what they must convey, not in what they may convey. Examples of differences are easy to find. The level of gender, e.g., house is feminine in Romance languages, neuter in German and English, honey is masculine in French, German, and Italian, feminine in Spanish, neuter in English, etc. The level of aspect, in Russian the verb morphology varies according to whether the action has been completed or not. The level of the semantic fields, e.g., the German Geschwister is normally explicated in English as brothers and sisters, and the English children, in the statement I've got two children, is translated as the gender-specific hijas in Spanish if both children are female. Even what for many Western languages is a basic relational concept, such as be, et, English, être, French, and sein, German, is broken down in Spanish to ser and a star, while Russian does not use such a word explicitly in the present sense. These examples illustrate differences between languages, but there are still concepts which may be rendered interlingually. Only poetry, where form expresses sense, where phonemic similarity is sensed as a semantic relationship, is considered untranslatable by Jacobson and requires creative transposition. Page 118. The question of meaning, equivalence, and translatability became a constant theme of translation studies in the 1960s and were tackled by a new scientific approach followed by one of the most important figures in translation studies, the American Eugene Nida. Nida in the Science of Translating. Eugene Nida's theory of translation developed from his own practical work from the 1940s onward, when he was translating and organizing the translation of the Bible. His theory took concrete form in two major works in the 1960s, Toward a Science of Translating, 1964a, and the co-authored The Theory and Practice of Translation, Nida and Tabor, 1969. The title of the first book is significant. Nida attempts to move translation, Bible translation in his case, into a more scientific era by incorporating recent work in linguistics. Nida's more systematic approach borrows theoretical concepts and terminology both from semantics and pragmatics, and from Noam Chomsky's work on syntactic structure, which formed the theory of generational transformational grammar, Chomsky, 1957-1965. 321, The Nature of Meaning, Advances in Semantics and Pragmatics. Nida, 1964a to 33 FF, describes various scientific approaches to meaning related to work that has already been carried out by theorists in semantics and pragmatics. Central to Nita's work is the move away from the old idea that an orthographical word has a fixed meaning and toward a functional definition of meaning in which a word acquires meaning through its context and produces varied responses according to culture. Meaning is broken down into linguistic meaning, borrowing elements of Chomsky's model, referential meaning, the denotative dictionary meaning, and emotive or connotative meaning. A series of techniques adapted from works on linguistics is presented as an aid for translators in determining the meaning of different linguistics items. Techniques to determine referential and emotive meaning, to focus on analyzing the structure of words and differentiating similar words in related lexical fields. These include hierarchical structuring, which differentiates series of words according to their level. For example, the subordinate animal and its hyponyms goat, dog, cow, etc., and techniques of componential analysis. The latter seek to identify and discriminate specific features of a range of related words. The results can be plotted visually to assist in making an overall comparison. One example, Nita 1964a, 84-5, is the plotting of relationship terms grandmother, mother, cousin, etc., according to the value of sex, male, female, generation, the same, one, two, or more apart, and lineality, direct ancestor, descendant, or not. Such results are useful for a translator with languages that have very different kinship terms. Another technique is semantic structure analysis, in which Nita, 1964a, 107, separates out visually the different meanings of spirit, demons, angels, gods, ghosts, ethos, alcohol, etc., according to their characteristics, human versus non-human, good versus bad, etc. The central idea of this analysis is to encourage the translator to realize that the sense of a complex semantic term, such as spirit, or to take another example, bachelor, varies, and most particularly is conditioned by its context. Spirit thus does not always have a religious significance, even, or perhaps especially when it does in the term of Holy Spirit. Its emotive or connotative value varies according to the target culture. Nita, 1964a, 36. The associations attached to the word are its connotative value, and these are considered to belong to the realm of pragmatics or language in use. Above all, Nita, page 51, stresses the importance of context for communication when dealing with metaphorical meaning and with complex cultural idioms, for example, where the sense of a phrase often diverges from the sum of its individual elements. Thus, the Hebrew idiom, Benech Chuppah, literally children of the bedchamber, refers to the wedding guests, especially the friends of the bridegroom. Nita, 1964a, 95. In general, techniques of componential analysis are proposed as a means of clarifying ambiguities, elucidating obscure passages, and identifying cultural differences. They may serve as a point of comparison between different languages and cultures. 3.2.2. The influence of Chomsky. Chomsky's generative transformational model analyzes sentences into a series of related levels governed by rules. In a very simplified forms, the key feature of this model can be summarized as follows. 1. Phrase structure rules generate an underlying deep structure, which is 2. Transformed by transformational rules relating to one underlying structure to another, e.g. passive, active to passive, to produce 3. A final surface structure, which itself is subject to phonological and morphemic rules. The structure relations described in this model are held by Chomsky to be a universal feature of human language. The most basic of such structures are kernel sentences, which are simple, active, declarative sentences that require the minimum of transformation. Nita incorporates key features of Chomsky's model into his science of translation. In particular, Nita sees that it provides the translator with a technique for decoding the ST and a proceeding for encoding the TT, Nita, 1964a, 60, although he reverses Chomsky's model when analyzing the ST. Thus, the surface structure of the ST is analyzed into the basic elements of the deep structure. These are transferred in the translation process and then restructured semantically and stylistically into the surface structure of the TT. This three-stage system of translation, analysis, transfer, and restructuring is presented in Figure 3.1. Nita and Tabor's own description of the process, page 68, emphasizes the scientific and practical advantages of this method compared with any attempt to draw up a fully comprehensive list of equivalences between specific pairs of SL and TL systems. Kernel is the key term in this model. Just as kernel sentences were the most basic structure of Chomsky's initial model, so for Nita, kernels are the basic structural elements out of which the language builds its elaborate surface structures. Nita and Tabor, 1969-39. Kernels are to be obtained from the ST surface structure by a reductive process, back transformation, Nita, 1964a, 63-9. This involves analysis using generative transformational grammar's four types of functional class. 1. Events, often but not always performed by verbs. Objects, often but not always performed by nouns. Abstracts, quantities and qualities, including adjectives. Relationals, including gender, prepositions, and conjunctions. Examples of analysis, 1916, Nita 1964a, 64, are designed to illustrate the different constructions with the prepositions of are, structure surface, will of God, back transform, B object, performs A, event wills. There is a chart, a figure 3.1, Nita's three-stage system of translation from Nita and Tabor, 1969 to 1933. A, source language with an arrow with analysis over it pointing to X, transfer, an arrow pointing to Y, restructuring pointing to B, an arrow pointing to receptor language. And surface structure, creation of the world, back transformation, B, object, the world, is the goal of A, event, creates. Nita and Tabor, 1969-39, claim that all languages have between 6 and a dozen basic kernel structures and agree far more on the level of kernels than on the level of more elaborate structures. Kernels are the level at which message is transferred into the receptor language before being transformed into the surface structure in 3 stages: literal transfer, minimal transfer, and literary transfer. An example of this transfer process is the verse from John 6 in box 3.1, cited in Nita, 1965-4a, 187-7. The 2 examples of literary transfer are different stylistically, notably in syntax, the first being more formal and archaic. The reason for this may be the kind of equivalence and effect that is intended a crucial element in Nita's model, which is discussed in the next section. Box 3.1. Greek ST, and I won't try to read it, Genito Anthropos Apestel Menas Para Theo Onimo Auto Ioannis. Literal transfer, became, happened, man, sent from God, named to him John. Minimal transfer, there came, was, a man sent from God whose name was John. Literary transfer, there came a man sent from God whose name was John. Or, example taken from Phillips' New Testament in Modern English, 1958, a man named John was sent by God. Adjustments from the ST are indicated and follows. Changes in order are indicated by the numeral order, omissions by an asterisk, structural alterations by small capitals, and additions by italics. 3.2.3. Formal and dynamic equivalence and the principle of equivalent effect. The old terms such as literal, free, and faithful translations, which were examined in Chapter 2, are discarded by Nita in favor of 2 basic orientations or types of equivalence. Nita, 1964a, 59. 1. Formal equivalence, and 2. Dynamic equivalence. These are defined by Nita as follows. Formal equivalence. Formal equivalence focuses attention on the message itself in both form and content. One is concerned that the message and the receptor language should match as closely as possible the different elements in the source language. Formal equivalence is thus keenly oriented toward the ST structure, which exerts strong influence and determine accuracy and correctness. Most typical of this kind of translations are gloss translations with a close approximation to ST structure, often with scholarly footnotes, allowing the student, since this type of translation will often be used in an academic environment, to gain close access to the language and customs of the source culture. 2. Dynamic equivalence. Dynamic equivalence is based on what Nita calls the principle of equivalent effect, where the relationship between the receptor and the message should be substantially the same as that which existed between the original receptors and the message. Nita, 1964, 159. The message has to be tailored to the receptor's linguistic needs and cultural expectations and aims at complete naturalness of expression. Naturalness is a key requirement for Nita. Indeed, he defines the goal of dynamic equivalence as seeking the closest natural equivalent to the source language message. Nita, 1964a, 166, Nita and Tabor, 1969-12. This receptor-oriented approach considers adaptations of grammar, of lexicon, and of cultural references to be essential in order to achieve naturalness. The TT language should not show interference from the SL, and the foreignness of the ST language is minimized. Nita, 1964a, 167-8, in a way that would now be criticized by later culturally oriented translation theorists. See Chapter 8 and 9. For Nita, the success of the translation depends, above all, on achieving equivalent response. It is one of the 4 basic requirements of a translation, which is, page 1964, making sense, conveying the spirit and manner of the original, having a natural and easy form of expression for producing a similar response. It is interesting to notice the similarity with Tytler's principle of translation in one of the early attempts at systemizing translation theory at the end of the 18th century. See Chapter 2. Although dynamic equivalence is aimed at, it is also a graded concept, since Nita accepts that the conflict between the traditional notions of content and form cannot always be easily resolved. As a general rule for such conflicts, Nita underlines that correspondence and meaning must have priority over correspondence and style if equivalent effect is to be achieved. Discussion of the importance of Nita's work. The key role played by Nita is to point the road away from strict word-for-word equivalence. His introduction of the concept of formal and dynamic equivalence were crucial in introducing a receptor-based or reader-based orientation to translation theory. However, both the principle of equivalent effect and the concept of equivalence have come to be heavily criticized for a number of reasons. Lefebvre, 1993-7, feels that equivalence is still overly concerned with the word level, while Van der Broek, 1978-40, and LaRose, 1989-78, and consider equivalent effect a response to be impossible. How is the effect to be measured, and on whom? How can a text possibly have the same effect and elicit the same response in 2 different cultures and times? Indeed, the whole question of equivalence inevitably entails subjective judgment from the translator or the analyst. It is interesting that the debate continued into the 1990s in leading translation journals. In 1992 and 1993, for example, Meta, the International Journal of Translation Studies, published a series of papers by Qian Hu, whose express aim was to demonstrate the implausibility of equivalent response. The focus in these papers is notably on the impossibility of achieving equivalent effect when meaning is bound up in form. For example, the effect of word order in Chinese and English, especially in literary works. Qian Hu, 1993, 455-6. Also, that the closest natural equivalent may stand in a contradictory relation with dynamic equivalent. For example, Chinese overtranslations of English words, animal, vegetable, and mineral. Qian Hu also discusses cultural references and the argument which recalls the type of criticism that has surrounded a notorious example of where Nita, 1964a, 160, considers that to give one another a hearty handshake all around was quite naturally translates as gives greet another with a holy kiss. The criticism that Nita's work is subjective raises the question of whether Nita's theory of translation is really scientific. While the techniques for analysis of meaning and for transforming kernels into TT surface structures are carried out in a systematic fashion, it remains debatable whether a translator follows these procedures in practice. However, Nita's detailed description of real translation phenomenon and situation is an important rejoinder to the vague writings on translations that had preceded it. Additionally, Nita is aware of what he terms 1964A3, the artistic sensitivity, which is an indispensable ingredient in any first-grade translation of a literary work. One of Nita's fiercest critics is Edwin Gensler, whose Contemporary Translation Theories, 1993, contains a chapter on the science of translation, Gensler's quotation marks. Gensler, working from within a deconstructionist perspective, see Chapter 10, denigrates Nita's work for its theological and proselytizing standpoint, with a concept that dynamic equivalence serves the purpose of converting the receptors, no matter what their culture, to the dominant discourse and ideas of Protestant Christianity. Ironically, Nita is also taken to task by certain religious groups who maintain that the Word of God is sacred and unalterable, the changes necessary to achieve dynamic equivalence, thus verging on the sacrilegious. However, Nita, working in the field in the 1960s, dealing daily with real and practical translation problems and attempting to train translators for work in very different cultures, achieved what few of his predecessors attempted. He went a long way in producing a systematic analytical procedure for translators working with all kinds of text, and he factored into the translation equivalent the receivers of the TT and their cultural expectations. Despite the heated debate he has provoked, Nita's systematic linguistic approach to translation has been influenced on many subsequent and prominent translation scholars, among them Peter Newmark in the UK and Werner Kohler in Germany. Newmark, Semantic and Communicative Translation. Newmark's approaches to translation 1981 and the textbook of translation 1988 have been widely used on translator training courses and combine a wealth of practical examples of linguistic theories of meaning with practical applications for translation. Yet Newmark departs from Nita's receptor-oriented line, feeling that the success of equivalent effect is illusory, and the conflict of loyalties, the gap between emphasis on source and target language, will also remain as the overriding problem in translation theory and practice. Newmark, 1981-38. Newmark suggests that narrowing the gap by replacing the old terms with those of semantic and communicative translation. Communicative translation attempts to produce on its reader an effect as close as possible to that obtained on the reader of the original. Semantic translation attempts to render as closely as the semantic and syntactical structures of the second language allow the exact contextual meaning of the original. Newmark, 1981-39. This descriptive of communicative translation resembles Nita's dynamic equivalence in the effect it's trying to create on the TT reader, while semantic translation has similarities to Nita's formal equivalence. However, Newmark distances himself from the full principle of equivalent effect, since that effect is inoperative if the text is out of TL space and time, 1981-69. An example would be a modern British English translation of Homer. The translator, indeed any modern translator, no matter what the TL, cannot possibly hope and expect to produce the same effect on the TT as the ST had on listeners in ancient Greece. Newmark, page 51, also raises further questions concerning the readers to whom Nita directs his dynamic equivalence, asking if they're to be handed everything on a plate with everything explained for them. Newmark's definitions, 1981-39-69, of his own terms reveal other differences. Table 3.1 summarizes these definitions. Newmark, page 63, indicates that semantic translation differs from literal translation in that it respects the context, interprets, and even explains metaphors, for example. Literal translation, on the other hand, as we saw in Chapter 2, means word for word in its extreme version, and even its weakest form sticks very closely to ST, lexis, and syntax. This is the end of Side 3, continuing on Side 4. We are reading Introducing Translation Studies, and your reader for this segment was Hannah Lewis.
This is side number 4 of Introducing Translational Studies by Jeremy Monday. Continuing on page 44, your reader for this section is Morton Pfeffer. Importantly, literal translation is held to be the best approach in both semantic and communicative translation. In communicative, as in semantic translation, provided that equivalent effect is occurred, the literal word-forward word translation is not only the best, it is the only valid method of translation. Newmark, 1981, 39. Table 3.1. Comparison of Newmark's semantic and communicative translation. There will be 3 areas covered. First, the parameter, then the semantic translation, and then the communicative translation. There will be approximately 7 topics to cover. The first will be transmitter/addressee focus. The semantic translation is focus on the thought process of the transmitter as an individual. Should only help TT reader with connotations if they are a crucial part of the message. The communicative translation is subjective, TT reader focused, oriented towards a specific language and culture. The next parameter is culture. The semantic translation remains with the SL culture. The communicative translation is transfers foreign elements into the TL culture. The next parameter, time and origin. Semantic translation, not fixed in a time or local space. Translation needs to be done anew with every generation. And the communicative translation is ephemeral and rooted in its own contemporary context. The next parameter is relation to ST. Semantic translation, always, quote, inferior, close quote, to ST, quote, loss, close quote, of meaning. The communicative translation is, maybe, quote, better, close quote, than the ST, gain of force and clarity, even if loss of semantic content. The next parameter is use of the form SL. If ST language norms deviate, then this must be replicated in the TT, quote, loyally, close quote, to ST author. And the communicative translation is respect for the form of the SL, but overriding, quote, loyally, close quote, to TL norms. Form of TL is the next parameter. More complex, awkward, detailed, concentrated tendency to over-translate. The communicative translation is smoother, simpler, clearer, more direct, more conventional tendency to under-translate. The next parameter, appropriateness. The semantic translation is for serious literature, autobiographical, personal effusion, any important political, paren, or other close paren statement. The communicative translation is for the vast majority of texts, for example, non-literary writing, technical and informative texts, publicity, authorized types, and popular fiction. And the last parameter of Table 3.1 is criterion for evaluation. The semantic translation, accuracy of reproduction of the significant of ST. And the communicative translation is accuracy of communication of ST, message, and TT. And that ends the discussion of Table 3.1, which was comparison of Newmark's semantic and communicative translation. Returning to the text. This assertion can be related to what other theorists, paren, for example, Levy, 1967/2000, Turi, 1995, close paren, have said about the translator's work, where the constraints of time and working conditions often mean that the translator has to maximize the efficiency of the cognitive processes by concentrating energy on especially difficult problems, devoting less effort to those parts of the text which produce a reasonable translation of the, quote, literal, close quote, procedure. However, if there is a conflict between the two forms of translation, namely, if semantic translation would result in a, quote, abnormal, close quote, TT, or would not secure equivalent effect in the TL, close paren, then communicative translation should win out. An example of this provided by Newark, paren 1981:39, close quote, is the common sign bissiger Hund and Chin Merchant, translated communicatively as beware the dog, in order to communicate the message not semantically as dog that bites and bad dog. 3.3.1 Discussion of Newark. Newark's terms semantic translation and communicative translation have often been quoted in the literature of translation theory, but they have generally received far less discussion than Nita's formal and dynamic equivalents. This may be because, despite Newark's relevant criticisms of equivalent effect, they raise some of the same points concerning the translation process and the importance of the TT reader. One of the difficulties encountered by translational studies is semantically following up advances in theory may need be partially attributable to the overabundance of terminology. Newark himself, for instance, paren 1981, colon 52, close paren, defines Julian House pair of, quote, overt, close quote, and covert, close quote, translation, see Chapter 6, in terms of his own semantic and communicative translation. Newark has been criticized for his strong prescriptionism, and the language of his evaluations still bears traces of what he himself calls the, quote, pre-linguistic era, close quote, of translation studies. Translations are, quote, smooth, close quote, or, quote, awkward, close quote, while translation itself is an, quote, art, close quote, paren, if semantic, close paren, or a, quote, craft, close quote, paren, if communicative, close paren. Nonetheless, the large number of examples in Newark's work provide ample guidance and advice for the trainee, and many of the questions he tackles are of important practical relevance to translation. 3.4. Kohler, Correspondence and Equivalence. Nita's move towards a science of translation has proved to be especially influential in Germany, where the common terms for translational studies is Übersetzungswissenschaft. Among the most prominent German scholars in the translation science field during the 1970s and 1980s were Wolfram Wülfs of the Universität des Saarlandes and from the German Democratic Republic, the Leipzig School, including Otto Kahn and Albert Neuber. Important work on equivalence was also carried out by Werner Kohler in Heidelberg and Bergen. Kohler's Einführung in die Übersetzungswissenschaft examines more closely the concepts of equivalence and its linked term correspondence. Paren Kohler, 1979, 176 to 191, close paren. The two terms can be differentiated as shown in Table 3.2. Table 3.2, differentiation of equivalence or correspondence, paren, following descriptions in Kohler, 1979, 83-5. There will be three headings: first field, then contrastive linguistics, and then science of translation, and in three areas we'll discuss. The first, the field research area, contrastive linguistics, as follows: correspondence phenomena and conditions describing corresponding structures and sentences in the TL and SL systems. And the science of translation, equivalence phenomena describing hierarchy of utterances and the texts in SL and TL according to equivalence of criterion. The next field is knowledge. The contrastive linguistics is language, and the science of translation, parole. And the last underfield will be competence. The contrastive linguistics would be foreign language competence, and the science of translation, translation competence. That ends the discussion of Table 3.2. Thus, correspondence falls within the field of contrastive linguistics, which compares two language systems and describes contrastively differences and similarities. Its parameters are those of Saussure's langue, and that's paren Saussure 1916/83, close paren. Examples given by Kohler are the identification of false friends and of signs of lexical, morphological, and syntactic interference. Equivalence, on the other hand, relates to equivalent items in specific ST-TT pairs and contexts. The parameter is that of Saussure's parole. Importantly, Kohler, page 185, points out that while knowledge of correspondence is indicative of competence in the foreign language, it is knowledge and ability in equivalence that are indicative of competence in translation. However, the question still remains as to what exactly has to be equivalent. In an attempt to answer this question, Kohler, paren 1979, 186-191, see also in 1976/89, and pages 99 to 104, close paren, goes on to describe the 5 different types of equivalence. They are as follows. 1. Denotative equivalence is related to equivalence of the extra-linguistic content of a text. Other literature, says Kohler, calls this, quote, content invariance, close quote. 2. Connotative equivalence is related to the lexical choices, especially between near synonyms. Kohler sees this type of equivalence as elsewhere being referred to as, quote, stylistic equivalence, close quote. 3. Text normative equivalence is related to text types with different kinds of texts behaving in different ways. This is closely linked to work by Catherine Rees, see Chapter 5. 4. Pragmatic equivalence, or, quote, communicative equivalence, close quote, is oriented towards the receiver of the text or message. This is Nita's, quote, dynamic equivalence, close quote. And lastly, 5. Formal equivalence, which is related to the form and aesthetics of the text, includes word plays and the individual stylistic features of the ST. It is elsewhere referred to as, quote, expressive equivalence, close quote. It is not to be confused with Nita's term. Kohler goes on to identify different types of equivalence in terms of their research foci. These are summarized in Table 3.3. Table 3.3 is as follows. Characteristics of research foci for different equivalence types. Paren, following Kohler, 1979, pages 187 to 91, close paren. There are 3 general areas: type of equivalence, how attainable, and research focus as follows. Denotative, how attainable, by analysis of correspondences and their interaction with textual factors. The research focus, lexis. The next type of equivalence is connotative, how attainable, quote, one of the most difficult problems of translation and in practice is often only approximate, close quote. Paren, Keller, 1979/89, page 189. Theory needs to identify the connotative dimensions in different languages. And the research focus is additional dimensions, formally, paren, poetic, slang, etc., close paren, social usage, geographical origin, stylistic effect, paren, archaic, plain, etc., close paren, frequency range, paren, general technical, etc., close paren, evaluation, and emotion. The next type of equivalence is text normative, how attainable, description and correlation of patterns of usage between languages using functional text analysis. The research focuses look at usage in different communicative situations. The next type of equivalence is pragmatic, how attainable, translating the text for a particular readership, overriding the requirements of other equivalences. And the research focus, analyze the communicative conditions valid for different receiver groups in different language pairs and texts. And lastly, the type of equivalence is formal, how attainable, an analogy of form in the TL using the possibilities of the TL and even creating new ones. And the research focus, analyze the potential of equivalence in rhyme, metaphor, and other stylistic forms. That ends the discussion of Table 3.3, returning to the text. Having identified different equivalences types and the phenomena related to them, Kohler then importantly highlights how this can aid the translator and what the role of the translator is. And a paragraph as follows. With every text as a whole, and also with every segment of text, the translator, who consciously makes such a choice, must set up a hierarchy of values to be preserved in translation. From this, he, close paren, can derive a hierarchy of equivalence requirements for the text or segment in question. This, in turn, must be preceded by a translationally relevant text analysis. It is an urgent task of translational theory, and one of which no more than some preliminary work has so far been done, to develop a methodology and conceptual apparatus for this kind of text analysis and to bring together and systematize such analyses in terms of translationally relevant topologies of textual features. That's by Kohler, 1979/89, page 104, emphasis in Kohler's, close paren. The crucial point again is that the equivalences need to be hierarchically ordered according to the communicative situation. Yet how this is to be done is open to debate. Kohler himself, paren, 1979, pages 211-216, close paren, proposes a checklist for translationally relevant text analysis under the headings of, and there as follows, there are 5 of them. 1. Language function. 2. Content characteristics. 3. Language stylistic characteristics. 4. Formal aesthetics characteristics. And lastly, 5. Pragmatic characteristics. Other text analysis topologies and lists, some of which are related to Kohler's, are discussed in chapters 4 to 6. 3.5. Later developments in equivalence. The notion of equivalence held sway as a key issue in translation throughout the 1970s and beyond. Thus, for instance, In the General Books on Translational Studies, Chesterman, paren 1989, page 99, close paren, notes that, quote, equivalence is obviously a central concept in translational theory, close quote, while Bassinet, 1991, devotes a section to, quote, problems of equivalence, close quote, in the chapter entitled, quote, central issues, close quote, of translational studies. Mona Baker, in other words, her influential, quote, course book, close quote, for translators that continues to be popular at the time of writing, structures her chapters around different kinds of equivalence at the levels of word, phrase, grammar, text, pragmatics, etc. See chapter 6, close paren, but with the proviso that equivalence, quote, is influenced by a variety of linguistic and cultural factors and is therefore always relative, close quote, Baker, 1992, page 6, close paren. Therefore, equivalence continues to be a central, if criticized, concept. Kenny, 1979, page 77, summarizes criticism that has targeted the, quote, circularity, close quote, of the definitions of equivalence. Quote, equivalence is supposed to define translation, and translation in turn defines equivalence, close quote. As might be imagined, scholars working in non-linguistic translation studies have been especially critical of the notion of equivalence. Bassinet summarizes the major problem as she sees it, as follows. Translation involves far more than replacement of lexical and grammatical items between languages. Once the translator moves away from the close linguistic equivalence, the problems of determining the exact nature of the level of equivalence aimed for begin to emerge. Bassinet, 1980-1991, page 225. Perhaps the biggest bone of contention is the comparison of an ST and a TT is the so-called tertium comparativeness in invariant against which two text segments can be measured to gauge variation. The problem of the inevitable subjectivity that the invariant entails has been tackled by many scholars from a range of theoretical backgrounds. In Chapter 4, we discuss taxonomic linguistic approaches that have attempted to produce a comprehensive model of translational shift analysis. Chapter 7 considers modern descriptive translational studies, its leading proponent. Gideon Tours has moved away from a prescriptive definition of equivalence and, accepting as given that a TT is, quote, equivalent, close quote, to its ST, instead seeks to identify the web of relations between the two. Yet there is still a great deal of practically oriented writing on translation that continues a prescriptive discussion of equivalence. Translator training courses also, perhaps inevitably, have this focus. Errors by the trainee translators are often corrected prescriptively according to a notion of equivalence held by the trainer. For this reason, equivalence is an issue that will remain central to the practice of translation, even if translational studies and translational theory has, for the time being at least, marginalized it. Case study. The following case study considers two series of translations from the point of view of Nita's formal and dynamic equivalence. The first three extracts in box 3.2 are from English translations from the Hebrew of the opening of Genesis, the first book of the Old Testament of the Christian Bible. Box 3.2, and there are three areas that are discussed. First, King James Version, KV, originally published 1611. 1:1. In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. 1:2. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. 1.3. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. 2. New English Bible, NEB, originally published 1970, close paren. 1.1. In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. 1.2. Now the earth was without shape and empty, and darkness was over the surface of the watery deep, but the Spirit of God was moving over the surface of the water. 1.3. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. And 3. The New American Bible, NEB, originally published 1970, close paren. 1.1. In the beginning, when God created the heaven and the earth. 1.2. The earth was a formless wasteland, and darkness covered the abyss, while a mighty wind swept over the waters. And 1.3. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. That ends the discussion of box 3.2, returning to the text. Much theological debate has centered on the relation of verse 2 to verse 1, namely whether, quote, in the beginning, close quote, refers to the act of creation of the earth on the first day, or whether the first verse is a summary of the chapters, meaning that a formless and empty earth existed before the creation of light in verse 3. Both the NEB and NAB texts are also published with an extensive exegesis to guide the reader's understanding. Of equal interest linguistically, especially as it may serve to demonstrate the usefulness of Nita's form of analysis of meaning and equivalence, is verse 2, where there are a number of differences between the translations. The translations deep, KJV, watery deep, NEB, and abyss, NAB, refer to what is traditionally understood to be the lifeless salt ocean, Thuam in Hebrew, In this case, it is the NEB which goes further to explaining the concept in terms of the modern reader would immediately understand. Similarly, the NEB uses the term surface in place of the metaphorical face of KJV, a metaphor to be found in the original Hebrew, Jepini, The NAB omits facial surface altogether, incorporating the sense instead into the verbs covered and swept over. Finally, the translation of Spirit of God, KJV, NEB, is a mighty wind in NAB. The Hebrew original, Ru, refers to wind or breath, and metaphorically to spirit. The NAB retains the element of wind, but sees God as simply representing a superlative, hence the interpretation mighty. Other possible translations are wind from God or breath of God, preserving both elements. The KJV's Spirit of God is firmly entrenched as the traditional rendering. On some occasions, for example in John 3, the ST, in that case Greek, makes a play on the word pneuma, translated by KJV first as spirit and then wind. It is with such words that Nita's techniques of semantic structure analysis, see figure 3.1, can help the translator decide on the appropriate TL term. Yet, the brief analysis in this case study suggests that the translation will vary according to both the interpretation of the translator, for example, what does, in the beginning, actually refer to, and the degree to which the translator feels that the message requires adaptation in order to be understood by the TT reader, for example, deep/abyss/watery deep, facial/surface, spirits of God/mighty wind, While all the translations quoted seek dynamic equivalence in the sense of creating a response in the audience similar to that of the original texts, the, naturalness, of expression inevitably alters across time. Today, the KJV has come to be considered a canonized and formal archaic form in English, while the NEB is modern British English, and the NAB's more narrative version is modern American English. The means by which the translations attempt to achieve equivalent effect also differ. The NEB spells out the links, including the choice of now at the start of the verse 2, and explicates surface, utter water deep, and the Spirit of God. The NAB maintains a focus on the desolate wilderness and formless wasteland and mighty wind, even if links are added with the conjunctions when and while. The KJV maintains the imaginary of the ST, closes with, face of the deep, and, face of the waters, It also retains the threefold literal repetition of the conjunction and, in verse 2, a formal syntactic device used throughout the Hebrew and Greek of the Bible, and which Nita, 1964, page 224, views as requiring, certain adjustments, to avoid, babyish, English. This suggests that the KJV is most concerned with formal equivalence with the original, whereas the NEB and NAB are more oriented towards dynamic equivalence, making important adjustments for the receivers. There is no room for such adjustments or interpretation in legal documents, where the translation technique is invariably one of formal equivalence. An example taken from the versions of the Treaty on European Union, Common Provisions, Article 1 in English and Portuguese, is given in Box 3.3. Box 3.3. There'll be two areas, one English, one Portuguese. The first, English. By this treaty, the high contracting parties establish among themselves a European Union, hereafter called the, the Union, This treaty marks a new stage in the process of creating an ever closer union among the peoples of Europe, in which the decisions are taken as openly as possible and as closely as possible to the citizens. 2. Portuguese. Pelo presente trato, and I can't read very well the Portuguese, but I'll do the best I can. pelo presente trato and atlas partes contras intrum entre insula uno europea adante discare por él. O presente tratado asinid una nueva etapa no proceso de carrera cada vez más entre a provincia de Europa en meca decisiones ser tornados de una forma toma aberto quanto possessor so novel mes proximio possessor de ciudadanos. And that is the discussion of box 3.3, the first in English and the second in Portuguese. Returning to the text, in law, all versions of the treaty stand as equally valid. As a legal document, they have a high degree of formal equivalence. For example, by this, the treaty, the high constructive parties, and pelo presente trado as atlas parties contratudos similarly, establish themselves among the European Union hereafter, and in Portuguese, Obado alante, and called the Union, designada is a Unión. Adjustments are minimal and systemic, such as Portuguese cohesive presente for the English demonstrative pronoun this, the addition of the preposition, quote, designada por, close quote, in Portuguese, and the English definitive article, quote, the Union, close quote. Although the formal structures are very close in these examples, they still follows Nada's recipe of choosing the, quote, closest natural equivalent, close quote. In both cases, the language used is typical legal terminology, and the syntax is, quote, natural, close quote. The goal of equivalent effect is also crucial in a legal text such as this. In order to function correctly, each text must stand for the same idea in each language and produce the same response. Otherwise, varied interpretations would give rise to legal confusion and potential loopholes. In this respect, it is perhaps surprising that the French version of the treaty should contain a slightly different perspective. While in English, the treaty, quote, marks a new stage in the process of creating an ever closer union, close quote, paren, suggesting an ongoing process, which tallies with the Portuguese, close paren. The relative passage in the French is, quote, le presente traité marque une nouvelle étape créant une union sans cesse plus eroded, close quote. Here, the present participle créant, paren, creating, close paren, suggests that rather than a continuing process, the goal of closer union is in fact being achieved by the treaty. It would be interesting to compare longer stretches of the different texts to see whether, despite careful translation, any further segments present a different focus and meaning. Discussion of case study. The two series of texts given in boxes 3.2 and 3.3 above are markedly different in genre. Nita's model enables a more detailed analysis of meaning than was possible with earlier theories and points to the kind of effect the text may have on their receivers. However, it is still not possible to measure that effect, quote, scientifically, close quote, and questions persist as to the precise identity of the receiver. With the Treaty on European Union, it may be a legal expert within the TT culture. How does the translator ensure, however, that the effect will be the same on a Portuguese or British legal expert as it is on a French expert? When it comes to the translation of religious texts, such as the Bible, these questions multiply. Finally, it is well to remember that Nita's work is aimed above all at training translators who do not have expertise in linguistics, but who have to deal with very different cultures. It may therefore be helpful now to attempt to adopt his model, not for the analysis of existing translations, where the focus is on identifying that the translator has done and what the effect is on the known audience, close paren, but for the analysis of an ST that is to be translated. Summary. This chapter has examined important questions on translation raised by linguistics in the 1950s and 60s. The key terms are meaning and equivalence, discussed by Roman Jacobson in 1959 and crucially developed by Nita, whose books analyze meaning systematically and propose that a translation should aim for equivalent effect. Despite subsequent questioning of the feasibility of that goal, Nita's great achievement is to have been drawn translational theories away from the stagnant, quote, literal versus free, close quote, debate and into the modern era. His concepts of formal and dynamic equivalence place the receiver in the center of the equation and have exerted huge influence over subsequent theoreticians, especially in Germany. In the next chapter, we look at other scholars who have incorporated linguistics into the study of translation. Further reading. Nita's work has been discussed in a large range of publications. Extensive criticism is to be found in Larousse, 1989, and Quahu, 1993. For analyses of meaning, see Osgood et al. 1957, Lyons 1977, Leach 1983, Carter 1987, and, on translation, Larson 1984. For equivalence and correspondence, see Crawford 1965 and also Chapter 4, Cade 1968 and Ivor 1981. For German Übersetzungswissenschaft, see Willis 1971, 82, and 96. Discussion and research points. There are 8. 1. Follow up the forms of analysis of meaning of Nita and the further reading section. Try out some of these techniques on STs that you yourself have to translate. What are their advantages and disadvantages? 2. Equivalence and the principal equivalents are keystones of Nita's theory of translation. In this chapter, there has been a space to summarize only a few of these main questions. Research more deeply the arguments around the issues and how the concepts have developed over the years. See further reading sections for initial references. Why do you consider there has been such heated debate? How can the concepts be used in translator training today? 3. Quote, Nita provides an excellent model for translation which involves a manipulation of a text to serve the interests of religious belief, but he fails to provide the groundwork for that the West in general conceives of a science. Close quote. Getzner, 1993, page 60, close paren. Do you agree with Gensler's? Is this model tied to religious texts? How does it work for the other genres? For example, advertising, scientific texts, literature, etc.? Close paren. 4. Look more closely at the descriptions supplied by Nita and Newmark. What differences are there between dynamic/formal equivalents and semantic/communicative translations? 5. Examine more closely different versions of the Treaty on Europe Union, http://www.europart and journal/ close paren. If possible, look at longer and more varied passages. Can it be said that the versions have achieved dynamic or formal equivalence? What tertium comparationism are you using in making your judgments? 6. Nita's ideas have had an important influence on German. Liebe zum Wissenschaft. See further reading sections above. Examine how German scholars other than Kohler have employed Nita's concepts. What lines have they followed, and what additions have they made to Nita's, quote, science of translating, close paren. 7. Investigate what Queen Hu and other academics in non-European cultures and languages say about the issues of equivalence. Has the Western concept influenced other areas? And lastly, 8. Quote, a successful translation is probably more dependent on the translator's empathy with the writer's thoughts than on affinity of language and culture, close quote, Newmark 1981, page 54. What examples of translations can you find that seem to support or disprove this claim? That ends the discussion and research points of Chapter 3. This is the end of side number 4, continued on side number 5.
This is side number 5 of Introducing Translation Studies by Jeremy Mundy, continuing on page 55. Your reader for this section is Hannah Lewis. Number 4, the translation shift approach. Key concepts. Translation shifts, small linguistic changes occurring in translation of ST to TT. Binet and Darbelinet, 1958, Classical Taxonomy of Linguistic Changes in Translation. Catford's 1965 termed translation shift in his linguistic approach to translation. Theoretical work by Czech scholars Levi, Popacek, and Miko, 1960-1970s, who adopt stylistic and aesthetic parameters of language. Most detailed translation of model of translation shifts, Van Leeuwen-Swartz, an attempt to match shifts to discourse and narratological function. 6. The problem of the subjectivity of the invariant that is used to compare ST to TT. Key text, Catford J., 1965-2000, Linguistic Theory of Translation, London, Oxford University Press, 1965. See also extract, Translation Shifts, and L. Venuti, editor, 2000, pages 141 through 7. Fawcett, P., 1997, Translation and Language, Linguistic Approaches, Explained, Manchester, St. Jerome, chapters 4 and 5. Leeuwen-Swart, K., Van, 1989 and 1990, Translation and Original, Similarities and Dissimilarities, and 2. Target 1, 2, 151 through 81, and Target 2, 1, 69 through 95. Levi J., 1969 to 2000. Translation is a decision process, and L. Venuti, editor, 2000, pages 148 through 159. Vinay, J.P., and J. Darbonnet, 1958, second edition, 1977. Stylistique comparée du français et de l'anglais. Méthode de traduction, Paris, Didier. Translated and edited by J. Sager and M. J. Hamill, 1995, as Comparative Stylistics of French and English, a Methodology for Translation. Amsterdam and Philadelphia, PA, John Benjamins. See also the extract A, Methodology for Translation, and L. Venuti, pages 84 through 93. 4.0. Introduction. Since the 1950s, there has been a variety of linguistic approaches to the analysis of translation that have proposed detailed lists on taxonomies in an effort to categorize the translation process. The scope of this book necessarily restricts us to describing a small number of the best-known and most representative models. Thus, the focus in this chapter is on the following three models. 1. Binet and Darbonnet's Taxonomy and Stylistique comparée du français et de l'anglais, 1958-95, which is a classical model and one of which has already had a wide impact. Catford, 1965 linguistic approach, which included the introduction of a term shift of translation. And 3, Van Leeuwen Swartz, 1989-1990, very detailed model designed for the analysis of the key concept of small micro-level translation shifts and the gauging of their effects on the more general macro level. 4.1. Binet and Darbonnet's model. Binet and Darbonnet carried out a comparative stylistic analysis of French and English. They looked at both texts in both languages, noting differences between the languages and identifying different translation strategies and procedures. Although their Stylistique comparée du français et de l'anglais, 1958, is based solely on French and English, its influence has been much wider. Amongst others, it has formed a basis for a work on the same series on French and German translations, Malblanc, Stylistique comparée des français et de l'allemand, 1963, and two similar books on Spanish-English translations, Vázquez Ayala's Introducción a la Traductología, 1997, and García Yebra's Teoría y Práctica de la Traducción, 1982. Ironically, at the time of the writing of this present volume, Binet and Darbonnet work is difficult to obtain in French, but is available in revised form in its English translation, first published in 1995, 37 years after the original. Because of the theoretical revisions that were incorporated into the latter English version, references are made to that edition unless otherwise stated. Where appropriate, the original French terminology is also given. The two general translation strategies identified by Binet and Darbonnet, 2084-93, are direct translation and oblique translation, which arc back to the literal versus the free division discussed in Chapter 2. Indeed, literal is given by the authors as a synonym for direct translation, page 84. The two strategies comprise 7 procedures, of which direct translation covers 3. 1. Borrowing. The SL word is transferred directly to the TL. This grouping, page 85, covers words such as Russian, ruble, dasha, or more recently glasnost and perestroika, that are sometimes used in English and other languages to fill a semantic gap in the TL. Sometimes borrowings are employed to add local color, Pentac, Armagnac, and Bastide, in a tourist brochure about southwest France, for instance. 2. Calque. This is a special kind of borrowing, page 85, where the SL expression or structure is transferred in a literal translation. For example, the French calque compliments de la saison for the English compliments of the season. Binet and Darbonnet noted that both borrowings and calques often becomes fully integrated into the TL, although sometimes with some of the semantics change, which can turn them into false friends. 3. Literal translation, page 86 to 88. This is word-for-word translation, which Binet and Darbonet describe as being the most common between languages in the same family and culture. Their example is, I left my spectacles on the table downstairs, which became, j'ai laissé mes lunettes sur la table en bas. Literal translation is the author's prescription for good translation. Literalness should only be sacrificed because of structural and meta-linguistic requirements, and only after checking that the meaning is fully preserved. 1995, 288. Let's say Binet and Darbonet, page 34 to 35. The translator may judge literal translations to be unacceptable because it, A, gives a different meaning, B, has no meaning, C, is impossible for structural reasons, D, doesn't have a corresponding expression within the metalinguistic experience of the TL, E, corresponds to something at a different level of language. In those cases where literal translation is not possible, Binet and Darbonet say the strategy of oblique translation must be used. This covers the further 4 procedures. 1. Transposition, 2088 and 195, 94 through 99. This is a change of one part of speech for another without changing the sense. Transposition can be obligatory. Descend levé, in a particular past context, would be translated as soon as she got up. Optional, in the reverse direction, as soon as she got up, could be translated literally as descuilliste s'est levé, or a transposition in descend levé. Binet and Darbonet, 1995-1994. See, transposition is probably the most common structural change undertaken by translators. They list at least 10 different categories, such as verb to noun, as soon as she got up, descend levé, adverb to verb, he will soon be back, il ne le tardera pas à entrer, literally, he will not tarry in returning. Modulation, this changes the semantics and point of view of the SL. It can be obligatory, e.g., the time when translates as le moment où, literally the moment where. Optional, though linked to preferred structures of the two languages, e.g., the reversal of point of view. It is not difficult to show as il est facile de démontrer, literally easy to show. Modulation is a procedure which is justified in the words of the English edition when, although a literal or even transposed translation results in a grammatically correct utterance, it is considered unsuitable, unidiomatic, or awkward in the TL, 90 through 2089. Binet and Darbonet place much store in modulation as the touchstone of a good translator, whereas transposition simply shows a very good command of the target language. Modulation at the level of message is subdivided, pages 24 through 2055, through the following lines: abstract for concrete, cause for effect, part whole, part another part, reversal of terms, negation of opposite, active to passive, and vice versa, space for time, rethinking of intervals and limits in space and time, change of symbol including fixed and new metaphors. This category therefore covers a wide range of phenomena. There is also often a process of originally free modulations becoming fixed expression. One example given by the authors, page 254, is "Vous avez échappé belle," literally, you have escaped beautifully, to "you've had a narrow escape." Equivalence. Binet and Darbonet use this term, 2090, to refer to cases where the language describes the same situation by different stylistic or structural means. Equivalence is particularly useful in translating idioms and proverbs. The sense, though the image of comment un chien dans un jeu de quilles, literally like a dog in a set of skills, can be translated like a bull in a china shop. The use of equivalence in this restricted sense should not be confused with the more common theoretical use discussed on page 3 of this book. 7. Adaptation, page 90 through 92. This involves changing the cultural references when a situation in the source culture does not exist in the target's culture. For example, Vinay and Darbonnet suggest that the cultural connotations of a reference in an English text to the game of cricket might best be translated into French by a reference to the Tour de France. The authors claim such a refusal to use such adaptation in an otherwise perfectly correct TT may still be noticeable by an undefinable tone, something that does not sound quite right. However, whereas the solution may work for some restricted metaphorical uses, it would make little sense to change cricket to cycling in phrases such as "that isn't cricket" or "a sleepy Wednesday morning county match at Lord's." The 7 main translation categories are described, pages 27 through 30, as operating on 3 levels. These 3 levels reflect the main structural elements of the book. They are 1. The lexicon, 2. Syntactical structures, 3. The message. In this case, message is used to mean approximately the utterance and its meta-linguistic situation or context. 2 further terms are introduced, which look above word level. These are 1. Word order and thematic structure, 2000, 211 through 31, called démarche in the French original. 2. Connectors, page 231 through 46, called charnières in the original, which are cohesive links, discourse markers, however, first, etc., deixis, pronouns and demonstrative pronouns such as this, that, and punctuation. This level of analysis presages to some extent the higher level text and discourse-based analysis considered in chapters 5 and 6 of this book. Another important parameter taken into account by Vinay and Darbonnet is that of servitude and option. Servitude refers to obligatory transpositions and modulations due to a difference between the 2 language systems. Option refers to non-obligatory changes that are due to the translator's own style and preferences. Clearly, this is a crucial difference. Vinay and Darbonnet stress, page 816, that is the option, the realm of stylistics that should be the translator's main concern. The role of the translator is then to choose from among the available options to express the nuances of a message. The authors continue by giving, page 30 to 31, a list of 5 steps for the translator to follow in moving from ST to TT. These are 1. Identify the units of translation. 2. Examine the SL text, evaluating the descriptive, affective, and intellectual content of the units. 3. Reconstruct the metalinguistic context of a message. 4. Evaluate the stylistic effects. 5. Produce and revise the TT. These 4 steps are also followed by Vinay and Darbonnet in their analysis of published translations. As far as the key question, the unit of translation, is concerned, the authors reject the individual word. They consider the unit of translation to be a combination of a lexicological unit and a unit of thought, and define it, 1995-21, as the smallest segment of the utterance whose signs are linked in such a way that they should not be translated individually. In the original French version, 1958, 275 through 77, an example is given of the division or decoupage of a short ST and TT into the units of translation. The divisions proposed include examples of individual words, e.g. he, but grammatically linked groups such as the watch, to look, fixed expressions as from time to time, and semantically linked groups, e.g. to glance away. In new analyses, in the later English version of the book, the units are rather longer. For example, the groupings of signons sanguins, if we speak of, and in Grande-Bretagne or Japan, in Great Britain, Japan, are each given as a single unit. To facilitate analysis where oblique translation is used, Vinay and Darbonnet suggest numbering the translations into units into both the ST and the TT. For an example, see Table 4.2 in the case study section below. The units which here have the same number in each text can then be compared to see which translation's procedure has been adopted. Catford and translation shifts. 4.2. Although Binet and Darbonnet do not use the word shift in discussing translation shift, this is in effect as what they are describing. The term itself seems to originate with Catford's A Linguistic Theory of Translation, 1965, where he devotes a chapter to the subject. Catford, 1965-20, follows the Firthian Hallidaean linguistic model, which analyzes language as communication, operating functionally in context on a range of different levels, e.g. phonology, graphology, grammar, lexis, and ranks, sentence, clause, group, word, morpheme, etc. As far as translation is concerned, Catford makes an important distinction between formal correspondence and textual equivalence, which was later to be developed by Kohler. See Chapter 3. 1. A formal correspondent is any TL category, unit, class, element of structure, etc., which can be said to occupy as nearly as possible the same place in the economy of the TL as in the given SL category occupies in the SL. Catford, 1965-27. A textual equivalent is any TL text or portion of text which is observed on a particular occasion to be equivalent of a given SL text or portion of a text. Textual equivalence is thus tied to a particular STTT pair, while formal equivalence is a more general system-based concept between a pair of languages. When the two concepts diverge, a language shift is deemed to have occurred. In Catford's own words, 2000-141, language shifts are thus departures from formal correspondence in the process of going from the SL to the TL. Catford considers two kinds of shift. 1. Shift of level, and 2. Shift of category. 1. A level shift, 2000-141-3, would be something which is expressed by grammar in one language and lexis in another. This, for example, could be an aspect in Russian being translated by lexical verb in English, e.g., ignat to play, and siglat to finish playing. Or cases where the French conditional corresponds to a lexical item in English, e.g., trois touristes variant 8 tués, literally 3 tourists would have been killed, equals 3 tourists have been reported killed. Most of Catford's analysis is given over to category shifts, 2000-143-7. These are divided into 4 kinds. Structural shifts. These are said by Catford to be the most common form of shift and to involve mostly a shift in grammatical structure. For example, the subject program plus verb plus direct object of structures like I like jazz and j'aime le jazz in English and German are translated by an indirect object pronoun plus verb plus subject noun structure in English. In Spanish, me gusta el jazz, and in Italian, mi piace il jazz. Clash shifts. These comprise shifts from one part of speech to another. An example given by Catford is the English a medical student and the French un étudiant en médecine, where the English pre-modifying adjective medical is translated by the adverbial qualifying phrase en médecine. Unit shifts or rank shifts. These are shifts where the translation's equivalence in TL is a different rank from SL. Rank here refers to the hierarchical linguistic units of the sentence, clause, group, word, or morpheme. Intrasystem shifts. These are shifts that take place when the SL and TL possess approximately corresponding systems, but where the translation involves a selection of a non-corresponding term in the TL system, 2000-146. Examples given between French and English are number and article systems, where, although similar systems operate in the two languages, they do not always correspond. Thus, advice, singular in English, becomes des conseils, plural in French, and the French definite article in la in il a la jambe cassée corresponds to the English indefinite article in bay in he has a broken leg. Catford's book is an important step to apply translation advances in linguistics in a systematic fashion. However, his analysis of interest system shifts betrays some of the weaknesses of his approach. From his comparison of the use of French and English article systems in short parallel text, Catford concludes 1965, 81, 82 that the French les, la, les will have English the as its translation equivalent with a probability 0.65, supporting his statement that translation equivalent does not entirely match formal correspondence. This kind of scientific-like statement of probability, which characterizes Catford's whole approach and was linked to the growing interest in machine translation at the time, was later heavily criticized by, among others, DeLeo, 1982, for a static comparative linguistic approach. Henry, 1984, revisiting Catford's book 20 years after publication, considers the work to be, by large, of historical academic interest only, on page 157. He, however, does try, page 155, to point out the usefulness of Catford's final chapter on the limits of translatability. Of particular interest is Catford's assertion that translation equivalence depends on communicative features such as function, relevance, situation, and culture, rather than just on formal linguistic criteria. However, as Catford himself notes, page 94, deciding what is functionally relevant in a given situation is inevitably a matter of opinion. Despite the steps taken by Catford to consider the communicative function of the SL item, and despite the basis of his terminology being founded on a functional approach to language, the main criticism of Catford's book is that his examples are almost all idealized, i.e. invented and not taken from actual translations and decontextualized. He never looks at whole text, only even above the level of a sentence. 4.3. Czech writing on translation shifts. Other writing on translation shifts in the 1960s and 1970s from the then Czechoslovakia introduces a literary aspect, that of the expressive function or style of a text. Jiří Levy's groundbreaking work on literary translation, Umění překladu, 1963, translated into German as Die literarische Übersetzung, Theorie einer Kunstgattung, Levy, 1969, links into the translation of the Prague School of Structural Linguistics. In this book, Levi looks closely at the translation of the surface structure of the ST and the TT, with particular attention to poetry translations, and sees literary translation as both a reproductive and a creative labor, with the ground of equivalent aesthetic effect, pages 16.5 through 9. He also gives a categorization of features of text where equivalence may need to be achieved. These are, page 19, denotative meaning, connotation, stylistic arrangement, syntax, sound repetition, rhythm, etc., vowel length, and articulation. Their importance in a translation depends on the type of text. Thus, vowel length and articulation must not vary in dubbing, while in a technical text, denotative meaning is of prime importance and must not vary. Levy's work was crucial for the development of translation theory in Czechoslovakia before his early death, and has subsequently influenced scholars internationally. Another of his papers, Translation as the Decision Process, 1967-2000, has also had an important impact relating to the gradual semantic shifting of translators' linguistic choices to game theory. Hence, Levi sees real-world translations as being pragmatic. The translator resolves for that one of the possible solutions which promises a maximum of effect with a minimum of effort. That is to say, intuitively resolves for the so-called minimax strategy. Levi, 1967-2000, 156. Two other papers on translation shifts by Czech writers were published in the influential volume, The Nature of Translation, Essays on the Theory and Practice of Literary Translations, Holmes, 1970. František Miko concentrates on discussing different theoretical aspects of what he terms shifts of expression or style in translation. He maintains, Miko, 1970-66, that retaining the expressive character or style of the ST is the main and perhaps only goal of the translator. Miko suggests an analysis of style under categories such as operativity, iconicity, subjectivity, affectation, prominence, and contrast. In the same volume, Anton Popovich, 1970 to 85, emphasizes the importance of the shift of expression concept. An analysis of the shifts of the expression applied to all levels of the text will bring to light the general system of the translation with its dominant and subordinate elements. This is an important development. Shift analysis can be seen as a way of influencing the system of norms which governs the translation process, a concept which is discussed in more detail in Chapter 7. Popovich, page 80, in terms very similar to Levi's, relates shifts to the literal and versus free debate, considering them to arise from the tension between the original text and the translation ideal, and to be the result of the translator's conscious effort faithfully to reproduce the aesthetic totality of the original. A clarification of these principles are to be seen in Popovich's short Dictionary for the Analysis of Literary Translations, 1976, where the entry, adequacy of translation, is defined as synonymous with both faithfulness to the original and stylistic equivalent in translation. Stylistic equivalence is itself defined, page 6, as functional equivalence of elements in both the original and translation, aiming at an expressive identity with an invariant of identical meaning. However, in their articles, neither Popovich nor Miko applies the idea in detail to the analysis of translated text. 4.4. Van Leeuwen-Swart's comparative descriptive model of translation shifts. The most detailed attempt to produce and apply a model of shift analysis has been carried out by Kitty van Leeuwen-Swart of Amsterdam. Van Leeuwen-Swart's model takes as its point of departure some of the categories proposed by Binet and Darbonnet and Levi, and applies them to the descriptive analysis of a translation, attempting both to systemize comparison and to build in a discourse framework above the sentence level. Originally published in Dutch in 1984 as a doctoral thesis, it is more widely known in its abbreviated English version, which consists of 2 articles in Target, Van Leeuwen-Swart, 1989-1990. The model is intended for the description of integral translation of fictional text, 1989. Like Popovich, Van Leeuwen-Swart considers the trends identified with these complementary models provide indications of the translational norms adopted by the translator. The characteristics of each model are as follows. 1. The comparative model, 1989-1955-70, involves a detailed comparison of ST and TT and a classification of all the microstructural shifts within sentences, clauses, and phrases. And Leeuwen-Swart's method, 1989, 155-7, is as follows. 1. Van Leeuwen-Swart first divides selected passages into comprehensible textual units called transemes. She sat up quickly is classed as a transeme, as is its corresponding Spanish TT phrase, se enderezó. Then next she defines the architranseme, which is the variant core sense of the ST transeme. This serves as an interlingual comparison or tertium comparationis. See Chapter 3. In the above example, the architranseme is to sit up. A comparison is then made of each separate transeme with the architranseme, and the relationship between 2 transemes is established. If both transemes have a synonymic relationship with the architranseme, no shift is determined to have occurred. The absence of a synonymic relationship indicates a shift in translation, and shifts are divided into 3 categories with numerous subcategories. The main categories are modulation, modification, and mutation. These are explained in Table 4.1. An illustrative example of the application of the story is a following quotation from a short story by Catherine Mansfield and its Spanish translation. As to the boy, well, thank heaven, mother had taken him. He was mother's or Beryl's or anyone who wanted him. En cuanto al pequeño, menos mal, por fortuna, su madre se había encargado de él. era suyo o de better o de cualquiera lo que lo quisiera. In Van Leeuwen's Sword, 190 and 85. Table 1. Main categories of Van Leeuwen's comparative model from Van Leeuwen's 1989. Category of shift, modulation, page 159 to 64. Definition: one of the transemes tallies with the archic transeme, but the other two differ either semantically or stylistically. The sit-up example would be classified as modulation because the English phrase has an extra element. Quickly. Modification, pages 165 through 8. Both transemes show some form of disjunction, semantically, stylistically, syntactically, pragmatically, or some combination of these compared to the archic transeme. For example, you had to cry and hacía llorar. It caused you to cry. Mutation, pages 168 through 9. It is impossible to establish an archic transeme either because of addition, deletion, or some radical change in meaning in the TT. Focusing on the ST transeme mothers and the TT transeme suya, literally hers, Van Leeuwen's identifies two microshifts. 1. Syntactic, semantic modification. The noun plus Saxon genitive, mothers, becomes a possessive noun, suyo. Syntactic pragmatic modifications, the selection of mothers rather than hers, means that the more pragmatic information is supplied to the reader in English ST rather than the Spanish TT, where the reader has to understand the link to madre. Once all the shifts are identified and categorized on this low microstructural level, the number of occurrences in each category is totaled, and their cumulative effect is then calculated by using a descriptive model. 2. The descriptive model, Van Leeuwen's 1989, 179 through 9, is a macrostructural model designed for the analysis of translated literature. It is based on concepts borrowed from narratology, Ball, 1985, and stylistics, Leach and Short, 1981. It attempts to interweave the concepts of a discourse level, this linguistic expression of the fictional world, and story level, the narration of the text, including narratorial point of view, with three linguistics: metafunction, interpersonal, ideational, and textual. Van Leeuwen illustrates the perceived interaction of these elements by means of a complex chart, 190 through 987, that matches the specific micro and macrostructural shifts for each function on the discourse and story level. For example, each case of syntactic pragmatic modulation is said to affect the interpersonal function on the story level. Thus, in the mother suyo example above, the extra pragmatic information provided by mothers in ST is not necessary. However, its presence emphasizes the relationship, which might serve to stress the mother's disinterest in looking after the baby. Van Leeuwen's 190-85. This disappears in the TT, shifting the interpersonal nature of the narrative. The analytical model involves totaling the number of instances of each kind of shift in 5,000-word extracts and examining the patterns that emerge. The model has been applied by around 70 of Van Leeuwen's postgraduate students to Dutch translations of mainly Spanish and Latin American literary texts. The result shows a preponderance of semantic shifts, while specifications and explanations are also frequent. Van Leeuwen's 190-92-3 considers the translation strategy of the work she analyzes to be TT-oriented, with a consequent emphasis on acceptability in the target culture. This extra step of relating the result to higher-level discourse considerations and attempting to identify the norms in operation means that Van Leeuwen's model goes further than the main linguistic comparisons which characterize Venet and Darbonnet and Catford's work. This is an important development and ties in with Turi's work on norms and acceptability, which is discussed in Chapter 7. There are, however, drawbacks to this model, and these drawbacks relate to taxonomies in general. First, as Van Leeuwen herself particularly recognizes, 1989, 153-4, the comparative model is extremely complex. There are practical implications in allocating the different kinds of shift since there are 8 different categories and 37 subcategories, all not clearly differentiated. Second, keeping track of all the shifts through a long text is also difficult. It may be that this second problem can be overcome to some extent by computer-assisted analysis of electronic text. See Chapter 11. Third, the use of the architranseme as an equivalence measure encounters the same kind of problems concerning its subjectivity as we saw with the tertium comparationes in Chapter 3. Finally, the statistical matching of category skills shift to metafunctions and story discourse level does not appear to discriminate between the relative importance of different examples of each category. It exposes itself to some of the criticisms made about the number crunching application of stylistics. What needs to be developed is a detailed critical analysis of the effects of the microshifts on the realization of the communicative situation and the narrative structure. Case study. Over the years, René and Darbonnet's model has exerted considerable influence on translation theorists. We use it as a basis for this case study, applying it to a short illustrative text. The text is a brief extract about the area of Greenwich in London, taken from a tourist brochure for boat tours on the River Thames. Boxes 4.1 and 4.2 are extracts from the English ST and the French TT, respectively. Following the model outlined in Section 4.2, we first divide the ST into units of translation and match these units with the TT segments. Table 4.2 shows this division. The first problem to arise are the boundaries of segmentation, what René and Darbonnet have had defined as the smallest segment that can be translated in isolation. Often there are simultaneous lexical correspondence between both small and longer segments. For example, ST Translation Unit 13, built by the Romans, but can be considered as 3 separate clearly understandable segments built in by and the Romans. Similarly, ST Units 23 with Archbishop Alphege and 24 as hostage could be considered as a single unit of thought. The par of TT Unit 12, par la Old Dover Road, could also be a separate unit, being an addition to the equivalent of the ST unit. This type of translation segmentation problem recurs constantly. Characterization of the translations of ST units from Table 4.2 are shown in Box 4.3. Here's Box 4.2, Greenwich. Les investisseurs venant du continent passant par cette ancienne ville par bateau ou par la Old Dover Road, construite par les Romans pour se rendre à la capitale. In 1012, la Danoise Amarante Luz Dracars à Greenwich avant la razir Canterbury and de revenir avec l'archevêque Alphege prise en otage puis assassiné. Les ouvres se trouvent désormais. L'église portant son nom. Segmentation of the text into units of translation. ST English. Greenwich. The ancient town of Greenwich has been a gateway to London for over 1,000 years. Invaders passed. French. Greenwich. Les investisseurs venant du continent passant par cette ville, ancienne ville. Either by ship or the Old Dover Road built by the Romans on their way to the capital. Par bateau ou par les Old Dover Road construite par les Romans pour se rendre à la capitale. In 1012, the Danes, les Danois, moored their longship Amarant sur le Traz at Greenwich, and raided Canterbury avant de razir Canterbury, returning de revenir with Archbishop Alphege, son l'archevêque Alphege, as hostage pris en otage, and later puis murdering him assassiné on the spot là-haut, where the church named after him now stands. Se trouvait désormais l'église portant son nom. Box 4-3. The title, which is originally borrowing from English to French of the name Greenwich, which has become a standard literary translation. The corresponding unit in TT is Cette Ancienne Vie, located after Unit 7 into TT. There is thus word order shift. In addition, the change from ST, repetition of Greenwich, to the TT connector, Cette Ancienne Vie, is an example of economy and of transposition, proper noun, demonstrative pronoun. Omission. A gateway is only hinted in the French by the preposition pas after Unit 7. Again, this is economy and transposition, noun to a preposition, omission, transportation, transposition, preposition from verb to preposition plus article venant d'où. This is also amplification, literal translation, omission, literal translation, supplementation, a specific kind of amplification involving the addition of pow, borrowing old overrode, though with the addition of the article la. Literal translation, though there's change in punctuation. Transposition, adverbial adjunct, on their way, a verbal phrase, pour se rendre. There's also modulation of the message here, effect, cause. Literal translation. This should be classed as fixed modulation, whole part that the origin of Drakkar is the dragon sculpture on the prow of the longboat. Literal translation. Change of the connector and to avante. Literal translation. Amplification, addition of connector and indicating indicating logical relationship. Literal translation including the borrowing of the name alphage with a change in graphology, alphage with ph. Amplification, addition of pli, economy with omission of connector, and later puis, change of point of view, cause to effect murdering him, assassiné. 27. Economy, deictic transposition of noun by demonstration, on the spot where, là-où. Units 28 and 29 show word order shifts in addition to ST. Unit 28 shows cause-effect modulation, named after him, portant son nom, at the prepositional phrase, a noun phrase. Word order shift and modulation change of point of view, involving different limit of time. Now, désormais. Discussion of case study. Analysis of this box shows around 13 direct translations out of 29 translation units. In other words, a little under half of the translations might be termed as direct, and more complex cultural procedures as equivalence and adaptation are absent. Most of the oblique translation procedures revealed affect the lexical or syntactic level, though there is some shift in prosody and structure. The figures can only be approximate because there is a crucial problem of determining the translation unit, and the boundaries between the categories are vague. Some units, e.g. Units 2 and 14, show that more than one shifts. Others, e.g. Units 4 and 19, pose particular problems of evaluation. Most importantly, although Venet and Darbonnet purport to describe the translation process, their model, in fact, focuses on the translation product. Unlike Van Leeuwen-Swart's later model, there is no incorporation of higher-level discourse considerations, nor a means of discussing the effect the changes might have on the reader. Summary: the 1950s and 1960s saw the emergence of attempts at detailed taxonomies of small linguistic changes, shifts, and STTT pairs. Venet and Darbonnet's classic taxonomy continues to exert influence today and was useful in bringing to light a wide range of different translation techniques. However, like Hatford, who in 1960 applied a systematic contrastive linguistic approach to translations, theirs is a static linguistic model. Fuzziness of category boundaries and the automatic counting of shifts are the problems that have continued to affect later attempts, such as Van Leeuwen-Swartz, whose model tries to systemize the evaluation of an STTT pair and relate shifts to a higher discourse levels. Another approach to the analysis of shifts came from Czechoslovakia in the 1960s and 1970s, where Levi Popovich and Miko paid greater attention to the translation of style. For further reading. C. LaRose, 1989, and Hermans, 1999, for further discussion of models described here. As noted above, Vinet and Darbonnet's models have been adapted for other language pairs, notably Malblanc, 1963, and Vasquez-Ayora, 1977. The Czech school approach is worthy of further attention, especially Levi, 1969, has many fine insights into the translation of literature. Monin, 1963, is an early linguistic model from France, while the strong Russian tradition can be followed up in Fyodorov, 1968, and Schweitzer, 1987. From USA, Malone, 1988, presents another detailed theoretical model.
This is the end of Side 5, to be continued on Side 6.
This is Side 06 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Applications by Jeremy Munday. Continuing on page 70, your reader for this section is Felicity Roger. Discussion and research points. 1. Look at the analysis in the case study. Are there points where you disagree with the analysis? What does this tell us about the use of this kind of model? 2. Boxes 4.4 to 4.6 are extracts from the German, Italian and Spanish TTs of the case study extract. Analyze these TTs into units of translation and the translation procedures that have been followed. Using Vinet and Delbelnet's model, how does the analysis differ from that of the French translation? 3. Read Vinet and Delbelnet's own description of their model and try applying it to STT pairs in your own language. Make a list of phenomena that are easy and difficult to categorize using their model. Are there any language combinations for which their taxonomy is problematic? 4. Follow up the description of the Van Leeuwen-Zwart's model in Target. Try to apply it to an ST-TT pair of your choice and summarize the results obtained. How far do you consider the criticisms of the model, see section 4.4 above, to be justified? 5. Beaugrand, 1978-11, gives the following dismissal of Catford's book, Catford's Theory of Translation. Stands as an allegory of the limitations of linguistics at that time. However, read Catford's theory in full and list its strengths and possible applications. 6. The Czech school of Levy, Podovic and Majko was influential in its time, but is little mentioned in current theory. Look at what they wrote. How different are they from other writers on translation shifts? How practical do you think it is to analyze stylistic shifts? Look, too, at one more recent work on the translation of style by Parks, 1998. 7. Imagine you have been asked to draw up a taxonomy specifically for the analysis of translations produced by trainee translators. Try putting together a classification, using and adapting whatever elements you see as useful from the models set out in this chapter. If possible, ask others to test out and evaluate your model according to how systematic, practical and useful it is. Box 4.4, Greenwich, a translation in German, 4.5, Greenwich, a translation in Italian, and box 4.6, Greenwich, a translation in Spanish. Chapter 5, Functional Theories of Translation. Key Concepts. Functional theories from Germany in the 1970s through 1980s mark a move away from static linguistic typologies. Rees stresses equivalence at text level, linking language functions to text types and translation strategies. Holtz Mantari's theory of translation action, a communicative process involving a series of plays. Vermeer Skop's theory of translation strategy, depending on purpose of TT, is expanded in Rees and Vermeer. Nord's translation-orientated text analysis, a functional approach with more attention to ST. Key texts. Holtz, Mantari, J., 1984. Translations, Hölderlin. Theories and Method, Helsinki, Suomenlinkin Taidolekemia. Nord, C., 1988 through 91. Text Analysis in Translation, Theory, Methodology, and Didactic Application of a Model for Translation-Orientated Text Analysis. Amsterdam, Rodopi. Nord, C., 1997. Translating as a Purposeful Activity. Functionalist Approach Explained. Manchester, St. Jerome. Rees, K., 1971 to 2000. Wolojinkin en Zakren des Unstbeck. Munich, Max Haber, translated by E. Rhodes, 2000, as Translation Criticism, Potential and Limitations, Manchester, St. Jerome, and American Bible Society. Rees, K., 1977 to 89, Text Types, Translation Types, and Translation Assessment, translated by A. Chesterman in A. Chesterman, ed. 1989, pages 105 to 115. Rees, K., 1981 to 2000, Type, Kind, and Individuality of Text, Decision-Making in Translation, translated by S. Kitron in L. Venturi, ed. 2000, pages 160 to 71. Rees, K. and H. Vermeer, 1984, Grundlungen et Aluminium Translation Theory, Tübinger, Niebuhr. Vermeer H., 1989-2000, Scopus and Commission in Translation Action by L. Venuti, ed. 2000, pages 221 to 232. 5.0 Introduction. The 1970s and 1980s saw a move away from the static linguistic typologies of translation shifts and the emergence and flourishing in Germany of a functionalist and communicative approach to the analysis of translation. In this chapter, we look at 1. Katharina Ries's early work on text type and language function. 2. Gösta Holtz-Mantari's theory of translational action. 3. Hans J. Vermeer's Scopus theory, which centered on the purpose of the TT. 4. Christina Nord's more detailed text analysis model, which continued the functionalist tradition in the 1990s. 5.1 Text Type. Katharina Ries's work in the 1970s builds on the concept of equivalence, see Chapter 3, but views the text rather than the word or sentence as the level at which communication is achieved and at which equivalence must be sought. Ries, 1977-89, pages 113 to 114. Her functional approach aims initially at systematizing the assessment of translations. It borrows Karl Bühler's three-way categorization of the functions of language. Ries links the three functions to their corresponding language dimensions and to the text types or communicative situations in which they are used. These links can be seen in Table 5.1. The main characteristics of each text type are summarized by Ries, 1977 through 89, page 108 to 109, as follows. 1. Plain communication of facts, information, knowledge, opinions, etc. The language dimension used to translate the information is logical or referential. The concept or topic is the main focus of the communication, and the text type is informative. 2. Creative composition. The author uses the aesthetic dimension of language. The author, or sender, is foregrounded, as well as the form of the message, and the text type is expressive. 3. Introducing behavioral responses. The aim of the appellative function is to appeal to or persuade the reader or receiver of the text to act in a certain way. A form of language is dialogic. The focus is appellative, and Ries calls this text type operative. 4. Audiomedial texts, such as films and visual and spoken advertisements, which supplement the other three functions with visual images, music, etc. This is Ries's fourth type, which is not represented in Table 5.1. Examples of text varieties or genres, text sorte, associated with each of the three text types are given by Ries, 1976-20, and presented visually by Chesterman, see Figure 5.1. Following this diagram, the reference work is the text variety, which is the most fully informative text type. The poem is a highly expressive, form-focused type, and an advertisement is the clearest operative text type, attempting to persuade someone to buy or do something. Listings under Column 1. Language function, language dimension, text focus, TT should, translation method. Categories in Column 2. Informative. informative, representing objects and facts, logical, content-focused, transmit referential content, plain purpose, explanation as required. List under column 3, expressive. Expressive, expressing sender's attitude, aesthetic, form-focused, transmit aesthetic form, identifying method, adopt perspective of ST author. Fourth column, characteristics. Appellative, making an appeal to text receiver, dialogic, appellative focused, elicit desired response, adaptive equivalent effect. Figure 5.1. Rees's text types and text varieties, Chesterman 1989, 105, based on a handout prepared by Roland Freenhoff. It's a triangle, informative at the top, bottom left expressive, bottom right operative. Within the triangle are the following words: reference work, report, lecture, operative instructions, tourist brochure, biography, official speech, sermon, play, poem, satire, electoral speech, advertisement. Between these poles are positioned a host of hybrid of types. Thus, a biography might be somewhere between the informative and expressive types, since it provides information about the subject while also partly performing the expressive function of a piece of literature. Similarly, a sermon gives information about the religion, while fulfilling the operative function by attempting to persuade the congregation to a certain way of behaving. Despite the existence of such hybrid types, Rees, 1977-89, page 109, states that the transmission of the predominant function of the ST is the determining factor by which the TT is judged. She suggests specific translation methods according to text type, Rees, 1976-20. These methods occupy the last two rows of table 5.1 and can be described as follows. 1. The TT of an informative text should transmit the full referential or conceptual content of the ST. The translation should be in plain prose, without redundancy, and with the use of explanation when required. 2. The TT of an expressive text should transmit the aesthetic and artistic form of the ST. The translation should use the identifying method, with the translator adopting the standpoint of the ST author. 3. The TT of an operative text should produce the desired response in the TT receiver. The translation should employ the adaptive method, creating an equivalent effect among TT readers. 4. Audio-medial texts require the supplementary method, supplementing written words with visual images and music. Rees, 1971, pages 54 through 88, also lists a series of intralinguistic and extralinguistic instructional criteria, by which the adequacy of a TT may be assessed. These are: 1. Intralinguistic criteria, semantic, lexical, grammatical, and stylistic features. 2. Extralinguistic criteria, situation, subject field, time, place, receiver, sender, and affective implications, humour, irony, emotion, etc. Although interrelated, the importance of these criteria vary according to text type. Rees, 1971, page 69. For example, the translation of any content-focused text should first aim at preserving semantic equivalence. However, while a news item, TT would probably place grammatical criteria in second place. A popular science book would pay more attention to the individual style of the ST. Similarly, Rees, page 62, feels that it is more important for a metaphor to be retained in the translation of an expressive text than in any informative TT, where translation of its semantic value alone will be sufficient. There are, of course, occasions, as Rees allows, 1977-89, page 114, when the function of the TT may differ from that of the ST. An example she gives is Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels. Originally written as a satirical novel to attack the government of the day, i.e. a mainly operative text, it is nowadays normally read and translated as ordinary entertaining fiction, i.e. an expressive text. Alternatively, a TT may have a different communicative function from the ST. An operative election address in one language may be translated for analysis in another country interested in finding out what policies have been presented and how, i.e. as an informative and expressive text. 5.1.1 Discussion of the text type approach. Rees's work is important because it moves translation theory beyond a consideration of lower linguistic levels, the mere words on the page, beyond even the effect they create, towards a consideration of the communicative purpose of translation. However, over the years there have been a number of criticisms of Rees's work. These are summarized by Fawcett, 1997, page 106 to 108. One of the criticisms is why there should only be 3 types of language function. Nord, although working in the same functionalist tradition as Rees, perhaps implicitly accepts this criticism by feeling the need to add a 4th, phatic function, covering language that establishes or maintains contact between the parties involved in the communication. Nord, 1997, page 40, see also section 5.4 below. A similar example would be a greeting or a phrase such as ladies and gentlemen that is used to signal the start of a formal speech or an announcement made by a company employee to clients. There are also question marks as to how Rees's proposed translation methods are to be applied in the case of a specific text. Even the apparently logical plain prose method for the informative text can be called into question. Business and financial texts in English contain a large number of simple and complex metaphors. Markets are bullish and bearish, profits soar, peak, dive and plummet, while carpetbaggers besiege building sites and banks employ a scorched earth policy in the face of hostile takeover bids. Some of these have a fixed translation in another language, but the more complex and individualistic metaphors do not. Similarly, the translation of business texts into English requires more than just attention to the informative value of the ST, since such a method could create an English TT that is lacking in the expressive function of language. The above example contains an important criticism for Rees's whole theory, namely whether text types can really be differentiated. A business report, classed by Rees as a strongly informative text, can also show a strongly expressive side. It may also have several functions in the source culture, as an informative text for the company's directors, and as an operative text to persuade the shareholders and market analysts that the company is being run efficiently. In Figure 5.1, the biography could also easily have an appellative function, endeavouring to persuade the reader to adopt a particular stance towards the subject. And an advertisement, while normally appellative, can have an artistic, expressive or informational function. Coexistence of functions within the same ST and the use of the same ST for a variety of purposes are evidence of the fuzziness that fits uneasily into Rees's clear divisions. Finally, the translation method employed depends on far more than just text type. The translator's own role and purpose, as well as socio-cultural pressures, also affect the kind of translation strategy that is adopted. This is a key question in the rest of this chapter and also in Chapter 6. 5.2. Translational Action. The translational action model proposed by Holtz-Mantari, Translations Handle Theory and Method, takes up concepts from communication theory and action theory with the aim, amongst others, of providing a model and guidelines applicable to a wide range of professional translation situations. Translational action views translation as purpose-driven, outcome-orientated, human interaction, and focuses on the process of translating as messenger transmitting compounds involving intercultural transfer. It is not about translating words, sentences, or text, but is in every case about guiding the intended cooperation over cultural barriers, enabling functionally orientated communication. Holtz, Mantari, 1984, pages 7 through 8, translated. Interlingual translation is described as functional action from a source text and as a communicative process involving a series of roles and players. Page 901 to 911. The initiator, the company or individual who needs the translation. The commissioner, the individual who contracts the translator. The ST producer, the individual within the company who writes the ST, not necessarily always involved in the TT production. The TT producer, the translator, the TT user, the person who uses the TT, for example, as teaching material or sales literature, the TT receiver, the final recipient of the TT, for example, the students in the TT user's class or clients reading the translated sales literature. These players each have their own specific primary and secondary goals. The text selected by Holtz-Montari for her detailed case study, page 129 to 148, are the instructions for installing a composite toilet. The roles of the different participants in the translational action are analysed. In the case of the professional translator faced with such a text, the likely goals are primarily to earn money, the secondary to fulfill the contract and to process the text message, page 138. According to the analysis given, the translator may be a non-expert both in the text type and specific subject area. Extra input of such subject area knowledge would need to come from the ST writer within the company. Translational action focuses very much on producing a TT that is functionally communicative for the receiver. This means, for example, that the form and genre of the TT must be guided by what is functionally suitable in the TT culture, rather than by merely copying the ST profile. What is functionally suitable has to be determined by the translator, who is the expert in translational action and whose role is to make sure that the intercultural transfer takes place satisfactorily. In the translational text operations, the term Holtz-Montari uses for the production of the TT, the ST is analysed solely for its construction and functional profile, page 139 to 48. Relevant features are described according to the age-old split of content and form, page 126. 1. Content, structured by what are called tectonics, is divided into A. Functional information and B. Overall communicative strategy. 2. Form, structured by texture, is divided into A. Terminology and B. Cohesive elements. The needs of the receiver are the determining factors for the TT. Thus, as far as terminology is concerned, a technical term in an ST manual may require clarification for a non-technical TT user. Additionally, in order to maintain cohesion for the TT reader, a single term will need to be translated consistently, page 144. 5.2.1 Discussion of the model of translational action. The value of Holtz-Montari's work is the placing of translation, or at least the professional non-literary translation which she describes, within its sociocultural context, including the interplay between the translator and the initiating institution. She later also describes the professional profile of the translator, Holtz-Montari, 1986. Some scholars offer fulsome praise. Holtz-Montari's concept of translational action is considered relevant for all types of translation, and the theory is held to provide guidelines for every decision to be taken by the translator. Schneeffer, 1997, page 5. The inclusion of real-world commercial translation constraints is welcome in addressing some of the decisions faced by translators. However, the model could be criticized, not least for the complexity of its jargon, for example, message transmitter compounds, which does little to explain practical translation situations for the individual translator. Also, since one of the aims of the model is to offer guidelines for intercultural transfer, it is disappointing that it fails to consider cultural difference in more detail, or in the kinds of terms proposed by the culturally orientated models discussed in Chapter 8 and 9. Nord, 1991, page 28, also takes issue with Holtz-Montari's disregard to the ST. She stresses that while functionality is the most important criteria for a translation, this does not allow the translator absolute license. There needs to be a relationship between ST and TT, and the nature of this relationship is determined by the purpose or Skopos. 5.3 Skopos theory. Skopos is the Greek word for aim or purpose and was introduced into translational theory in the 1970s by Hans J. Vermeer as a technical term for the purpose of a translation and of the action of translating. The major work on Skopos theory, Skopos Theory, is Granelda N. Alumi Translations, Groundwork for a General Theory of Translation, a book Vermeer co-authored with Katharina Rees and Vermeer, 1984. Although Skopos theory predates Holtz-Martinari's theory of translational action, it can be considered to be a part of the same theory, as it deals with the translational action which is ST-based, which has to be negotiated and performed, and which has a purpose and a result. Vermeer, 1989, 2000, page 221. Skopos theory focuses above all on the purpose of the translation, which determines the translation methods and strategies that are to be employed in order to produce a functionally adequate result. This result is the TT, which Vermeer calls the translatum. Therefore, in Skopos theory, knowing why an ST is to be translated and what the function of the TT will be are crucial for the translator. As the title of their 1984 book suggests, Rees and Vermeer aim at a general translation theory for all texts. The first part sets out a detailed explanation of Vermeer's Skopos theory. The second part, Special Theories, adapts Rees's functional text type model to the general theory. In this chapter, for reasons of space, we concentrate on the basic underlying rules of the theory. Rees and Vermeer, 1984, page 119. These are: 1. A translatum, or TT, is determined by its Skopos. 2. A TT is an offer of information about, in a target culture, and TL concerning an offer of information in a source culture, and SL. 3. A TT does not initiate an offer of information in a clearly visible way. 4. A TT must be internally coherent. 5. A TT must be coherent with the ST. 6. The 5 rules above stand in hierarchical order, with the Skopos rule predominating. Some explanation is required here. Rule 2 is important in that it relates the ST and TT to their function in their respective linguistic and cultural contexts. The translator is once again, as was the case with Holtz-Martinari's theory, the key player in a process of intercultural communication and production of the translatum. The irreversibility in point 3 indicates that the function of the translatum in its target culture is not necessarily the same as in the source culture. Rules 4 and 5 touch on general Skopos rules concerning how the success of the action and information transfer is to be judged. The coherence rule linked to internal textual coherence and the fidelity rule linked to intertextual coherence with the ST. The coherence rule states that the TT must be interpretable as coherent with the TT receiver's situation. Rees and Vermeer, 1984, page 113. In other words, the TT must be translated in such a way that it is coherent for the TT receivers, given their circumstances and knowledge. The fidelity rule merely states, page 114, that there must be coherence between the translatum and the ST, or, more specifically, between the ST information received by the translator, the interpretation the translator makes of this information, the information that is encoded for the TT receiver. However, the hierarchical order of the rules means that intertextual coherence, Rule 5, is of less importance than intratextual coherence, Rule 4, which in turn is subordinate to the Skopos, Rule 1. This downplaying, or dethroning as Vermeer terms it, of the status of the ST is a general fact of both Skopos and translational action theory. An important advantage of Skopos theory is that it allows the possibility of the same text being translated in different ways, according to the purpose of the TT and the commission which is given to the translator. In Vermeer's words, what the Skopos states is that one must translate consciously and consistently in accordance with some principle respecting the text target. The theory does not state what the principle is. This must be decided separately in each specific case. Vermeer, 1989, 2000, page 228. So, using Vermeer's own example, an ambiguity in a will written in French would need to be translated literally with a footnote or comment for a foreign lawyer dealing with the case. On the other hand, if the will appeared in a novel, the translator might prefer to find a slightly different ambiguity that works in the TL without the need for a formal footnote, so as not to interrupt the reading process. In order for the translational action to be appropriate for the specific case, the Skopos needs to be stated explicitly or implicitly in the commission, page 228. Vermeer describes the commission as comprising 1. A goal, and 2. The conditions under which that goal should be achieved, including deadline and fee, both of which should be negotiated between the commissioner and the translator. In this way, the translator should, as the expert, be able to advise the commissioner-client on the feasibility of the goal. The nature of the TT is primarily determined by its scopos, or commission, Vermeer 1989-2000, page 230. And adequacy comes to override equivalence as the measure of the translational action. In Rees and Vermeer, 1984, page 139, adequacy describes the relations between ST and TT as a consequence of observing a scopos during the translation process. In other words, if the TT fulfills the scopos outlined by the Commission, it is functionally and communicatively adequate. Equivalence is reduced to functional consistency between ST and TT, those cases where the function is the same for both ST and TT. However, functional consistency is seen to be the exception. 5.3.1 Discussion of Scopos Theory. Nord, 1997, page 109 to 22, and Schaeffner, 1997, page 237 to 38, discuss some of the criticisms that have been made of Scopos theory by other scholars. These include the following. 1. What purports to be a general theory is in fact only valid for non-literary texts. Literary texts are considered either to have no specific purpose and or to be far more complex stylistically. 2. Rees's text type approach and Vermeer's Scopos theory are in fact considering different functional phenomena and cannot be lumped together. 3. Scopos theory does not pay sufficient attention to the linguistic nature of the ST, nor to the reproduction of micro-level features in the TT. Even if the Scopos is adequately fulfilled, it may be inadequate at the stylistic or semantic levels of individual segments. Other possible criticisms are similar to those made by Holtz Mantari, namely that jargon such as translatum does little to further translation theory where workable terms already exist, and that consideration of cultural issues and differences must surely be essential when deciding on how, if at all, the Scopos can be achieved. Vermeer, 1989-2000, page 224, answers the first point above by stressing that goals, purposes, functions, and intentions are attributed to actions. Thus, a writer of a poem may have goals of having the resultant translatum, poem, published, and of keeping copyright over it so as to make money from its reproduction. He or she may also have the intention of creating something that exists for itself, art for art's sake. 2 points are at issue in the second criticism. To what extent does ST type determine translation method, and what is the logic of the link between ST type and translation scopos? Compare section 5.1 above. The third criticism, in particular, is tackled by another functionalist, Christina Nord, with her model of translation-orientated text analysis. 5.4 Translation-orientated text analysis. Christina Nord's text analysis in translation, 1988-91, presents a more detailed functional model incorporating elements of text analysis which examines text organization at or above sentence level. Nord first makes a distinction between two basic types of translation product and process, which are documentary translation and instrumental translation. Documentary translation serves as a document of a source culture communication between the author and the ST recipient. Nord, 1991, page 72. Such is the case, for example, in literary translation, where the TT allows the TT receiver access to the ideas of the ST, but where the reader is well aware that it is a translation. Other examples of documentary translation given by Nord are word for word and literal translation and exoticizing translation, page 73. In the latter, certain cultural-specific lexical items in the ST are retained in the TT in order to maintain the local color of the ST. For example, food items such as quark, Roggenbrot, and Wurst, from a German ST. An instrumental translation serves as an independent message-transmitting instrument in a new communicative action in the target culture, and is intended to fulfill its communicative purpose without the recipient being conscious of reading or hearing a text which, in a different form, was used before in a different communicative situation. Page 73. In other words, the TT receivers read the TT as though it were an ST written in their own language. The function may be the same for both ST and TT. For instance, a translated computer manual or software should fulfill the function of instructing the TT receiver in the same way as the ST does for the ST reader. Nord calls these function-preserving translations. However, she also gives examples of other kinds of translations where it is not possible to preserve the same function in translation. Such is the case with the translation of Swift's Gulliver's Travels for children, and with the translation of Homer into a novel for contemporary audiences. Nord's text analysis in translation is aimed primarily at providing translation students with a model of ST analysis which is applicable to all text types and translation situations. The model is based on a functional concept, enabling understanding of the function of ST features and the selection of translation strategies appropriate to the intended purpose of the translation. Nord, 1991, page 1. She thus shares many of the premises of Ries and Vermeer's work, as well as Holtz van Martinari's consideration of the other players in the translation action, but pays more attention to features of the ST. Nord's model involves analyzing a complex series of interlinked extra-textual factors, 1991, page 35 through 78, and intratextual features, page 79 to 129, in the ST. However, in her 1997 book, Translating as a Purposeful Activity, Nord proposes a more flexible version of the model. This new version synthesizes many of the elements described in this chapter and highlights three aspects of functionalists' approaches that are particularly useful in translator training. 1997, page 59. These are: 1. The importance of the translation commission, or translation brief, as Nord terms it. 2. The role of ST analysis. 3. A functional hierarchy of translation problems. 1. The importance of the translation commission. Nord, 1997, page 59 through 62. The translator needs to compare ST and TT profiles defined in the commission to see where the two texts may diverge. The translation commission should give the following information for both texts: the intended text functions, the addresses, sender and recipient, the time and place of text reception, the medium, speech and writing, the motive, why the ST was written and why it is to be translated. This information enables the translator to prioritize what information to include in the TT. In the example given by Nord, a brochure for Heidelberg University, the motive is the celebration of the 600th anniversary of its founding, and so clearly events surrounding the anniversary are important. 2. The role of ST analysis, page 62 through 67. Once the above ST-TT profiles have been compared, the ST can be analyzed to decide on functional priorities of the translation strategy. Nord's list of intratextual factors, 1991, page 79 through 129, is one possible model for the ST analysis. These factors are: subject matter, content including connotation and cohesion, presuppositions, real-world factors of the communicative situation presumed to be known to the participants, composition including microstructure and macrostructure, non-verbal elements, illustrations, italics, etc., lexic including dialect, register, and specific terminology, sentence structure, suprasegmental features including stress, rhythm, and stylistic punctuation. However, Nord stresses that it does not matter which text linguistic model is used. What is important, though, is that it includes a pragmatic analysis of the communicative situations involved, and that the same model be used for both source text and translation brief, thus making the results comparable. Nord, 1997, page 62. This provides some flexibility, although clearly the form of the analysis is crucial in determining which features are prioritized in the translation. 3. The functional hierarchy of translation problems. Nord establishes a functional hierarchy when undertaking a translation. A. The intended function of the translation should be decided, documentary or instrumental. B. Those functional elements that will need to be adapted to the TT address's situation have to be determined after analysis of the translation commission, as in 1 above. C. The translation type decides the translation style, source culture or target culture orientated. D. The problems of the text can then be tackled at a lower linguistic level, as in the ST analysis in 2 above. In many ways, this synthesized approach brings together strengths of the various functional and action theories. The translation commission analysis follows up the Holtz-Mantari's work on the players within the translational action. The intended text functions pursue Rees and Vermeer's scopos, but without giving overall dominance to the scopos. The ST analysis, influenced by Rees's work, gives due attention to the communicative function and genre features of the ST type and language, but without the rigidity of other taxonomies. In our case study, we therefore try out this synthesized approach on an ST. Case study. This case study is taken from a real-life translation commission. The ST in question is Usborne's Cookery School's Cooking for Beginners, an illustrated book of varied recipes to help British children aged 10 and over learn to cook. TTs were to be produced in a range of European languages for sale abroad. However, in order to keep costs down, the many illustrations were to be retained from the ST. Following Nord's terms above, it is clear that the kind of translation involved here is instrumental. The resulting TT is to function in the target culture as an independent message-transmitting text, with the TT receivers using it to learn how to cook. The ST-TT profiles in the Translation Commission would be as follows. The intended text functions. The ST has an informative function, transmitting information about cookery and specific recipes. It also has an appellative function, since it is appealing to children to act on what they read, to make the recipes and become interested in cooking and food. The TT will be function preserving as far as possible. The addressees. The ST addressees are probably both the British children aged 10 and over, mentioned above, and their parents, or other older children, relatives, carers, or friends, who are likely to be the purchasers of the book. Many of the recipes also presuppose some assistance from an adult. The TT addressees are the LT children aged 10 and over and their parents or other adults. The time and place of text reception. The ST was published in the UK in 1998. The TTs were to appear in Dutch, French, Italian and Spanish over the period 2000-2001. The time difference is therefore of little importance. The medium. The ST is a printed paperback book of 48 pages with many photographs and illustrations on each page. The TTs are to follow the same format, i.e. the words of the LT simply replace the SL words, but the illustrations remain the same. The motive. The ST has the purpose of teaching British children the basics of cooking in an entertaining way using tools and ingredients that are readily available. The TT has the purpose of doing the same for the TT children. The divergences in ST-TT profile, therefore, amount to the difference between the ST addressees and the TT addressees. However, this is a case not only of a difference in language. Were that the only criterion, then the words on the page could simply be transferred into the TL. There are also important differences of culture, especially regarding customs, experience, and presuppositions. These become evident during ST analysis. ST analysis. As noted in section 5.4 above, any pragmatic-orientated analysis is acceptable as long as it allows comparability between ST and TT. For reasons of space, we do not undertake a detailed analysis here, but shall pick out 3 elements from Nord's list of intralinguistic factors that are of particular relevance in the analysis of the present ST. 1. Non-verbal elements. 2. The register of the lexis. 3. Presuppositions. 1. Non-verbal elements. The features of medium noted above are crucial for the translation process and product. The illustrations cannot be altered, and the length of each TT caption instruction must not exceed the length of the corresponding ST caption instruction. Clearly, these are severe limitations on the translator. 2. The register of the lexis. This is a factor that is difficult for the translator to decide. There are two main relevant factors. One, as noted in the intended text functions, is that we are dealing with a recipe book, and, as is well known, recipes are a strictly organized text variety or genre, with conventions that vary interlingually. Thus, English tends to use imperative forms, cut the tomato, add the onion, etc., whereas some languages use infinitive forms. The other factor is related to appellative function, and the fact that the addressees are children. The lexis in the ST is consequently slightly simplified and rather more interpersonal than in most cookery books. For example, the warning, "Take care that you don't touch anything hot," is unlikely to be given to an adult, while the caption, "Bring the milk to the boil, then turn down the heat low so that it is bubbling very gently," uses the explicational "bubbling very gently" instead of the more complex and condensed word "simmer." The translator must aim to produce a similarly simplified TT that fulfills the same appellative function, as well as the informative function. Depending on the language, this may mean going against the conventions of the recipe and not using infinitive forms, since they tend to distance the addressee. 3. Presuppositions. The real problem for the translator of this text results from the divergence in cultural background between the TT and ST addressees. This becomes evident in analyzing the presuppositions implicit in the ST. A few examples are given in Box 5.1. Box 5.1. The selection of dishes: vegetable stir-fry, prawn and pepper pilaf, fudgy fruit crumble, and others may not exist in the TT culture. The presupposition in the ST is that the child will have seen these dishes, perhaps made by an adult, and understand what the final product is to look like. In target cultures where these dishes are unknown, the child and the adults may be unsure whether the recipe is turning out correctly. Changing the names of some of the recipes, for example, to Chinese vegetables, exotic rice, and hot fruit dessert, may make them more accessible to the TT receivers, although not necessarily easier to cook. Ingredients. Some ingredients, such as fresh ginger, pita bread, oven-baked chipped, and mini croutons, are very difficult to obtain in some countries. This means that either the whole recipe would be impossible to make, or the preparation of it would be different. In the TT, some of these ingredients can be altered to ones that are more readily available in the target culture. Cooking utensils. Utensils, such as kettles, garlic presses, and potato mashers, are not used in all cultures. In a recipe for creamy fish pie on page 12, a drawing of a potato masher is followed by the caption, "Crush the potato by pressing a potato masher down again and again on the chunks. Do it until there are no lumps left." The translator has to find a translation for potato masher that matches the picture, the recipe instructions, and the caption space. The Dutch and Italian translations give a single word, puree stamper and Schlatzenpatte, respectively. However, in the French and Spanish TTs, the translators tried to overcome the problem that potato mashers do not exist in their cultures by suggesting a different utensil, in each case orienting the translation towards the target culture. The French caption tells the reader to crash the potatoes, éclairs, or to use a blender, passer à la moulinex. In the Spanish, a fork is suggested, or an instrument like the one in the picture. Both translations are functionally adequate because they describe the picture, fit into the caption space, and enable the TT readers to produce the mashed potatoes. This is the end of side 6. Continue on side 7. This is side 7 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Applications by Jeremy Munday. Continuing on page 86, your reader for this section is Felicity Rogers. Discussion of case study. The kind of approach followed in the case study allows important elements of the translation process to be identified. Nord's model focuses more on the ST than do other functionalists. This focus enables individual and groups of problematic features to be identified. However, as we saw in Chapter 4, it would be wrong to think that all phenomena can be categorized easily. In the case of the recipe book, it is the difference in culture and experience of the ST and TT addressees which requires most attention, while functional theories may assist in translating potato masher, the link between culture and language is far more complex. The following chapter begins to explore this and the concept of discourse in more depth. Summary. Functionalist and communicative translation theories advanced in Germany in the 1970s and 80s moved translation from a static linguistic phenomena to being considered as an act of intercultural communication. Ries's initial work links language function, text type, genre, and translation strategy. Ries's approach was later coupled with Vermeer's highly influential Scopus theory, where the translation strategy is decided by the function of the TT in the target culture. The Scopus theory is part of the model of translation action also proposed by Holt's Martari, who places professional commercial translation within the socio-cultural context, using the jargon of business and management. Translation is viewed as a communicative transaction involving initiator, commissioner, and the producers, users, and receivers of the ST and TT. In this model, the ST is dethroned, and the translation is judged not by equivalence of meaning, but by its adequacy to the functional goal of the TT situation as defined by the Commission. Nord's model, designed for training translators, retains the functional context, but includes a more detailed text analysis model for the ST. Further reading. The theoretical works discussed in this chapter are all detailed and complex. Readers are strongly recommended to follow up the summaries given here by turning to the original works themselves in order to see these theories in full. Ries, 1971, also appears in English, 2000. Nord's two major books, 1991 and 1997, are also readily available and provide a solid grounding in the ideas of the functionalists. Baker, ed. 1997a, includes fine short summaries of the translational action, functional approaches, and Scopus theory, written by Schnefer and Mason, with suggestions for further reading. Discussion and research points. 1. Look at translations that you yourself have done, either in a language class or in professional translation situations. How would you fit them into Katharina Ries's text typology? Are there any texts that do not easily fit in? 2. The question of the translation of metaphors in business texts was discussed in section 5.1.1. Look at a variety of text types in your own language pairs to see how metaphors are used. How would you translate them? Does the translation vary according to text type? Are other factors involved? 3. Imagine a situation in which you are working as a freelance translator. You contact a translation agency inquiring for work and are offered a 20,000-word translation from German into your first language. It is a user manual for a lawnmower. You are asked to do a sample translation of 500 words to prove your suitability for the task. How far would the models considered in this chapter assist you? Are they sufficient to analyze the roles that are being played and the decisions the translator needs to make? 4. In the theory of translational action, the translator is considered to be the expert of intercultural transfer, although not always a trained expert in the subject-specific area of the TT. How far do you agree with this assessment, and what does it imply for the role of the translator in modern-day communications? 5. According to Scopus theory, a translation commission must give details of the purpose and the function of the TT in order for adequate translational action to take place. Try to find examples of translation scopii to see how detailed they are and to see what this reveals about the translation initiator. For instance, what kind of translation scopos is explicitly and implicitly stated in university exam papers? If you have access to professional translators, investigate how they are informed of and negotiate the scopos of a specific text. 6. The main assessment criterion in Scopus theory is functional adequacy rather than equivalence. Follow up this concept in Ries and Vermeer, 1984, page 124 through 170, and Nord, 1997, pages 34 through 37, and consider how adequacy is to be judged and by whom. 7. Read up the detailed description of Nord's ST analysis model, Nord 1991. Do you consider that it works for all texts? Try applying it to other STs. How practical does it seem to be for translator training? Chapter 6, Discourse and Register Analysis Approaches. Key concepts. The 1970s through 1990s saw the growth of discourse analysis in applied linguistics. Building on Halliday's systematic functional grammar, it has come to be used in translation analysis. House's model for the assessment translation quality is based on Hallidayan-influenced register analysis. Baker's influential course book presents discourse and pragmatic analysis for practicing translators. Haytham and Mason add pragmatic and semiotic levels to register analysis. Key texts. Baker, M. 1992. In Other Words, a course book on translation, London and New York, Routledge. Blum, Kulka, S. 1986 through 2000. Shifts of Cohesion and Coherence in Translation in L. Ventuti, ed. 2000, page 298 through 313. Fawcett, P. 1997. Translation and Language. Linguistic Approaches Explained. Manchester, St. Jerome, chapters 7 through 11. Haytham, B. and I. Mason, 1990. Discourse and the Translator. London and New York, Longman. Haytham, B. and I. Mason, 1997. The Translator as Communicator. London and New York, Routledge. House, J. 1997. Translation Quality Assessment. A Model Revisited. Tubinger, Niemeyer. 6.0 Introduction. In the 1990s, discourse analysis came to prominence in translation studies. There is a link with the text analysis model of Christian Nord, explained in the last chapter, in that the organization of the text above sentence level is investigated. However, while text analysis normally concentrates on describing the way in which texts are organized, sentence structure, cohesion, etc., discourse analysis looks at the way language communicates meaning and social and power relations. The model of discourse analysis that has had the greatest influence is Halliday's systemic functional model, which is described in section 6.1. In the following sections, we look at several key works on translation that have employed his model. Julian House's 1997 Translation Quality Assessment, A Model Revisited, is in section 6.2. Monica Baker's 1992 In Other Words, section 6.3, and two works by Basil Haytham and Ian Mason, Discourse and the Translator, 1990, and The Translator as Communicator, 1997, in section 6.4. Haytham and Mason go beyond register analysis to consider the pragmatic and semiotic dimensions of translation and the socio-linguistic and semiotic implications of discourse and discourse communities. 6.1. The Hallidayan Model of Language and Discourse. Halliday's model of discourse analysis, based on what he terms systemic functional grammar, is geared to the study of language as communication, seeing meaning in the writer's linguistic choices and systematically relating these choices to a wider socio-cultural framework. It borrows Buller's tripartite division of language functions, which we discussed in Chapter 5. In Halliday's model, there is a strong interrelation between the surface-level realizations of the linguistic functions and the socio-cultural framework. For a clear explanation of these, see Eggins 1994. This can be seen in Figure 6.1. The arrows in the figure indicate the direction of influence. Thus, the genre, the conventional text type that is associated with a specific communicative function, for example, a business letter, is conditioned by the socio-cultural environment and itself determines other elements in the systemic framework. The first of these is register, which comprises three variable elements. Figure 6.1, relation of genre and register to language. Inside the rectangle there are 5 terms with downward pointing arrows. At the top, socio-cultural environment, next genre, register, field, tenor, mode, discourse, semantics, ideational, interpersonal, textual, finally lexicogrammar, transivity, modality, theme, rhyme, cohesion. Returning to the 3 elements of register. 1. Field. What is being written about? For example, a delivery. 2. Tenor. Who is communicating and to whom? For example, a sales representative to a customer. 3. Mode. The form of communication, for example, written. Each of the variables of register is associated with a strand of meaning. These strands, which together form the discourse semantics of a text, are the 3 metafunctions: ideational, interpersonal, and textual. The metafunctions are constructed or realized by the lexicogramma, that is, the choices of words, and syntactic structure. The links are broadly as follows. See Eggins, 1994, page 78. The field of a text is associated with ideational meaning, which is realized through transitivity patterns, verb types, active-passive structures, participants in the process, etc. The tenor of a text is associated with interpersonal meaning, which is realized through the patterns of modality, mode verbs, and adverbs such as hopefully, should, possibly, and any evaluative lexis such as beautiful, dreadful. The mode of a text is associated with textual meaning, which is realized through the thematic and information structures, mainly the order and structure of elements in a clause, and cohesion, the way the text hangs together lexically, including the use of pronouns, ellipses, collation and repetition, etc. Analysis of the meta-functions has prime place in this model. The close links between the lexicogrammatical patterns and the meta-functions mean that the analysis of patterns of transivity, modality, thematic structure, and cohesion in the text reveals how the meta-functions are working and how the text means. Eggins, 1994, page 84. For instance, passages from novels by Ernest Hemingway have often been subjected to a transivity analysis. Fowler, 1996, page 227 to 232, analyzes an extract from Hemingway's Big Two-Hearted River and finds that the dominant transivity structure is composed of transitive material processes which emphasize the active character of the protagonist, Nick. However, Halliday's grammar is extremely complex, and that is why, in common with the works described in the following sections, the present study has chosen to select and simplify those elements which are of particular relevance for translation. In the case of the first model, Julian House's, the central concept is register analysis. 6.2. House's model of translation quality assessment. Although there are some similarities between, on the one hand, the categories and text analysis of House's model and, on the other, the functional analysis we discussed in the previous chapter, there are key developments. House herself rejects the more target audience-oriented notion of translation appropriateness as fundamentally misguided, and for this reason bases her model on comparative STTT analysis leading to the assessment of the quality of the translation, highlighting mismatches or errors. House's original model, 1977, attracted criticisms that she tackles in her later revision, 1997, page 101 to 104. Some of these criticisms echo discussions from the previous two chapters. These concern the nature, complexity, and terminology of the analytical categories used, and the absence of poetic aesthetic texts in House's case studies. In this section, we concentrate on House's later revisited model, 1997, which incorporates some of her earlier categories into an openly Hallidayan register analysis of field, tenor, and mode. The model involves a systematic comparison of the textual profile of the ST and TT, 1997, page 43. The schema for this comparison is shown in Figure 6.2. Figure 6.2, Scheme for Analyzing and Comparing Original and Translation Texts, House, 1997, page 108. The figure consists of 7 text boxes with interlinked arrows and lines. I'll start from the top. Individual textual function, register genre, generic purpose, field, subject matter and social action, tenor, participant relationship, authors, provenance and stance, social role relationship, social attitude, mode, medium, simple complex, participation, simple complex, language text. The comparative model draws on various and sometimes complex taxonomies, but this can be reduced to a register analysis of both ST and TT according to their realization through lexical, syntactic, and textual means. Textual means refers, 1997, page 44 through 45, to 1. Theme dynamics, thematic structure and cohesion, 2. Causal linkage, additive, and in addition, adversative, but, however, etc., and 3. Iconic linkage, parallelisms of structures. In House's model, as is suggested in Figure 6.2, register covers a variety of elements. some of which are additional to those expressly stated by Halliday. Field refers to the subject matter and social action and covers the specificity of lexical items. Tenor includes the addresseur's temporal, geographical and social provenance, as well as his or her intellectual, emotional or affective stance, his or her personal viewpoint, page 109. Social attitude refers to formal, consultative or informal style. There is an element of individuality to this, as there is to stance. Finally, mode relates to channel, spoken, written, etc., and the degree of participation between addresseur and addressees, monologue, dialogue, etc., page 109. House's model operates as follows. 1. A profile is produced to the ST register. 2. To this is added a description of the ST genre realized by the register, page 105 to 107. 3. Together, this allows a statement of function to be made for the ST, including the ideational and interpersonal component of that function. In other words, what information is being conveyed, and what the relation between sender and receiver. 4. The same descriptive process is carried out for the TT. 5. The TT profile is compared to the ST profile, and a statement of mismatches or errors is produced, categorized according to genre and the situational dimension of register and genre. These dimensional errors are referred to as covertly erroneous errors, page 45, to distinguish them from overtly erroneous errors, which are denotative mismatches or target system errors. 6. A statement of quality is then made of the translation. 7. Finally, the translation can be categorized into one of two types, overt translation or covert translation. An overt translation is a TT that does not purport to be an original. In House's rather confusing definition, 1997, page 66, an overt translation is one in which the addressees of the translation text are quite overtly not being directly addressed. Such is the case with the translation after the event of a Second World War political speech by Winston Churchill, which is tied to a particular source culture, time and historical context, and with the translation of works of literature which are tied to their source culture. With such translations, House believes, page 112, that equivalence has to be sought at the level of language, text, register and genre. The individual text function cannot, however, be the same for TT and ST, since the discourse worlds in which they operate are different. For this reason, House suggests a second level of functional equivalence should be sought, with the TT enabling access to the function of the ST, allowing the TT receivers to eavesdrop on the ST. For example, British readers of Thomas Mann can use an English TT of the Magic Mountain to gain access to the ST des Züberger, but they know they are reading a translation, and the individual function of the two texts cannot be the same. A covert translation is a translation which enjoys the status of an original source text in the target culture, page 69. The ST is not linked particularly to the ST culture or audience. Both ST and TT address their respective receivers directly. Examples given by House are a tourist information booklet, a letter from a company chairman to the shareholders, and an article in the UNESCO Courier. The function of a covert translation is to recreate, reproduce, or represent in the translated text the function the original has in its linguistic cultural framework and discourse world, page 114. It does this without taking the TT reader into the discourse world of the ST. Hence, equivalence is necessary at the level of genre and the individual text function. But what House, page 114, calls a cultural filter needs to be applied by the translator, modifying cultural elements and thus giving the impression that the TT is an original. This may involve changes at the levels of language, text, and register. House, page 115 to 117, discusses the meaning of cultural filter in the context of German-English comparative pragmatic studies, which she has conducted, and gives examples of different practices in the two cultures that need to be reflected in translation. For example, she finds that German tends to prefer a more direct content focus, whereas English is more interpersonal. This would need to be reflected in covert translation, the letter from the company chairman being more interpersonal in English, for example. House is at pains to point out the fact that the overt-covert translation distinction is a cline rather than a pair of binary opposites. Furthermore, in cases where covertly functional equivalence is desired, but where the ST genre does not exist in the target culture, the aim should be to produce a covert version rather than a covert translation. Version is also the term used to describe apparently unforced changes in genre, page 161. House applies the model to a number of texts, including, page 145 to 157, an extract from a polemical history text about civilian Germans' involvement in the Holocaust, ST English, TT German. A pattern of differences is identified in the dimensions of field and tenor. In field, the repetition of the word German in the ST, which serves to highlight German civilian responsibility in events, is less frequent in the TT. In tenor, there is a reduction in intensifiers, superlatives, and other emotive flexes. This makes the author's stance less obvious in the TT, and House suggests, page 155, that it has an effect on the realization of genre. Whereas the ST is a conventional popular history book, albeit based on the author's doctoral thesis, the TT is a more formal academic treatise. House goes on to posit possible reasons for these changes, notably pressure from the German publishers for political and marketing reasons. The linking of the linguistic analysis to real-world translation conditions is a move that owes something to the theory of translational action, which was discussed in Chapter 5. 6.3. Baker's Text and Pragmatic Level Analysis, a course book for translators. House's 1977 book was perhaps the first major translation studies work to use Halliday's now popular model. Another that in recent years has had considerable influence on translation training and consequently on translation studies is Monica Baker's In Other Words, a course book on translation, 1992. Baker looks at equivalence at a series of levels: at word, above word, grammar, thematic structure, cohesion, and pragmatic levels. Of particular interest in the present chapter is her application of the systematic approach to thematic structure and cohesion and the incorporation of the pragmatic level, the way utterances are used in communicative situations. Baker, 1992, page 217. 6.3.1. Thematic and information structures. Baker is typical of many translation scholars who make detailed use of the terminology of functional grammar and discourse analysis, in that she devotes by far the most attention to the textual function. Explicit analysis of the ideational and interpersonal functions are few, although Baker does incorporate a comparison of normalization and verbal forms in theme position in a scientific report in Brazilian Portuguese and English. Baker, 1992, pages 169 to 71. Thus, for example, the ST begins with the pronominal verb form. My emphasis. Analyzed were the relations of dopamine with the motor functions. The published English translation below presents a normalized word order with a passive verb form in the final position. My emphasis. The relations between dopamine and motor functions were analyzed. However, Baker recommends a different thematic structure in order to meet the genre conventions of English abstracts. This involves the use of the normalized form analysis, which is retained in thematic position, my emphasis, and the addition of a different passive verbal form is carried out. An analysis is carried out of the relations between dopamine and motor functions. An inherent problem in this kind of study is that thematic structure is realized differently in different languages. Baker gives a number of examples from languages such as Portuguese, Spanish, and Arabic. These are verb-inflected languages, which often place the verb in first or theme position, as in the Brazilian Portuguese example above. The consequent omission of the subject pronoun also inevitably creates a different thematic pattern. Thus, the following sentence from a speech to the European Parliament, see discussion point 3 at the end of this chapter, produces a different thematic structure in different languages. The structure of the English ST is I discussed this matter in Washington. Theme, rime. While thematic analysis, the Portuguese version, gives discuti, este estu in Washington, and theme rhyme. Using Hallidaean analysis, the inflected verb form discuti is thematic rather than a subject pronoun, whereas in the English the verb discussed is part of the rhyme. The fact that the Hallidaean model of thematic analysis is English-oriented must cast some doubt on its validity for translation. Baker, page 160 to 167, accepts this and also outlines the alternative functional sentence perspective model of thematic structure, which, because it takes into account communicative dynamism as well as word order, may be more suitable for languages with frequent VS order. Despite this, Baker, page 140, concludes that an important advantage of the systematic functional approach is that it is much more straightforward to implement. Theme is in first position, come what may. The most important point for ST thematic analysis is that the translator should be aware of the relative markedness of the thematic and informational structures. Baker points out, page 129, that this can help to heighten our awareness of meaningful choices made by speakers and writers in the course of communication, and, therefore, help decide whether it is appropriate to translate using a marked form. Again, what is marked varies across languages. Problems in copying the ST pattern into the TT are given by Vasquez Oira, 1977, page 217, and Geminish Arbogost, 1986. The former emphasizes that calking a rigid English word order when translating into a VS language such as Spanish would produce a monotonous translation. The latter, in her detailed study of German and English, Geminish Arbogost, 1986, considers the German calking of English cleft sentences, for example, what pleases the public is, what I mean to say was, to be clumsy. This illustrates the dilemma, pointed out by Enquist, 1978, of balancing concern for information dynamics with sometimes incompatible concern for other areas such as basic syntactic patterns. That it is the textual function, and most especially the thematic structure, which has most frequently been discussed in works on translation theory, is perhaps because of the attention paid to this function by influential monolingual works in text linguistics, notably Enquist, 1978, and Beaugrand and Dressler, 1981, who have exerted considerable influence on translation theorists. Cohesion, the other element of the textual meta-function, has also been the subject of a number of studies. 6.3.2 Cohesion. Blum-Kuchel's well-known study, Shifts of Cohesion and Coherence in Translations, hypothesizes that increased explication of cohesive ties may be a general strategy adopted by all translators. She shows how changes in cohesion in translation may bring about functional shifts in text, giving the example of a Hebrew translation of a scene from Pinter's Old Times. Blum-Kuchel, 1986-2000, page 302 to 203. Inevitably, because of the inflection of the adjectives, the Hebrew TT has to make explicit the gender referent of the enigmatic opening ST statement, fat or thin. Hebrew and other languages would need to state whether the character referred to was a man or a woman. Similarly, literary translations from verb-inflected languages into English need to make explicit what are sometimes deliberately ambiguous grammatical subjects. The first line of Julio Cortez's classic novel Raula begins with the question "Encontrarte a la maga." In English, this would be, would I, he, she, you find the female Magnus? As with the thematic structure, it is in many ways the density and progression of cohesive ties throughout a text that are important. This web of relationships may have to differ between ST and TT, since the networks of lexical cohesion will not be identical across languages. Baker, 1992, page 206. As an illustration, Baker, page 185 to 186, puts forward the idea, backed by short extracts and their translations, that Portuguese prefers lexical repetition to pronoun use, and, page 207, that Arabic prefers lexical repetition to variation. The TT must also be coherent. In other words, it must hang together logically in the mind of the TT receiver. This has to do with pragmatics, the subject of the last of Baker's chapters. 6.3.3 Pragmatics and Translation. Baker considers various aspects of pragmatic equivalence in translation, applying relevant linguistic concepts to intralinguistic transfer. Baker's definition of pragmatics is as follows. Pragmatics is the study of language in use. It is the study of meaning, not as generated by the linguistic system, but as conveyed and manipulated by participants in a communicative situation. Baker, 1992, page 217. In this section, we briefly consider three major pragmatic concepts: coherence, presupposition, and implicature. The coherence of a text, related to cohesion, depends on the hearer's or receiver's expectations and experiences of the world. Baker, 1992, page 219. Clearly, this may not be the same for the ST and the TT reader. Baker gives the example, page 220, of a passage about the London department store Harrods. In order to make sense of the passage, the reader needs to know that the flagship Harrods and the description the splendid Knightsbridge store are synonymous. TT readers in other cultures may not know this. The Arabic translation, therefore, makes the link explicit with the addition to the name of a gloss incorporating the repetition of the word store, the main store Harrods. The area of presupposition is closely related to coherence. It is defined by Baker, page 259, as pragmatic inference, although, perhaps surprisingly, she only discusses it briefly. Presupposition relates to the linguistic and extralinguistic knowledge the sender assumes the reader to have, or which are necessary in order to retrieve the sender's message. Thus, in the European Parliament in 1999, Commissioner Sir Leon Britton's phrase, "Let me now turn to bananas," would presuppose that the receiver knows about the trade dispute between the European Union and the United States over banana imports, or at least can access this information from the linguistic and extralinguistic contexts. This is not unlikely for the immediate receivers, since they are members of the European Parliament and are aware of the issue. Similarly, the phrase, "I discussed this issue with Washington," presupposes knowledge that Washington in this context refers to the seat of government of the United States and the venue for Britain's talk. The problem for the translator, of course, occurs when the TT receivers cannot be assumed to possess the same background knowledge as the ST receivers, either because of cultural differences and/or because the text is being translated after a time gap when the original information is no longer activated by the reference. More emphasis is placed on presupposition by Fawcett, 1997, page 123 to 134, whose chapter on the subject contains many perceptive and interesting examples. Typical, page 124, is the metaphorical use of the place name Mohakas in a Hungarian text. The name would mean little to most receivers in other cultures, so a translator would need to replace it with the explication such as crushing defeat. Baker gives more attention to implicature, another form of pragmatic influence, which she defines, page 223, as what the speaker means or implies, rather than what she or he says. The concept of implicature was developed by Paul Grice, 1975, who described a set of rules or maxims that operate in normal cooperative conversation. These are: 1. Quantity. Give the amount of information that is necessary. Do not give too much or too little. 2. Quality. Say only what you know to be true or what you can support. 3. Relevance. What you say should be relevant to the conversation. 4. Manner. Say what you need to say in a way that is appropriate to the message you wish to convey and which normally will be understood by the receiver. In addition, some theorists add the maxim of politeness. Be polite in your comments. See Brown and Levinson, 1987. Participants in conversations assume the person to whom they are speaking is subconsciously following these maxims, and they themselves cooperate by trying to make sense of what is being said. In turn, they also tend to be cooperative in what they say and the way they say it. Clearly, the linguistic and cultural contexts are also crucial in limiting the range of implicatures. The maxims may also be deliberately flouted, sometimes for a humorous effect. Such a flouting of the relevance maxim might have occurred, for instance, had Sir Leon Britton above begun to discuss the value of eating bananas for breakfast. Particular problems are posed for the translator when the TL works by different maxims. An example given by Baker, page 235, is the translation from English to Arabic of a book on Arab political humour, where a vulgar joke about God is omitted in the Arab TT so as not to upset local sensibilities. This shows a difference in the operation of the maxims of manner and politeness in the two cultures. This is also the case in an example, Gibney and Loveday, quoted in Baker, 1992, page 233 to 234, that occurred during negotiations between the USA and Japan in 1970. The Japanese premier replies to American concerns on textile exports by saying, "Zenshu shimusu, I'll handle it as well as I can." This is understood by the US president as a literal promise to sort out the problem, i.e., it obeys the US cultural quality and relevance maxims, whereas the Japanese phrase is really a polite formula for ending the conversation, i.e., it obeys the Japanese cultural maxim of politeness. This clearly shows, as Baker notes on page 236, that translators need to be fully aware of the different cooperative principles in operation in the respective languages and cultures. 6.4. Hatim and Mason, the semiotic level of context and discourse. Two other works that develop out of the Hallidaean model of language were especially influential for translation studies in the 1990s. Basil Hatim and Ian Mason's Discourse and the Translator, 1990, and The Translator as Communicator, 1997. Both authors are based at the Centre for Translation and Interpreting Studies at Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh. They pay extra attention to the realization in translation of ideation and interpersonal functions, rather than just the textual function, and incorporate into their model a semiotic level of discourse. An example of Hatim and Mason's analysis of functions is their examination, 1997, page 7 through 10, of a key passage from Albert Camus' novel La Étrangère, in which the main character, Miezoult, kills an Arab on the beach. Changes in the transitivity structure in the English translation are seen to cause a shift in the ideational function of the text. The passage in the French ST contains 8 material process verbs, of which 4 are intention-action processes. These are j'ai crêpé ma main, j'ai tu la vitre de la crosse, j'ai frappé sur la porte de mur. Literally, I clenched my hand, I touched the polished belly of the butt, I fired, and I was striking on the door of misfortune. In translation, these become my grip closed, the smooth underbelly of the butt jogged in my palm, I fired, and another loud, fateful rap on the door of my undoing. All my emphasis. In other words, the translations become 3 event processes and only 1 real action process. I fired. Hatim and Mason's conclusion on page 10 is that the pattern of shifts in the TT has made Mastrout more passive than in the ST, although they also make the point that the reason for these shifts may be the translator's overall reading of the novel, in which Mastrout's passivity is a key feature of his character. Hatim and Mason also consider shifts in modality, the interpersonal function, with an example, page 73 through 76, of trainee interpreters' problems with the recognition and translation of a French conditional of allegation or rumour in a European parliamentary debate. The phrase in question, un plan de résurrection qui arrête et prêt sur l'administrateur's justice, calls for an indication of modality of possibility in English, such as a rescue plan which was probably prepared by the receivers, or a rescue plan which it is rumoured was prepared by the receivers. The majority of the trainee interpreters in Hatim and Mason's sample incorrectly rendered the phrase by a factual statement such as had been prepared, giving the wrong message in the TT. Hatim and Mason's Foundations of a Model for Analyzing Texts, 1997, pages 14 through 35, incorporate and go beyond House's register analysis and Baker's pragmatic analysis. They combine the kind of bottom-up analysis discussed in the Camus example with some top-down considerations of the semiotic level of the text. Language and texts are considered to be realizations of sociocultural messages and power relations. They represent discourse in its wider sense, defined as modes of speaking and writing which involve social groups in adopting a particular attitude towards areas of sociocultural activity. Example, racist discourse, bureaucratese, etc. Hatim and Mason, 1997, page 216. One example they give of the influence of the translator's discourse is the English TT of a Spanish ST about the history of the indigenous American peoples before the arrival of the Spaniards in Mexico. Hatim and Mason show, page 153 through 159, how lexical choices such as pre-Columbian and Indian in the TT impose a Eurocentric view of an ST that had been written from an indigenous perspective. The European translator is imposing a pro-Western ideology and discourse on the recounting of the history of the Americas. A semiotic function is also performed by idiolect and dialect. Hatim and Mason, page 97 through 110, consider idiolect within the analysis of tenor and register, examining the Cockney dialect of characters in George Bernard Shaw's play Pygmalion. The syntactic, lexical and phonetic features of a dialect are recognized by a British audience and associated with the way of speaking and the values of the uneducated London characters in the play. The systematic recurrence of this purposely functional feature of the speech of certain characters is identified by Hatim and Mason in page 103 as a noteworthy object of the translator's attention. The peculiarities and connotations of the dialect are unlikely to be replicated easily in any TT culture. Furthermore, literary genre conventions may intervene. A translator into Arabic, for example, might be encouraged to adopt a formal classical style throughout, since that is the only style felt to be appropriate for literature in Arab cultures, page 99. Although Hatim and Mason propose foundations for a model of analyzing texts, they deal with a large number of concepts. It is not clear that their approach constitutes a model that can be applied in the conventional sense of the term. Alternatively, the author's proposals can be taken as a list of elements to be considered when examining translation. In particular, they concentrate, page 27 through 35, on identifying dynamic and stable elements in the text. These are presented as a continuum and linked to translation strategy. More stable STs may require a fairly literal approach, while with more dynamic STs, the translator is faced with more interesting challenges and literal translation may no longer be an option. Page 30 through 31. 6.5. Criticisms of discourse and register analysis approaches to translation. Discourse analysis models have become extremely popular among many linguistics-oriented translation theorists and serve as a useful way of tackling the linguistic structure and meaning of a text. However, the Hallidayan model has been attacked by, amongst others, Fish, 1981, page 59 through 64, for being overcomplicated in its categorization of grammar and for its apparently inflexible one-to-one matching of structure and meaning. This may cause it to struggle to cope with the variety of possible interpretations of literature, especially experimental literature. Some applications to literature, for example Fowler, 1986 through 96, and Simpson, 1993, have therefore adopted a more flexible toolkit approach, employing those elements that appear most useful while also incorporating issues from literary criticism. As far as House's model is concerned, Gutt, 1990, page 46 through 49, raises the question as to whether it is possible to recover authorial intention and ST function from register analysis. Even if it is possible, The basis of House's model is to discover mismatches between ST and TT. Yet, while mismatches may indicate translation errors, they may also be caused by other translation strategies, such as explication or compensation. It is less clear how House's model can interpret these. The analytical frameworks of the translation theorists discussed in this chapter are English language oriented. This becomes problematic with other languages, especially in the analysis of thematic and information structures. European languages with a more flexible word order and subject-inflected verb forms, such as Portuguese and Spanish, need to be analysed differently. This type of problem becomes even more serious if attempts are made to impose such contrastive discourse analysis on non-European languages, whose conceptual structure may differ crucially. Linguistic differences are, of course, indicative of cultural differences, and Venuti, 1998, page 21, is one critic who sees linguistics-oriented approaches as projecting a conservative model of translation that would unduly restrict translators' role in cultural innovation and change. As an example, Venuti discusses Grice's maxim, see section 6.3.3 above, and criticizes them for the way in which they support the fluent and domesticating translation strategy that they support. Venuti considers the maxims suitable only for translation in closely defined fields, such as technical or legal documents. Baker herself is aware of the cultural bias of the maxims. Grice's maxims seem to reflect directly notions which are known to be valued in the English-speaking world, for instance, sincerity, brevity, relevance. Baker, 1992, page 237. It is Hatim and Mason who make a greater effort to incorporate a Hallidaean notion of culture and ideology into their analysis of translation, and they devote a chapter to ideology in The Translator as Communicator, Hatim and Mason, 1997, page 143 through 163. Their findings are illuminating, but although they analyze a range of text types, written and spoken, their focus often remains linguistic-centered, both in its terminology and in the phenomena investigated: lexical choice, cohesion, transivity, style shifting, translator mediation, etc. The case studies below follow this line by using the discourse analysis approaches presented in this chapter to examine two different films. This is the end of side 7. Continue on side 8.
This is side number 8 of Introducing Translation Studies by Jeremy Monday. Continuing on page 102, your reader for this section is Morton Pfeffer. Case Studies. Case Study 1. This case study examines Werner Herzog's German film The Enigma of Caspar Hauser in 1974. The film begins with a written introduction that scrolls down the screen, box 6.1. Box 6.1 is as follows. 1. Am Flugstundtag des Jahres 1828 wurde in der Stadt nun ein verwusster Findling aufgegriffen, den man später Caspar Hauser nannte. 2. Konnte kaum gehen und sprach nur einen einzigen Satz. 3. Später, als sprechen lernte, berichtete und seit seines Lebens in einem drunken Kellerloch eingesperrt gewesen und habe keinen Begriff von der Welt. Man ihm das Essen hervorschen während und schleif. 4. Habe nicht gebullt, was ein Haus, ein Baum, was spricht es. 5. Erst ganz selbst zu einem Mann sei sie hergekommen. 6. Das Rätsel seiner Herkunft ist bis heute nicht gelöst. Continuing. A possible back translation in English is given in box 6.2. Box 6.2 is as follows. 1. On Whitsunday in the year 1828, in the town of North, a ragged foundling was picked up who was later called Caspar Hauser. 2. He could scarcely walk and spoke only one sentence. 3. Later, when he learned to speak, he reported he had been locked up for his whole life in a dark cellar. He had not had any contact at all with the world and had not known that outside there were other people because he had food slung into him while he slept. 4. He did not know what a house, a tree, what language was. 5. Only right at the end did a man visit him. And 6. The enigma of his origin has to this day not been solved. Continuing in the text. The actual English translation, which appeared 2 lines at a time, occupies the bottom of the screen, and this is given in box 6.3. Box 6.3 is as follows. 1. One Sunday in 1828, a ragged boy was found abandoned in the town of N. 2. He could hardly walk and spoke but one sentence. 3. Later, he told of being locked in a dark cellar from birth. 4. He had never seen another human being, a tree, a house before. And 5. To this day, no one knows where he came from or who set him free. Continuing the text. House's model of quality assessment would show that for ST and TT, the field is similar both. Both relate the story of a poor boy found in the town of N. Nevertheless, there are mismatches in the amount of information that is given in the English. We are not told the boy's name, that he learned to speak, that food used to be shoved into a cellar while he slept, nor, precisely, that the enigma of his origin remains unsolved. There is a similar story as far as mode is concerned. In both cases, the text is written to be read, but the mode of presentation is different. The English is superimposed over part of the German, 2 lines at a time. To accommodate this crucial visual constraint, the sentences have been shortened. Sentence 3 in the German contains a complex of reported speech subordinate clauses, and its length gives a sense of formality befitting the early 19th century subject matter and speech patterns of the film. The sentence is mostly omitted in the TT. The English sentences are therefore less varied syntactically, although the thematic profile of the German sentences 1, 3, and 5 were a time adjunct or adverbial, is in first position, is effectively mirrored in the English. Some higher-level cohesion is also lost in the immediate translation. The omission of the name Caspar Hauser is unlikely to be crucial, since one would imagine that the TT reader would be able to retrieve it easily from the title of the film or the early scenes. Also, the use of Rätsel, enigma, in German, sentence 6, is lost in the translation. However, the word enigma appears in the English title of the film. TT sentence 5 is, moreover, far more informal. There are mismatches of tenor arising from the non-translational of that German subjunctive in the reported speech after berichtete he told of, The German set, habe, and gabe, and so on, are either omitted or translated by a declarative sentence, he had never seen another human being, On the other hand, there are stronger interpersonal features in the final sentence in the English TT, with the 2 interrogatives, where and who, and the negative, no one. Yet, from another perspective, this might be an example on the part of the translator of the well-known strategy of compensation, with TT sentence 5 added to the text, an element of modality that was provided by the subjunctive in the German. The concept of mismatches does not really allow for compensation. The result of the analysis points to the TT being what House calls an quote overt close quote translation. Subtitling it is, in fact, the evident example of overtranslation, since at all times during the film, the TT reader is reminded visually of the translated words. However, because of the way the short written ST above has been reworked, it may be more correct to say that it is a summary translation or version. Case 2. This case study examines the English translation of the award-winning Matthäus Kassovitz French film La Haine, Hate, 1995. It is the stark story of 3 youths living in a poor area of Paris and of the violence and aggression that characterizes and permeates their environment. Their idolect, or sociolect, as it is mainly a class-based speech, is indicative of the identity they have constructed for themselves. It is aggressive, full of slang and obscenities, and often with little cohesion. This mirrors the poverty of their surroundings and their youth. It is thus a sociolect that has a purposeful semiotic function in the film. Its systematic recurrence among all 3 friends also fulfills the criteria presented by Hatim and Mason in 1997, page 103, for discourse that requires careful attention in translation. The extra formality of the written subtitle tends to dictate against the reproduction of very informal speech patterns. Nevertheless, the translators made an effort to reproduce some of the effect of the lexo-grammatical features, including the evaluative nominal forms pigs and bastards, for police, and dickhead and Wanneker, paren, for idiot, close paren. However, there is a tendency for the TT to normalize the grammatical patterns in the TT, which produces increased cohesion and conventional thematic patterns. Thus, the ST, je lui mis une balle, and then it shows BAAP, close paren. I'd have put a bullet in him, zap, close paren, because the formal and grammatically complex, quote, if Hubert hadn't been there, I'd have shot him, close paren. It is also difficult to imagine English-speaking youths using the polite imperative, quote, talk nicely, close quote, for tenez, parlez pas comme cal, which, you don't talk like that, close paren, or such a syntactically correct negative as, quote, he didn't do anything, close paren, rather than, quote, he ain't done nothing know it, close paren. The dynamic element of language noted by Hatim and Mason has here been overlooked or reduced by the translator. The increased cohesion of the TT and the reduction in some of the evaluative and interpersonal lexical items means that the identity constructed by the ST soliloquy is less coherent. Also, the function it plays in binding the three main characters against the outside world is blurred. Discussion of case studies. These brief case studies have shown how discourse and register analysis can explain how texts construct meaning. House's model is perhaps designed more for the uncovering of, quote, errors, close quote, in a formal written TT. The analysis of the Kaspar Hauser example pointed out many such mismatches, but not necessarily the reasons for the reworking. The reasons are likely to do with the unusual on-screen constraints, such as the numbers of the words that can fit on the screen, the need to keep the TT words legible when superimposed on the German text, and probably the Commission's views on what was acceptable to the TT audience. Investigation into the specific translation commissions for this text may uncover some interesting issues. The brief case study of Nahum indicates the potential of Hatim and Mason's flexible approach to analysis. An analysis of the lexio-grammar and discourse semantics of the character speech can explain the construction of their sociolect. The initial findings concerning the translation of informal grammatical patterns in the film would seem to be corroborative Hatim and Mason's comments about the difficulties posed to translators by the dynamic element of communication. The character's aggressive sociolect clearly reflects their sociocultural environment, yet it undergoes shifts in the TT. However, on many occasions, the violence of the speech is communicative in the soundtrack, even if the TT receiver cannot understand the words. This is indicative of the complex nature of the film translation with its audio and visual input, which a text-based discourse analysis may struggle to explain. Summary. The discourse and register analysis approaches described in this chapter are based on the model of Hallianden's systematic functional linguistics, which links micro-level linguistic choices to the communicative function of a text under the sociocultural meaning behind it. House's 1977 and 1997 model of register analysis is designed to compare an ST-TT pair for situational variables, genre, function, and language, and to identify both the translation method employed, paren, covert or overt, close paren, and translation error, quote, errors, close quote. It has been criticized for its confusing and, quote, scientific, close quote, jargon. However, it provides a systematic means of uncovering some important considerations for the translator. Works by both Baker, 1992, and Hatim and Mason, 1990-1997, bring together a range of ideas from pragmatics and sociolinguistics that are relevant for translation and translational analysis. Baker's analysis is particularly useful in focusing on the thematic and cohesion structures of a text. Hatim and Mason, also working with the Haldean model, move beyond House's register analysis and begin to consider the way social and power relations are negotiated and communicated in translation. This ideological level is further developed in the culturally oriented theories discussed in chapters 8 and 9. First, in chapter 7, we look at other theories that attempt to place translation in its sociocultural context. Further reading. For a more detailed introduction to the workings of systematic functional linguistics in Eggins, 1994, and G. Thompson, 1995, Halliday, 1994, is the most detailed account, but it is very complex. Leach and Short, 1981, is a well-known application of the model of the analysis of literary prose. See also Simpson 1993 for a related model for the analysis of modality, translationality, and narrative point of view. See Halliday and Hansen 1976 for cohesion. See Good 1991, 46 to 9 pages for criticism of House's register analysis, and Fawcett 1997 and 1980, page 4 for a more balanced assessment. For discourse analysis based on specific languages, see Delsey 1992 for French and English, Taylor 1990 for Italian and English, Steiner and Rahm 1995 for German and English. Bell's Translation and Translating 1991 outlines a systematic functional model clearly but refers little to translation. For analysis of thematic structure from a functional sentence perspective, see Enquist 1978 and Fribas 1986-1992. For pragmatics, see Leach 1983 and Levinson 1983. See also Austin 1962 and Greece 1975. For language as social semiotic, see Halliday 1978. Discussion and research points. 1. Unlike the scientifically, linguistically, based analysis, the evaluative judgment is ultimately not a scientific one, but rather a reflection of a social, political, ethical, moral, or political stance. House, 1997, page 116, How far do you agree with this statement, and what implications does it have for the evaluation of translations? 2. Carry out a register analysis on an ST-CT pair using House's model. What differences, if any, are there in text function? What, quote, mismatches, close quote, or errors are there? Is it a covert or overt translation? What might be motivating any differences you note? How useful to House's model for understanding the translation process that has produced the TT? 3. The text in box 6.4 is part of a speech by Vice President of the European Commission, Sir Leon Britton, to the European Parliament in Strasbourg on 3 May 1999. I will now read box 6.4. Let me now turn to bananas. The Commission decided last week, with the consent of the Council of Ministers, not to appeal on either the substance or the issue or the so-called systemic question, but we do intend to pursue the latter issue, the systemic issue, in the panel which you brought against Section 301 of the U.S. Trade Act. We also intend to pursue it in the dispute settlement, understanding review, and if necessary, in the next trade round. On the substance of the issue, our intention now is to change our regime in order to comply with the WTO, World Trade Organization panel ruling. I believe that everybody has agreed that our objectives has to be conformity with the WTO, but this will not be easy. We intend to consult extensively with all the main players with the objective of achieving a system which will not be threatened by the further WTO challenges. I discussed this issue in Washington 2 weeks ago with the U.S. Agricultural Secretary, among others. My meetings were followed by discussions at official level. Subsequently, the Council asked the Commission to put forward proposals for amending the banana regime by the end of May in the light of further contracts with the U.S. and other parties principally concerned. That ends the discussion of Box 6.4. Returning now to the regular text. After following up the relevant recommended reading, carry out a Hallidayan analysis of this text focusing A, on thematic and information structures, and B, on cohesive patterns. How useful do you consider such an analysis to be for a translator? One of the criticisms of the Hallidayan model is that it is based toward English. Try translating the text in your mother tongue or main foreign language. How applicable is the linguistic analysis to your TL? The official translations of this speech are available on the European Parliament website, http://www.europart etier on HubSpot sold database. Compare how the translators have dealt with cohesion and thematic structure. 4. Greece's maxims seem to reflect directly notions which are known to be valued in the English-speaking world, for instance, sincerity, brevity, and relevance. Baker, 1992, page 237. Consider Greece's maxims with relation to the language in which you work. What examples can you find of different maxims? How can a translator deal with any differences? 5. Follow up what Baker and Blum-Kulka say about cohesion and coherence. What examples can you find from your own languages to support the assertion that exploitation of cohesive ties is a universal feature of translation. How do translators tend to deal with literary and other texts that are deliberately lacking in conventional cohesion or coherence? 6. Read the case studies in Hatim and Mason's The Translator or Communicator. How far do you agree with Ventu's criticisms, see section 6.5 above, that such linguistics or oriented models are, quote, conservative, close quote? 7. Case study 2 above is a discussion of Lahon, in particular the problem of the semiotics or sociolect and the difficulties of translating it. How would or did your own TL deal with the translation of this film? Find examples of other films and novels containing dialects or sociolects. Is there a pattern to the way that they are translated? What does this indicate about the disclosure of those involved in the translation process? Chapter 7. Systems Theories. Box containing key concepts. There are 4. 1. Ibn Zohar's polysystem theory, 1970s, sees translated literature as part of the cultural, literary, and historical system of the TL. 2. Turi, 1995, puts forward a methodology of descriptive translation studies, DTS, as a non-prescriptive means of understanding the, quote, norms, close quote, at work in the translation process and of discovering the general, quote, laws, close quote, of translation. 3. In DTS, equivalence is a functional, historical, and related to the continuum of, quote, acceptability, close quote, and, quote, adequacy, close quote. And lastly, other systems approaches include the manipulation school. That ends the box of key concepts. Key texts. Chesterman, A. Mems of Translation, Amsterdam, Philadelphia, Chapter 3. Ibn Zohar, 1978, The Position of Translated Literature Within the Literary Post-System, 1999-2000. Gensler, E. Contemporary Translational Theories, London, New York, Chapter 5. Hermans, T. The Manipulation of Literature, Beckham Groom, 1985. Hermans, T. 1999, Translation and System, Manchester, St. Jerome, Chapter 6-8. Turi G., 1978-2000, quote, The Nature and Role of Norms in Literary Translation, El Venuto, 2000, pages 198-211. Turi G., 1995, Descriptive Translational Studies, and Beyond Amsterdam and Philadelphia, PA, John Benjamins. 7.0. Introductions. In chapters 5 and 6, we saw how linguistics broadened out from static models in the 1960s to an approach which incorporates first corpus theory and then register and discourse analysis relating language to its social-cultural function. In the 1970s, another reaction to the static prescriptive models was polysystem theory, see section 7.1, which saw translated literature as a system operating in the larger social, literary, and historical systems of the target culture. This was an important move since translated literature had, up to that point, mostly been dismissed as a derivative, second-rate form. Polysystem theory fed into developments in descriptive translational studies, see section 7.2, a branch of translation studies that has been crucial in the last 20 years, which aims at identifying norms and laws of translation. Developments in the study of norms, as discussed in section 7.3, work by Chesterman, and work by the systems theorists of the related manipulation school, is described in section 7.4. 7.1. Polysystem theory. Polysystem theory was developed in the 1970s by the Israeli scholar Itamar Ivan Zohar, borrowing ideas from the Russian formalities of the 1920s, who had worked on literary historiographical, further relating sections, A literary work is here not studied in isolation, but as part of a literary system, which itself is defined as, quote, a system of functions of the literary order which are in continual interrelationships with other orders, Tiedemov, 1927, 1971, page 72, Literature is thus part of the social, cultural, literary, and historical framework, and the key concept is that of the system in which there is an ongoing dynamic of, quote, mutation, and struggle for the primary position in the literary canon. Although building on work by the formalicists, even Zohar reacts against the fallacies of the traditional aesthetic approach, Evan Zohar, 1978, page 119, which had focused on, quote, high, literature and had disregarded as unimportant literary systems or genres such as children's literature, thrillers, and the whole system of translated literature. Even Zohar, on page 118, emphasizes that translated literature operates as a system, 1. In the way the TL selects the works for translation, and 2. In the way translation norms, behavior, and policies are influenced by other co-systems. Even Zohar focuses on the relations between all these systems in the overarching concept to which he gives a new term, the polysystem, which is defined by Shuttleworth and Cow, 1997, page 176, as follows. The polysystem is conceived as a heterogeneous, hierarchized conglomerate, or system, of systems which interact to bring about an ongoing dynamic process of evolution within the polysystem as a whole. The hierarchy referred to is the positioning and interaction at a given historical moment of the different strata of the polysystem. If the highest positions is occupied by innovative literary type, then the lower strata are likely to be occupied by increasingly conservative types. On the other hand, if the conservative forms are at the top, innovation and renewal are likely to come from the lower strata. Otherwise, a period of stagnation occurs, even Zohar, 1978, page 120, This, quote, dynamic process of evolution, close quote, is vital to the polysystem, indicating that the relations between innovatory and conservative systems are in a constant state of flux and competition. Because of this flux, the position of translated literature is not fixed either. It may occupy a primary or secondary position in the polysystem. If it is primary, quote, it participates actively in shaping the center of the polysystem, close quote, Evan Zohar, 1978-2000, page 193. It is likely to be innovatory and linked to major events of literature history as they are taking place. Often, leading writers produce the most important translations, and translations are a leading factor in the formation of new models for the target culture, introducing new poetics, techniques, and so on. Even Zohar gives three major cases when translated literature occupies the primary position. The following are the three. 1. When a, quote, young, close quote, literature is being established and looks initially to, quote, older, close quote, literatures for ready-made models. 2. When a literature is, quote, peripheral, close quote, or, quote, weak, close quote, and imports those literary types which it is lacking. This can happen when a smaller nation is dominated by the culture of a larger one. Even Zohar sees that all sorts of peripheral literature may in such cases consist of translated literature, page 194. This happens at various levels. For instance, in modern Spain, smaller regions such as Galicia import made translations from the dominant Spanish form Castilian, while Spain itself imports canonized and non-canonized literature from the English-speaking world. 3. When there is a critical turning point in literature history at which established models are no longer considered sufficient, or when there is a vacuum in the literature of the country. Where no type holds sway, it is easier for foreign models to assume primacy. Back to the text. If translated literature assumes a secondary position, then it represents a peripheral system within the polysystem. It has no major influence over central system, and it even becomes a conservative element, preserving conventional forms and conforming to the literary norms of the target nation. Even Zohar points out, page 196, that the secondary position is the, quote, normal, close quote, one for translated literature. However, translated literature itself is stratified, page 195. Some translated literature may be secondary, while others translated from major source literature are primary. An example even Zohar gives is of the Hebrew literary polysystem published between the two world wars, which, when translated from Russian, were primary, but translations from English, German, and Polish were secondary. Even Zohar, page 196-197, suggests that the position occupied by translated literature in the polysystem conditions the translational strategy. If it is primary, translators do not feel constrained to follow target literature models and are more prepared to break conventions. Thus, they often produce a TT that is close matched in terms of adequacy, reproducing the textual relations of the ST. This in itself may lead to a new SL models. On the other hand, if translated literature is secondary, translators tend to use existing target culture models for the TT and produce more, quote, non-adequate, close quote, translations, page 197. The term, quote, adequate, close quote, is developed in the discussion of Turi's work in section 7.2 below. Gensler, 1993, 120, 121, page 124 to 125, stresses the way polysystem theory represents an important advance for translational studies. The advantage of this are several, and there are three. 1. Literature itself is studied alongside the social, historical, and cultural forces. 2. Ivan Zohar moves away from the isolated study of individual texts towards the study of translation within the cultural and literary systems in which it functions. And lastly, 3. The non-prescriptive definition of equivalence and adequacy allows for variation according to the historical and cultural situation of the text. This last point offers translation theory an escape from the repeated linguistic arguments that had begun to follow instantly the concept of equivalence in the 1960s and 1970s. See Chapter 3. However, Gensler, page 121 to 123, also outlines criticism of polysystem theory. These include, and there are 4. 1. Overgeneralization to, quote, universal laws, close quote, of translation based on relatively little evidence. 2. An over-reliance on a historically based 1920s formalistic model which, following Ibn Zohar's own model of evolving trends, might be inappropriate for translated texts in the 1970s. And 3, the tendency to focus on the abstract model rather than the, quote, real-life, close quote, constraints placed on text and translations. And lastly, 4, the question as to how far the supposed scientific model is really objective. Despite these objections, polysystem theory has had a profound influence on translational studies, moving it forward with a less prescriptive observation of translation within its different contexts. 7.2. Turi and Descriptive Translation Studies. Working with Evan Zohar in Tel Aviv was Gideon Turi. After his early polysystem work on the socio-cultural conditions which determined the translation of foreign literature into Hebrew, Turi focused on developing a general theory of translation. In Chapter 1, we considered Turi's diagrammatic representation of Holmes's, quote, map, close quote, of translation studies. In his influential Descriptive Translation Studies and Beyond, Turi in 1995, Turi calls for the development of a properly systematic descriptive branch of the discipline to replace isolated freestanding studies that are commonplace. What is missing is not isolated attempts of reflecting excellent intuitions and supplying fine insights, which many existing studies certainly do, but a systematic branch proceeding from clear assumptions and armed with a methodology and research techniques made as explicit as possible and justified within translation studies itself. Only a branch of this kind can ensure that the findings of individual studies will be intersubjectively testable and comparable, and studies themselves replicable. That was Turi in 1995. Turi goes on to propose just such a methodology for the branch of Descriptive Translation Studies, DTS. For Turi in 1995, page 13, translations first and foremost occupy a position in the social and literary system of the target culture, and this position determines the translation studies strategies that are employed. With this approach, he is continuing and building on the polysystem work of Ibn Zohar and on earlier versions of his own work, Turi 1978, 80, 85, and 91. Turi in 1995, page 102, proposes that the following three-phase methodology for systematic DTS, incorporating a description of the product and the wider role of the socio-cultural system. And there are 3. 1. Situate this text within the target culture system, looking at its significance or acceptability. 2. Compare the ST and TT for shifts, identifying relationships between, quote, coupled pairs, close quote, of ST and TT segments, and attempting generalizations about the underlying concept of translation. And 3. Draw implications for the decision-making in future translating. An important additional step is the possibility of repeating phases 1 and 2 for other pairs of similar texts in order to widen the corpus and to build up a descriptive profile of translations according to a genre, period, author, etc. In this way, the norms pertaining to each kind of translation can be identified with the ultimate aim, as more descriptive studies are performed, of stating laws of behavior for translation in general. The concepts of norms and laws are further discussed in section 7.2.1 and 7.2.2 below. The second step of Turi's methodology is one of the most controversial areas. The decisions on which ST and TT segments to examine and what the relationships are between them is an apparatus which Turi in 1995 states should be supplied by translational theories. Yet, as we have seen in chapters 4 and 5, linguistic translational theory is far from reaching a consensus as to what apparatus should be. Most controversially, in earlier papers, 1978, Turi still holds to the use of hypothetical, intermediate, invariant, or tertium compassionatatious, see page 49 for the discussion of these terms, and adequate translation, AT, against which to gauge translational shifts. However, at the same time, he also admits in 1978, page 88 and 89, that in practice, no translation is ever fully, quote, adequate, close quote. For this contradiction and for considering the hypothetical invariant to be a universal given, he has been roundly criticized. See, for example, Gettner, 1993, and page 131, and Herman's, 1999, page 56 and 57. In his 1995 book, Turri drops the invariant concept. What remains in his model is a, quote, mapping, close quote, of the TT onto the ST, which, quote, yields a series of ad hoc coupled pairs, close quote. Turri, 1995, page 77. This is a type of comparison which Turri admits on page 78 is inevitably, quote, partial, indirect, close quote, which will undergo, quote, continuous revision, close quote, during the very analytical process itself. The result is a flexible and non-prescriptive, if also less than rigorously systematic means of comparing ST and TT. The flexibility leads to different aspects of text being examined in Turri's series of case studies. Thus, in one study, page 148 to 165, it is the addition of the rhymes and omissions of passages in the Hebrew translation of a German fairy tale. In another study, it is conjoint phrases in literature translated into Hebrew. See section 7.2.3 below.
7.2.1. The concept of norms of translation behavior. The aim of Turri's case studies is to distinguish trends of translation behavior, to make generalizations regarding the decision-making processes of the translator, and then to reconstruct the norms that have been in operation in the translation and make hypotheses that can be tested by future descriptive studies. The definition of norms used by Turri is the translation of general values or ideas shared by a community as to what is right or wrong, adequate or inadequate, into performance instructions appropriate for and applicable to particular situations. Turri, 1995, page 55. These norms are sociocultural constraints specific to a culture, society, and time. An individual is said to acquire them from the general process of education and socialization. In terms of their potency, Turri places norms between rules and idiosyncrasies, page 54. He considers translation to be an activity governed by norms, and these norms determine the type and extent of equivalence manifested in actual translations, page 61. This suggests the potential ambiguity of the term norm. Although Turri uses it first as a descriptive analytical category to be studied through regularity of behavior, norms are options that translators in a given socio-historical context select on a regular basis. Baker, 1997a, page 164. They appear to exert pressure and to perform some kind of prescriptive function. Although Turri focuses initially on the analysis of the translation product, he emphasizes, page 174, that this is simply in order to identify the decision-making processes of the translator. His hypothesis is that the norms that have prevailed in the translation of a particular text can be reconstructed from two types of sources. 1. From the examination of texts, the products of norm-governed activity. This will show up regularities of behavior, page 55, i.e. trends of relationships and correspondences between ST and TT segments. It will point to the processes adopted by the translator and hence the norms that have been in operation. 2. From the explicit statements made about norms by translators, publishers, reviewers, and other participants in the Translation Act. However, Turri, page 65, warns that such explicit statements may be incomplete or biased in favour of the role played by the informants in the sociocultural system and are therefore best avoided. See Chapter 9 for further discussion of this point. Turri, page 56 through 59, sees different kinds of norms operating at different stages of the translation process. The basic initial norm refers to a general choice made by the translators, figure 7.1. Thus, translators can subject themselves to the norms realized in the ST or to the norms of the target culture or language. If it is towards the ST, then the TT will be adequate, If the target culture norms prevail, then the TT will be acceptable. Page 57. The poles of adequacy and acceptability are a continuum, since no translation is ever totally adequate or totally acceptable. Shifts, obligatory and non-obligatory, are inevitable, norm-governed, and a true universal of translation. Page 57. Other lower-order norms described by Toure are preliminary norms, page 58, and operational norms, page 58 through 59. Preliminary norms can be displayed as in figure 7.2. Translation policy refers to factors determining the selection of text for translation into a specific language, culture, or time. Toure does not pursue this area in his case studies. Directness of translation relates to whether translation occurs through an intermediate language, for example, Finnish to Greek via English. Questions for investigation include the tolerance of the TT culture to this practice, which languages are involved, and whether the practice is camouflaged or not. Operational norms, figure 7.3, describe the presentation and linguistic matter of the TT. Matrical norms relate to the completeness of the TT. Phenomena include omission or relocation of passages, textual segmentation, and the addition of passages or footnotes. Textual linguistic norms govern the selection of TT linguistic material, lexical items, phrases, and stylistic features. Compare Nord's list in Chapter 5. The examination of the ST and TT should reveal shifts in the relations between the two that have taken place in translation. Compare shift analysis in Chapter 4. It is here that Toure introduces the term translation equivalence, page 85. But he is at pains to emphasize that it is different from the traditional notion of equivalence. See Chapter 3. Toure's is a functional relation concept, by which he means that equivalence is assumed between a TT and an ST. This is very important, because analysis does not then focus prescriptively on whether a given TT or TT expression is equivalent to the ST or ST expression. Instead, it focuses on how the assumed equivalence has been realized and is a tool for uncovering the underlying concept of translation, the derived notions of decision-making, and the factors that have constrained it. Page 86. As noted above, DTS aims to reconstruct the norms that have been in operation during the translation process. However, Toure stresses, page 67, that norms are a graded notion, since a translator's behavior cannot be expected to be fully systematic. In addition, these norms are of different intensity, ranging from behavior that is mandatory, maximum intensity, to tendencies that are common but not mandatory, and to behavior that is tolerated, minimum intensity. Page 67 through 69. We discuss this further in sections 7.2.4 and 7.3. Figure 7.1. Toure's initial norm and the continuum of adequate and acceptable translation. The text box contains a triangle. At the top of the triangle, initial norm. Bottom left, adequate translation. Bottom right, acceptable translation. Connecting the triangle from the top to the bottom left is the text subject to source norms. Connecting the right-hand side, subject to target cultural norms. Figure 7.2, preliminary norms. Text box contains a triangle at the apex, preliminary norms. Bottom left, translation policy. Bottom right, directness of translation. Figure 7.3, operational norms. Text box with a triangle. At the apex of the triangle, operational norms. Bottom left, matrical norms. Bottom right, textual linguistic norms. 7.2.2, laws of translation. Toure hopes that the cumulative identification of norms in descriptive studies will enable the formulation of probabilistic laws of translation, and thence of universals of translation. The tentative laws he proposes are: 1. The law of growing standardization, page 267 to 274, which states that in translation, textual relations obtaining in the original are often modified, sometimes to the point of being totally ignored, in favor of more habitual options offered by a target repertoire, page 268. This refers to the disruption of the ST patterns in translation and the selection of linguistic options that are more common in the TL. Thus, for example, there will be a tendency towards a general standardization and loss of variation in style in the TT, or at least an accommodation to target culture models. This is especially the case if, as commonly occurs, translation assumes a weak and peripheral position in the target system. 2. The Law of Interference, 1995, page 274 to 279, which sees interference from the ST to TT as a kind of default. Interference refers to ST linguistic features, mainly lexical and syntactical patterning, being copied in the TT, either negatively, because they create non-normal TT patterns, or positively, the existence of features in the ST that will not be non-normal in the TT makes them more likely to be used by the translator. Ture, page 278, considers tolerance of interference to depend on sociocultural factors and the prestige of the different literary systems. There is greater tolerance when translating from a prestigious language or culture, especially if the target language or culture is minor. These laws are further discussed in section 7.2.4 below. 7.2.3 Ture's Model in Action. Ture, 1995, presents a series of case studies, including an explanatory study of co-joined phrases in Hebrew TTs. Co-joined phrases, or binomials, are pairs of near synonyms that function together as a single unit. Examples Ture gives from English are able and talented, and law and order, and from German, nie und nimmer. He discusses, on page 103 to 104, the significance of such phrases in Hebrew literature, indicating that their use is prevalent in old written Hebrew texts from the Bible onwards, and in Hebrew texts from the end of the 18th century onwards, when the language was struggling to adapt to modern writing and was under the influence of imported literary models. However, the preference for co-joined phrases has declined over the past 50 years, now that Hebrew is a more confident and central literature. Nevertheless, Ture, page 105, suggests that the number of such phrases in Hebrew translations tends to be higher than in Hebrew STs, and that translations also contain more newly coined or free combinations rather than fixed phrases. He supports this with examples from Hebrew translations of children's literature, of Goethe and a story by Heinrich Bull. In the latter case, the translator's very frequent use of co-joined phrases to translate single lexical items in German produces a TT that is almost 30% longer than the ST. The effect, in a translation published in 1971, is also to make the Hebrew seem very dated. From these findings, Ture puts forward a possible generalization to be tested in future studies across language and cultures. The claim, page 111, is that frequent use of co-joined phrases, particularly in place of single lexical items in the ST, may represent a universal of translation into systems which are young or otherwise weak. The consideration of translated literature as part of a hierarchical system shows the way DTS interlinks with polysystem theory. The final stage of Ture's model is the application of the findings. An example is his own translation of Mark Twain's Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, where Ture says he has deliberately used frequent co-joined phrases in Hebrew in order to create a parodistic air of stylistic archaism. 7.2.4 Discussion of Ture's work. Ture's methodology for DTS seems to be an important step towards setting firm foundations for future descriptive work. Gensler lists 4 aspects of Ture's theory that have had an important impact on translation studies. 1. The abandonment of one-to-one notions of correspondence, as well as the possibility of literary linguistic equivalence, unless by accident. 2. The involvement of literary tendencies within the target culture system in the production of any translated text. 3. The destabilization of the notion of an original message with a fixed identity. 4. The integration of both the original text and the translated text in the semiotic web of intersecting cultural systems. Gensler, 1993, page 133 to 134. Nevertheless, Thury's TT-oriented position is questioned by Hermans, 1995, page 218, in a review of Thury's earlier 1980 book. Certainly, Thury's stance risks overlooking, for example, ideological and political factors such as the status of the ST in its own culture, the source culture's possible promotion of translation of its own literature, and the effect that translation might exert back on the system of the source culture. These are areas which will benefit from employing concepts from reception theory, notably consideration of the way in which a new literary work influences its audience. See Chapter 9. Furthermore, criticisms which Gensler makes of the earlier polysystem work, see Section 7.1, can also be levelled at Thury. There is still a wish to generalize or even overgeneralize from case studies, since the laws Thury tentatively proposes are in some ways simply reformations of generally held, though not necessarily proven, beliefs about translation. It is also debatable to what extent a semi-scientific norm-law approach can be applied to a marginal area such as translation, since the norms described are, after all, abstract and only traceable in Thury's method by examining the results of the often subconscious behaviour that is supposedly governed by them. This is the end of Side 8. Continue on Side 9. This is Side 9 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Applications by Jeremy Munday. Continue on page 117. Your reader for this section is Felicity Rogers. One might also question whether the translator's decision-making really is sufficiently patterned as to be universalized. Hermans, 1999, page 92, for example, asks how it is possible to know all of the variables relevant to translation and to find laws relevant to all translation. Thury's two laws themselves are also to some extent contradictory, or at least pull in different directions. The law of growing standardization depicts TL-oriented norms, while the law of interference is ST-oriented. Findings from my own descriptive studies, Monday 1997, suggest that the law of interference needs to be modified, or even a new law proposed, that of reduced control over linguistic realization and translation. This would bring together some of the varied factors which affect the translation process and make the concept of norms and laws in translation more complex than is suggested by some of Thury's studies. These factors include the effect of ST patterning, the preference for clarity and avoidance of ambiguity in TTs, and real-life considerations for the translator, such as the need to maximize the efficiency of thought processes and the importance of decision-making under time pressure. Compare Levy's Minimax strategy discussed in Chapter 4. When taking real-life considerations into account, it is worth noting that systems theorists in general have restricted their work to literary translation. However, Thury's inclusion of sociocultural factors in and around the translation process might well lend itself to the examination of the translation of non-fiction or technical texts. Thury's ambivalence towards the notion of equivalence has also been discussed by Hermans, 1999, page 97, who furthermore highlights, page 77, the confusion inherent in Thury's proposed terms, adequate and acceptable, because of their evaluative connotations in other contexts. Hermans prefers TT-oriented and ST-oriented. Finally, the ad hoc nature of the ST-TT mapping invariably means that Thury's model is not fully objective or replicable. The alternative is Holmes's 1988a, page 80, suggestion of an extensive repertory of features approach, even though this is, as we have seen in Chapter 4, potentially arduous and tedious. 7.3. Chesterman's translation norms. Thury's concept of norms is focused mainly on their function as a descriptive category to identify translation patterns. However, as we noted in section 7.2.1, even such supposedly non-prescriptive norms attract approval or disapproval within society. Likewise, Andrew Chesterman, 1997, page 68, states that all norms exert a prescriptive pressure. Chesterman himself, page 64 through 70, proposes another set of norms covering the area of Torre's initial and operational norms. See Figure 7.3 above. These are 1. Product or expectancy norms, and 2. Process and professional norms. 1. Product or expectancy norms are established by the expectations of readers of a translation of a given type concerning what a translation of this type should be like. Page 64. Factors governing these norms include the predominant translation tradition in the target culture, the discourse conventions of the similar TL genre, and economic and ideological considerations. Chesterman makes two important points about these norms. A. Expectancy norms allow evaluative judgments about translations, since readers have a notion of what is an appropriate or acceptable translation of a specific text variety, and will approve of a translator who conforms to these expectations. Page 65. B. Expectancy norms are sometimes validated by a norm authority of some kind. Page 66. For example, a teacher, literary critic, and publisher's reader can confirm the prevalent norm by encouraging translations that conform with that norm. This may be, for instance, that a translation should meet TL criteria for readability and fluency. See Chapter 9. Alternatively, a literary critic may criticize a translation that offends the norm, and this criticism may damage the reception of the book amongst ordinary readers. Of course, as Chesterman notes, page 66, there may sometimes be a clash between the norm authorities and society in general. 2. Professional norms regulate the translation process itself, page 67. They are subordinate to and determined by expectancy norms. Chesterman proposes three kinds of professional norm. A. The accountability norm, page 68. This is an ethical norm dealing with professional standards of integrity and thoroughness. The translator will accept responsibility for the work produced for the commissioner and reader. B. The communication norm, page 69. This is a social norm. The translator, the communication expert, works to ensure maximum communication between the parties. Compare Holtz-Mantari's model of translation action in Chapter 5. C. The relation norm, page 69 through 70. This is a linguistic norm which deals with the relation between ST and TT. Again, in terms similar to those discussed in Chapter 5, Chesterman rejects narrow equivalence relations and sees the appropriate relation being judged by the translator according to text type, the wishes of the commissioner, the intentions of the original writer, and the assumed needs of the prospective readers. Page 69. These professional norms are validated partly by norm authorities, such as other professionals and professional bodies, and partly by their very existence. Page 70. They include new areas not covered by Torre, and therefore they may be useful in the overall description of the translation process and product. 7.4. Other models of descriptive translation studies, Lambert and Van Gorp, and the Manipulation School. With the influence of Evan Zores and Torre's early work in polysystem theory, the International Comparative Literature Association held several meetings and conferences around the theme of translated literature. Particularly prominent centres were in Belgium, Israel, and the Netherlands, and the first conference was held at Leuven in 1976, Tel Aviv in 1978, and Antwerp in 1980. The key publication of this group of scholars, known as the Manipulation School or Group, was the collection of papers entitled The Manipulation of Literature, Studies in Literary Translation, 1985a, edited by Theo Hermans. In his introduction, Translation Studies and a New Paradigm, Hermans summarizes the group's view of translated literature. What they have in common is a view of literature as a complex and dynamic system, a conviction that there should be a continual interplay between theoretical models and practical case studies, an approach to literary translation which is descriptive, target-organized, functional and systematic, and an interest in the norms and constraints that govern the production and reception of translations, in the relation between translation and other types of text processing, and in the place and role of translations both within a given literature and in the interaction between literatures. Herman, 1985b, pages 10 through 11. The link with polysystem theory and DTS can be seen to be strong, and the manipulation school proceeded on the basis of a continual interplay between theoretical models and practical case studies. A key point at that time was the exact methodology for the case studies. The paper by José Lambert and Hendrik van Gorp, 1985, on describing translations, draws on Evan, Zoas and Torre's early work and proposes one such scheme for the comparison of the ST and TT literary systems and for the description of relations within them. Each system comprises a description of author, text and reader. Lambert and van Gorp divide the scheme into 4 sections. Lambert and van Gorp, 1985, page 52 through 53. 1. Preliminary data. Information on the title page, metatext, preface, etc., and the general strategy, whether the translation is partial or complete. The results should lead to hypotheses concerning levels 2 and 3. 2. Macro level. The division of the text, titles, and presentation of the chapters, the internal narrative structure, and any overt authorial comment. This should generate hypotheses about the micro level, level 3. 3. Macro level. The identification of shifts on different linguistic levels. These include the lexical level, the grammatical patterns, narrative, point of view, and modality. The results should interact with the macro level, level 2, and lead to their consideration in terms of the broader systemic context. 4. Systemic context. Here, micro and macro levels, text and theory, are compared and norms identified. Intertextual relations, relations with other texts, including translations, and intersystemic relations, relations with other genres and codes, are also described. Lambert and van Gorp, page 47, accept that it is impossible to summarize all relationships involved in the activity of translation, but suggest a systematic scheme that avoids superficial and intuitive commentaries and a priori judgments and convictions. Like Herman's, they stress the link between the individual case study and the wider theoretical framework. It is not at all absurd to study a single translated text or a single translator, but it is absurd to disregard the fact that this translation or this translator has, positive or negative, connections with other translations and translators. Lambert and van Gorp, 1985, page 51. Since that paper was written, DTS has moved on, not least with Touré's 1995 work. Scholars such as the late André Lefebvre moved away from polystream terminology to consider the role of ideology and patronage in the system of translated literature. Pointers for future work in the theory of descriptive studies are given by Hermans. The discipline generally, but the descriptive school in particular, urgently needs to take account of developments in some of the more vigorous intellectual and social movements of our time, including gender studies, post-structuralism, post-colonial and cultural studies, and the new interdisciplinarity of human studies. Hermans, 1999, page 159 to 160. We examine Lefebvre's work and the contribution of these other movements to translation studies in chapters 8 and 9. Case study. The text for this case study is the hugely successful children's book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by J.K. Rowling, and its translations into Italian, Harry Potter y Pedra Filosofal, and Spanish, Harry Potter y la Pedra Filosofal. Following Touré's 3-phase methodology, we shall 1. Place the TTs in their TT cultural system, 2. Map TT segments into the ST equivalents, 3. Attempt to draw some generalizations regarding the translation strategies employed and the norms at work. Comparing 2 translations of the same ST, albeit in different languages, allows findings to be checked and helps to avoid jumping to conclusions based on a single isolated study. 1. Both the Italian and Spanish TTs are presented and accepted as translations, the translators' names and the original titles being published on the copyright pages. The Italian also has the translator's name on the title page. Both TTs are direct translations from English. Even though both target cultures have strong native children's literature traditions themselves, the decision to select this book for translation is not surprising given its huge success in the UK and the USA, where at one time it was the best-selling book in the country among both adults and children. The fact that the books are translations is not stressed, however. The blurb on the back cover of the Spanish TT, for example, quotes comments from reviewers in the UK and Italy and emphasizes the book's relevance to all children of all ages. The Italian TT also incorporates illustrations by an Italian illustrator, Serene Rigletti, cited along with the translator on the title page, where the book is described as a romanzo novel. The use of this word indicates the way in which the book is marketed as adult literature in Italy. There is a strong suggestion, therefore, that the Spanish and Italian publishers are prepared to make modifications, even perhaps including a modification of the genre, in order to ensure its full acceptability, including to more sophisticated adult readers. 2. The TTs are full translations of the ST, with no major additions, omissions, or footnotes. The choice of ST-TT pairs to examine is ad hoc in Touré's model. In the case of Harry Potter, one of the most striking features of the book, and indeed of much of children's literature, concerns the names of characters and elements related to the school of magic and sorcery of which Harry Potter is a pupil. The school itself has the sonorous and Anglo-Saxon sounding name of Hogwarts. Along the old British grammar school model, it is divided into houses with suggestive names such as Slytherin, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. The names of the characters are similarly sonorous and suggestive: Hagrid, Hedwig, Snape, Draco Malfoy, Argus Filch, and the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. The two TTs deal with these names in very different ways. The Spanish TT, almost without exception, retains these names in the translation. Although the first time Draco Malfoy appears, the translator adds an explanation of his name in brackets: Draco Dragon Malfoy. On the other hand, the Italian TT, although transferring some of the names, such as Hogwarts, Hadrig, and Hedwig, directly into the TT, makes an attempt at translating the sense of others. Slytherin is Serpividi, Ravenclaw is Petronara, Snape is Piton, Argus Filch is Argus Gaza, and so on. Where the sound of the name is more important and where the original would be difficult for the TT readers to pronounce, as happens with Gryffindor, the Italian translator adapts, in this case to Gryffindoro. She goes further. With the headmaster's name, he becomes Albus Salenti, and one of his titles, Supreme Mugwump, is rendered by the colloquial and humorous Supremo Peso Grosso. Even though this is not a neologism, it is markedly different from the neutral and formal Spanish Jefe Supremo. Names of crucial features of life in the school, such as the ball game Quidditch and the term muggles for non-magicians, are retained in Spanish, although italicized to emphasize their foreignness. In Italian, Quidditch is retained, but muggles is replaced by the neologism Babani. Some of the most playful names are those of the authors in the list of textbooks which the children receive before the start of term. Typical is Magical Theory by Aldberg Waffling. The Spanish does not change the author's name, while the Italian attempts to suggest the play on words with Aldberg Incante. Even more imaginatively, the Italian TT changes the author's name in The Dark Forces by Quinton Trimble to Dante Trembolante, using the rhythm of the Italian, the sense of tremante, trembling, and of course the allusion to Dante and his Inferno. 3. From these findings, certain generalizations can be proposed concerning the translation norms that have been in operation. The Spanish adopts an ST-oriented translation strategy, retaining the lexical items of the English original, even when this means that the TT reader will encounter pronunciation problems and/or not understanding the allusion. The Italian adopts a TT-oriented translation strategy, modifying many of the names to create new humorous sound patterns, plays on words, and allusions. One amusing play on words is the name of the Italian translator, given on the title page as Marina Astrologo. This descriptive comparison of two translations suggests that different norms are at work in the two target cultures, or at least in the translations. It also provides research questions that can be addressed in future studies. Do translations of modern children's literature into Spanish generally tend to reinforce ST lexical patterns? Does translation strategy depend on the translator, the publisher, the SL? Do translations of this literature into Italian usually demonstrate a TL orientation? If so, does this suggest that Italian culture gives central position to its own culture, forcing imports to adapt to it? How has this varied over time? Do other genres show the same trend? Discussion of case study. The advantages of Torres' methodology are that an attempt is made to place translation within its target culture context. It is relatively simple to carry out and is replicable. Other studies can then follow up the findings, and a better picture can gradually be formed about the translation of the genre of modern children's literature. The way this has varied over the years, the translation strategies in Italian and Spanish, their relation to what might have been assumed to be the more dominant English culture, and so on. A framework has thus been set up, enabling researchers from almost any background to contribute in a meaningful way to our knowledge of translation. Nevertheless, some objections could be raised. The choice of STTT coupling pairs is still far from systematic. While the study of the translation of proper names produces interesting findings in names, might be expected to be the most culturally bound items. But this does not necessarily mean that the overall translation strategy is the same. It may well be preferable, as suggested by Holmes, to develop a checklist of features to examine, even if that list is not as comprehensive as some of the taxonomies we reviewed in chapters 4 and 5. The placing within the target culture context is also inevitably limited. Focus could be shifted to look more deeply at the interaction between culture, ideology, and text, and to look at the translators and publishing industry themselves. These topics are discussed in the next 2 chapters. Summary. Evan Zohar's polysystem theory moves the study of translations out of a static linguistic analysis of shifts and obsession with one-to-one equivalence and into an investigation of the position of translated literature as a whole in the history and literary systems of the target culture. Torre then focuses attention on finding a methodology for descriptive translation studies. His TT-oriented theoretical framework combines linguistic comparison of ST and TT and consideration of the cultural framework of the TT. His aim is to identify the patterns of behavior in the translation and thereby to reconstruct the norms at work in the translation process. The ultimate aim of DTS is to discover probabilistic laws of translation which may be used to aid future translations and researchers. The exact form of ST-TT comparison remains to be determined. Scholars of the related manipulation school led an interplay of theoretical models and case studies in the 1980s, among which was Lambert and von Gorp's systematic scheme for describing translations. Chesterman has later developed the concept of norms. Further reading. For a summary of the influence of the Russian formalists on polysystem theory, read Gensler, 1993, page 118 to 115. Selected writings in English translation are to be found in Maciejewska and Pomorowska, 1971. For further reading on polysystem theory, see Avon Zola, 1978 and 1990. For further discussion on norms, see Komissarov, 1993, Hermans, 1996, Nord, 1997, and Pym, 1998. For the manipulation school and other descriptive approaches, see the collection of papers in Herman, 1985a. Also, refer back to Chapter 4 to Van Leeuwen's-Watt, 1989-1990. Related work by Lefebvre is discussed in Chapter 8. Discussion and research points. 1. Translation is no longer a phenomena whose nature and borders are given once and for all, but an activity dependent on the relations within a certain cultural system. Avon Zohar, 1978-2000, page 197. What are the implications of this comment for translation and translation studies? How far do you agree with it? 2. Consider the position of translation in the polysystem of your own country. Does it occupy a primary or secondary position? Have there been noticeable changes over the years? What about translated literature's own polysystem? Are there variations according to genre, SL, etc.? 3. Look at the different case studies given in Torre's book. What elements do they have in common? What studies could you carry out to test or extend these findings? 4. One of the severest criticisms of Torre's early work concerned his use of the invariant or tertium capacinis. How well do you consider Torre overcomes this problem with his coupled pairs approach in his 1995 book? 5. Carry out a descriptive study of the translation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone in another TL. Are your findings similar to those given in the case study in this chapter? What generalizations can you then make about the translation process? What hypotheses can you propose, and how would you seek to investigate them further? 6. With reference to Torre's work in the 1970s and 80s, Gentzler, 1993, page 133, claims that recent translation studies has found itself effectively using Torre's model in spite of his theoretical contradictions. What evidence can you find to support or dismiss this claim? Read the various papers presented in The Manipulation of Literature, Herman's 1985a. How far do they differ from Torre's approach? 7. Follow up the discussion of norms in Torre, 1978, 2000, and 1995, Komisarov, 1993, Hermans, 1996, 1999, Chesterman, 1997, Nord, 1997, and Pym, 1998. How far are these scholars discussing the same concept? Can they be merged? How useful are norms in describing translation process and product? Are there other elements or norms which you feel they have omitted? 8. Systems theories have focused exclusively on literary translation. How far do you feel these theories can work for non-fiction and for technical texts? Chapter 8. Varieties of Cultural Studies. Key Concepts. The cultural turn. This is the term used in translation studies for the move towards the analysis of translation from a cultural studies angle. Lefebvre, working originally from within systems theory, examines translation as rewriting and the ideological tension around the text. Simon and the Canadian feminists' translation project, making the feminine visible. Post-colonial translation theories. Translation has played an active role in the colonization process and the image of the colonized. Call by Nirayana for an interventionist approach by translators. Cultural theorists writing on translation have various agendas of their own. Key texts. Basnet, S., 1980, revised edition 1991, Translation Studies, London and New York, Routledge. Basnet, S. and A. Lefebvre, editors, 1990, Translation, History and Culture, London and New York, Pinter. Basnet, S. and H. Trevida, editors, 1999, Post-Colonial Translation, Theory and Practice, London and New York, Pinter. Cronin, M., 1996, Translating Ireland, Translation, Languages, Cultures, Cork, Cork University Press. Lefebvre, A., 1992a, Translation, Rewriting, and the Manipulation of Literary Fame, London and New York, Routledge. Nirayana, T., 1992, Citing Translation, History, Post-Structuralism, and the Colonial Context, Berkeley, California, University of California Press. Simon, S., 1996, Gender in Translation, Cultural Identity, and the Politics of Transmission, London and New York, Routledge. Spivak, G., 1993, 2000, The Politics of Translation, in L. Venturi, editor, 2000, pages 397 to 416. Vira, E., 1999, Liberating Calibans, Readings of Anthropophagia and Geraldo de Campos, Poetics of Transcreation, in S. Basnet and H. Trevida, editors, page 95 through 113. 8.0 Introduction. In their introduction to the collection of essays, Translation, History and Culture, Susan Basnet and André Lefebvre dismiss the kinds of linguistic theories of translation we examined in chapters 3 to 6, which, they say, have moved from word to text as a unit, but not beyond. Basnet and Lefebvre, 1990, page 4. Also dismissed are painstaking comparisons between originals and translations, which do not consider the text in its cultural environment. Instead, Basnet and Lefebvre go beyond language and focus on the interaction between translation and culture, on the way in which culture impacts and constrains translation, and on the larger issues of context, history and convention, page 11. They examine the image of literature, that is created by forms such as anthropologies, commentaries, film adaptations and translations, and the institutions that are involved in that process. Thus, the move from translation as text to translation as culture and politics is what Mary Snell Hornby, 1990, in her paper in the same collection, terms a cultural turn. It is taken up by Basset and Lefebvre as a metaphor for this cultural move and serves to bind together the range of case studies in their collection. These include studies of changing standards in translation over time, the power exercised in and on the publishing industry in pursuit of specific ideologies, feminist writing and translation, translation as appropriation, translation and colonization, and translation as rewriting, including film rewrites. Translation, History and Culture constitutes an important collection and the beginning of a decade or more when the cultural turn has held sway in translation studies. In this chapter, we consider three areas where cultural studies has influenced translation studies in the course of the 1990s. Translation as rewriting, which is a development of systems theory, section 8.1, translation and gender, section 8.2, and translation and post-colonialism, section 8.3. The ideology of the theorists themselves is discussed in section 8.4. 8.1. Translation as rewriting. André Lefebvre worked in comparative literary departments in Leuven, Belgium, and then in the USA at the University of Texas, Austin. His work in translation studies developed out of his strong links with polysystem theory and the manipulation school, see chapter 7. Although some may argue that Lefebvre sits more easily among the systems theorists, his later work on translation and culture in many ways represents a bridging point to the cultural turn. They are most fully developed in his book Translation, Rewriting and the Manipulation of Literary Fame, Lefebvre, 1992a. Lefebvre focuses particularly on the examination of very concrete factors that systematically govern the reception, acceptance or rejection of literary texts, that is, issues such as power, ideology, institution and manipulation. Lefebvre, 1992a, page 2. The people involved in such power positions are the ones Lefebvre sees as rewriting literature and governing its consumption by the general public. The motives for such rewriting can be ideological, conforming to or rebelling against the dominant ideology, or poetological, conforming to or rebelling against the dominant or preferred poetics. An example given by Lefebvre, page 8, is of Edward Fitzgerald, the 19th century translator, or rewriter, of the Persian poet Omar Khayyam. Fitzgerald considered Persians inferior and felt he should take liberties in the translation in order to improve on the original, at the same time making it conform to the expected Western literary conventions of his time. Lefebvre, page 9, claims that the same basic process of rewriting is at work in translation, historiography, anthropologization, criticism and editing. This bringing together of studies of original writing and translations shows translation being incorporated into general literary criticism. However, it is translation that is central to Lefebvre's book. Translation is the most obviously recognized type of rewriting, and it is potentially the most influential because it is able to project the image of an author and or those works beyond the boundaries of their culture of origin. Lefebvre, 1992a, page 9. Lefebvre describes the literary system in which translation functions as being controlled by three main factors, which are 1. Professionals within the literary system, 2. Patronage outside the literary system, and 3. The dominant poetics. 1. Professionals within the literary system. These include critics and reviewers, whose comments affect the reception of a work, teachers, who often decide whether a book is studied or not, and translators themselves, as in the Fitzgerald example above, who decide on the poetics and at times the ideology of the translated text. These control factors are discussed more fully in Chapter 9. 2. Patronage outside the literary system. These are the powers, persons, institutions, that can further or hinder the reading, writing and rewriting of literature. Page 15. Patrons may be an influential and powerful individual in a given historical era, for example Elizabeth I in Shakespeare's England, Hitler in 1930s Germany, etc. Groups of people, publishers, the media, a political class or party. Institutions which regulate the distribution of literature and literary ideas, national academics, academic journals, and above all the educational establishment. Lefebvre, page 16, identifies 3 elements to this patronage. A. The ideological component. This constrains the choice of subject and the form of its presentation. Lefebvre adopts a definition of ideology that is not restricted to the political. It is, more generally and perhaps less clearly, that grillwork of form, convention and belief which orders our actions. He sees patronage as being basically ideologically focused. B. The economic component. This concerns the payment of writers and rewriters. In the past, this was in the form of a pension or other regular emolument from a benefactor. Nowadays, it is more likely to be royalty payments and translators' fees. Other professionals, such as critics and teachers, are, of course, also paid or funded by patrons, for example, newspaper publishers, universities, and governments. C. The status component. This occurs in many forms. In return for economic payment from a benefactor or the literary press, the beneficiary is often expected to conform to the patron's expectations. Similarly, membership to a particular group involves behaving in a way conducive to supporting that group. Lefebvre gives the example of the Beat Poets using the City Lights bookstore in San Francisco as a meeting point in the 1950s. Patronage, page 17, is termed undifferentiated if all 3 components are provided by the same person or group, as would be the case with a totalitarian ruler. In that case, the patron's efforts are directed at maintaining the stability of the system. Patronage is differentiated when the 3 components are not dependent on each other. Thus, a popular best-selling author may receive high economic rewards but accrue little status in the eyes of the hierarchy of the literary system. 3. The dominant poetics. Lefebvre, page 26, analyzes this into 2 components. A. Literary devices. These include the range of genres, symbols, leitmotifs, and prototypical situations and characters. B. The concept of the role of literature. This is the relation of literature to the social system in which it exists. The struggle between different literary forms is a feature of polysystem theory. Lefebvre takes this idea further and looks at the role of institutions in determining the poetics. Institutions enforce, or at least try to enforce, the dominant poetics of a period by using it as the yardstick against which current production is measured. Accordingly, certain works of literature will be elevated to the level of classics within a relatively short time after publication, while others are rejected, some to reach the exalted position of a classic later, when the dominant poetics has changed. Lefebvre, 1992a, page 19. Lefebvre sees clear indication of the conservative bias of the system itself and the power of rewriting. Regarding those canonized classics that never lose their status, yet are reinterpreted or rewritten to conform to changes in dominant poetics. This is the case, for example, with the Greek classics, which continue to exert influence on Western European literature. Lefebvre notes that the boundaries of a poetics transcend languages and ethnic and political entities, page 30. As an example, he describes a poetics shared by many languages and groups across Africa. He sees the dominant poetics as tending to be determined by ideology. For instance, the early spread of Islam from Arabia led to the poetics of Arabic being adopted by other languages such as Persian, Turkish, and Urdu. 8.1.1 Poetics, Ideology and Translation. A key claim is made by Lefebvre concerning the interaction between poetics, ideology, and translation. On every level of the translation process, it can be shown that if linguistic considerations enter into conflict with considerations of ideological and or poetological nature, the latter tend to win out. Lefebvre, 1992a, page 39. For Lefebvre, the most important consideration is the ideological one. which in this case refers to the translator's ideology, or the ideology imposed upon the translator by patronage. The poetological consideration refers to the dominant poetics in the LT culture. Together, these dictate the translation strategy and the solution to specific problems. Page 41. An example given by Lefebvre, page 41 through 42, is taken from Aristophanes' Lysistrata, where Lysistrata asks the allegorical female peace character to bring the Spartan emissaries to her, adding, "En mio dido ten cera tes Sesthenes age," literally translated, "If he doesn't give you his hand, take him by the penis." Lefebvre lists English translations over the years that have rendered penis variously as membrane viril, nose, leg, handle, lifeline, and anything else, often accompanied by justificatory footnotes. According to Lefebvre, such euphemistic translations are to no small extent indicative of the ideology dominant at a certain time in a certain society, page 41, and they quite literally become the play for the TT audience that cannot read the ST, page 42. This is very much the case in Lefebvre's discussion, page 59 through 72, of the diary of Anne Frank, a young Dutch Jewish schoolgirl in hiding with her family during the Second World War. Anne Frank had begun to rewrite the diary for possible publication before her family was arrested and sent to the concentration camp where Anne died. Lefebvre describes how the 1947 Dutch edition of the diary, prepared in conjunction with and rewritten by Anne's father Otto, doctors the image of the girl by, for example, omitting paragraphs relating to her sexuality. Unflattering descriptions of friends and family are also cut, as are sentences referring to several people who collaborated with the Germans, the latter omissions made at the request of the individuals named. Lefebvre then examines the German translation published in 1950. This was put together by Anneliese Schultz, a friend of Otto Frank, and contains both errors of comprehension and alterations to the image of Germans and Germany. Lefebvre, page 66 through 69, lists many of these discrepancies, including instances where derogatory remarks about Germans are omitted or toned down. References to the Germans' treatment of the Jews are also altered. The following is a clear example. Here, I'll just read the English. "There is no greater enmity in the world than between Germans and Jews. There is no greater enmity in the world than between these Germans and the Jews." Lefebvre, 1992a, page 66. According to Lefebvre, the decision to translate Duster by Dussenduster rather than by simple Den Dusten, the Germans, was taken by Schultz in conjunction with Otto Frank, because that is what Anne meant to say, and also so as not to affect sales in post-war Germany by insulting all Germans. Such rewriting before and during translation is, in Lefebvre's eyes, down to ideological pressures. 8.2. Translation and Gender. The interest of cultural studies in translation has inevitably taken translation studies away from purely linguistic analysis and brought it into contact with other disciplines. Yet this process of disciplinary hybridization, Simon 1996, page 9, has not always been straightforward. Sherry Simon, in her Gender in Translation, Cultural Identity and the Politics of Transmission, 1996, criticizes translation studies for often using the term culture as if it referred to an obvious and unproblematic reality, page 9. Lefebvre, 1985, page 226, for example, has defined it as simply the environment of a literary system. Simon approaches translation from a gender studies angle. She sees, page 1, a language of sexism in translation studies, with its images of dominance, fidelity, faithfulness, and betrayal. Typical is the 17th century image of Les Belles Infidèles, translations into French that were artistically beautiful but unfaithful, Munin, 1955, or George Steiner's male-oriented image of translation as penetration in After Babel, see chapter 10. The feminist theorists see a parallel between the status of translation, which is often considered to be derivative and inferior to original writing, and that of women, so often repressed in society and literature. This is the core of feminist translation theory, which seeks to identify and critique the tangle of concepts which regulates both women and translation to the bottom of the social and literary ladder, page 1. But Simon takes this further in the concept of the committed translation project. For feminist translation, fidelity is to be directed towards neither the author nor the reader, but towards the writing project, a project in which both writer and translator participate. Simon, 1996, page 2. Simon gives examples of Canadian feminist translators from Quebec who seek to emphasize their identity and ideological stance in the translation project. One of these, Barbara Goddard, theorist and translator, is openly assertive about the manipulation this involves. The feminist translator, affirming her critical difference, her delight in interminable rereading and rewriting, flaunts the signs of her manipulation of the text. Goddard, 1990, page 91. Simon also quotes the introduction to a translation by Lisa Gauvens, Letters une autre, by another committed feminist translator, Suzanne de Lotbiniere Howard. The latter explains her translation strategy in political terms. My translation practice is a political activity aimed at making language speak for women. So my signature on translation means this translation has used every translation strategy to make the feminine visible in language. De Lotbiniere Howard, quoted in Gauvin, 1989, page 9, also cited in Simon, 1996, page 15. One such strategy discussed by Simon is the treatment of linguistic markers of gender. Examples quoted from De Lotbiniere Howard's translation include using a bold E in the word one to emphasize the feminine, capitalization of M in human rights to show the implicit sexism, the neologism autheur as opposed to author to translate the French auteur, and the feminine personification of nouns such as aube, dawn, with the English pronoun she. Simon, page 21. Other chapters in Simon's book revalue the contribution women translators have made to translation throughout history, discuss the distortion in the translation of French feminist theory, and look at feminist translations of the Bible. Among the case studies are summaries of the key literary translation work carried out by women in the first half of the 20th century. Simon, page 68 through 71, points out that the great classics of Russian literature were initially made available in English in translations produced mainly by one woman, Constance Garnett. Her 60 volumes of translation include almost the entire works of Turgenev, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov, and Gogol. Similarly, key works of literature in German were translated by women translators. Jean Starr-Ertmeyer, Wilma Muir in conjunction with her husband Edwin, and Helen Lowe Porter. The important role played by women translators up to the present is emphasized by Simon's reference to the feminist Suzanne Jill Levine, the translator of Guillermo Cabrera Inferno's Tres Tristes Tigres. In contrast to the self-effacing work of some of the earlier translators mentioned above, Levine collaborated closely with Infante in creating a new work, as we discussed in Chapter 9. From the feminist perspective, however, it is not only Levine's self-confidence, but also her awareness of a certain betrayal, translating a male discourse that speaks of the woman betrayed, that fascinates Simon. She hints, page 82, at the possible ways Levine may have rewritten, manipulated, and betrayed Infantine's work in her own feminist project. Simon's focus centers on underlining the importance of the cultural turn in translation. In the conclusion of her book, she insists on how contemporary feminist translation has made gender the site of a consciously transforming project, one which reframes conditions of textual authority, page 167, and summarizes the contribution of cultural studies to translation as follows. Cultural studies brings to translation an understanding of the complexities of gender and culture. It allows us to situate linguistic transfer within the multiple post-realities of today: post-structuralism, post-colonialism, and post-modernism. Simon, 1996, page 136. Simon thus links gender and cultural studies to the developments in post-colonialism. The exact scope of post-colonialism is open to some debate. However, it is generally used to cover studies of the history of the former colonies. studies of powerful European empires, resistance to the colonialist powers, and more broadly, studies of the effect of the imbalance of power relations between colonized and colonizer. The consequent crossover between different contemporary disciplines can be seen by the fact that essays by Simon and by Lefebvre appear in collections of post-colonial writings on translation, and Simon herself makes extensive reference to the post-colonialist Spivak, as we describe in the next section. This is the end of side 9. Continue on side 10. This is side 10 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Applications by Jeremy Munday. Continuing on page 133. Your reader for this section is Felicity Rogers. 8.3. Post-Colonial Translation Theory. In the concluding chapter of her book on translation and gender, Simon draws together issues of gender and post-colonialism as seen in the work of the Bengali critic and translator Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. In particular, Simon highlights, page 145 through 147, Spivak's concerns about the ideological consequences of the translation of Third World literature into English and the distortion this entails. Spivak has addressed these questions in her seminal essay, The Politics of Translation, 1993-2000, which brings together feminist, post-colonialist and post-structuralist approaches. Tensions between the different approaches are highlighted, with Spivak speaking out against Western feminists who expect feminist writing from outside Europe to be translated into the language of power, English. Such translation, in Spivak's view, is often expressed in translationese, which eliminates the identity of politically less powerful individuals and culture. In the act of wholesale translation into English, there can be a betrayal of the democratic ideal into the law of the strongest. This happens when all the literature of the Third World gets translated into a sort of with it translatese, so that the literature by a woman in Palestine begins to resemble, in the feel of its prose, something by a man in Taiwan. Spivak, 1993-2000, page 399 to 400. Spivak's critique of Western feminism and publishing is most biting when she suggests, page 405, that feminists from the hegemonic countries should show real solidarity with women in post-colonial contexts by learning the language in which those women speak and write. In Spivak's opinion, the politics of translation currently gives prominence to English and the other hegemonic languages of the ex-colonizers. Translations into these languages from Bengali too often fail to translate the difference of the Bengali view because the translator, albeit with good intentions, over-assimilates it to make it acceptable to the Western readers. Spivak's own translation strategy necessitates the translator intimately understanding the language and situation of the original. It draws on post-structuralist concepts of rhetoric, logic, and the social. This topic is further discussed in Chapter 10. Spivak's work is indicative of how cultural studies, and especially post-colonialism, has over the past decade focused on issues of translation, the transnational, and colonization. The linking of colonization and translation is accompanied by the argument that translation has played an active role in the colonization process and in disseminating an ideologically motivated image of colonized peoples. Just as, in the previous section, we saw a parallel which feminist theorists have drawn between the conventional male-driven depiction of translations and of women, so has the metaphor been used of the colony as an imitative and inferior translational copy whose suppressed identity has been overwritten by the colonizer. Translation's role in disseminating such ideological images has led Basnet and Trevida, 1999, page 5, to refer to the shameful history of translation. The central intersection of translation studies and post-colonial theory is that of power relations. Tejaswani Nirayanas, citing translation, history, post-structuralism and the colonial context, present an image of the post-colonial as still scored through by an absentee colonialism. Narayana, 1992, page 8. She sees literary translation as one of the discourses, the others being education, theology, historiography and philosophy, which inform the hegemonic apparatus that belong to the ideological structure of colonial rule, page 33. Narayana's focus is on the way translation into English has generally been used by the colonial power to construct a rewritten image of the East that has then come to stand for the truth. She gives other examples of the colonizers' imposition of ideological values. These vary from missionaries who run schools for the colonized and who also performed a role as linguists and translators, to ethnographers who recorded grammars of native languages. Narayana sees all these groups as participating in the enormous project of collection and codification on which colonial power was based. Page 34. She specifically attacks translation's role within this power structure. Translation as a practice shapes and takes shape within the asymmetrical relations of power that operate under colonialism. Narayana, 1992, page 2. Furthermore, she goes on to criticize translation studies itself for its largely Western orientation and for three main failings that she sees resulting from this, page 48 through 49. 1. That translation studies has until recently not considered the question of power imbalance between different languages. 2. That the concepts underlying much of Western translation theory are flawed. Its notions of text, author, and meaning are based on an unproblematic, naively representational theory of language. 3. That the humanistic enterprise of translation needs to be questioned, since translation in the colonial context builds a conceptual image of colonial domination into the discourse of Western philosophy. Narayana writes from an unavowedly post-structuralist perspective. The latter forms the basis of Chapter 10, where we consider the influence of the deconstructionists such as Derrida. This overlapping is indicative of the interaction of different aspects of cultural studies and of the way in which they interface with translation studies. It also informs Narayana's recommendations for action, which are 1. In general, that the post-colonial translator must call into question every aspect of colonialism and liberal nationalism, page 167. For Narayana, this is not just a question of avoiding Western metaphysical representations. It is a case of dismantling the hegemonic West from within, deconstructing and identifying the means by which the West represses the non-West and marginalizes its own otherness, page 171. In this way, such repression can then be countered. 2. Specifically, Narayana calls for an interventionist approach from the translator. I initiate here a practice of translation that is speculative, provisional, and interventionist, she proclaims, page 173. In her analysis of translations of a spiritual Vakana poem from southern India, she attacks existing translations, including one by the celebrated A.K. Ramayana, as attempting to assimilate Savati poetry to the discourses of Christianity, or of a post-romantic new criticism, page 180, analogous to 19th century native responses to colonialism. Her own suggested translation resists the containment of colonial discourse by, among other things, re-scribing the name of the poet's god, Guesvara, and the linga representation of light, and by avoiding similes that would tone down the native form of metaphorization, page 182 through 186. Asymmetrical power relations in a post-colonial context also form the thread of the important collection of essays entitled Post-Colonial Translation, Theory and Practice, edited by Susan Basnet and Harish Triveda, 1999. In their introduction on page 13, they see these power relations being played out in the unequal struggle of various local languages against the one master language of our post-colonial world, English. Translation is thus seen as the battleground and exemplification of the post-colonial context. There is a close linkage of translational to transnational, the latter term referring both to those post-colonials living between nations as immigrants, as in the example of Salman Rushdie described in Bahaba, 1994, and, more widely, as the locational disruptor that describes the situation of those who remain in the melting pot of their native site. In current theoretical discourse, then, to speak of post-colonial translation is little short of tautology. In our age of the valorization of migrancy, exile and diaspora, the word translation seems to have come full circle and reverted from its figurative literary meaning of an interlingual translation to its etymological physical meaning of location disruptor. Translation seems to have been translated back to its origins. Basnet, Trevida, 1999, page 13. Post-colonial translation studies takes many forms, as can be seen by the studies contained in Basnet and Trevida's book. Several are based on the theory and practice of translation from an Indian perspective. Indian literary traditions are essentially traditions of translation, says D.V., 1999, page 187. And studies are included of the work of celebrated translators B.M. Shrikantara, Vishwatha and Simon, 1999, and A.K. Ramayana, Dewadaka, 1999. In the latter case, Dewadaka reacts against Narayana's attack on Ramayana, stating that Ramayana had worked from an earlier and different version of the poem, that Narayana ignores the translator's commentary of the poem, and that the goal of the translation was to orient the Western reader to cross-cultural similarities. 8.3.1 Brazilian Cannibalism. Another important post-colonial movement in translation has come from Brazil. It is based on the metaphor of anthropophagy, or cannibalism, which emerged in the 1920s with Oswald de Andrade's Manifesto Antropófago, drawing on the famous story of the ritual cannibalization of a Portuguese bishop by native Brazilians. From the 1960s, with the poetical work of the de Campos brothers, the metaphor has been used by the strong Brazilian translation studies community to stand for the experience of colonization and translation. The colonizers and their language are devoured, their life force invigorating the devourers, but in a new, purified and energized form that is appropriate to the needs of the native peoples. A summary of the Brazilian cannibalist movement and its debt to Geraldo de Campos is given by one of its leading proponents, Elsa Vieira, in her paper Liberating Calibans, Vieira, 1999. Cannibalism is a metaphor actually drawn from the natives' ritual whereby feeding from someone or drinking someone's blood, as they did to their totemic tapir, was a means of absorbing the other's strength. It pointed to the very project of the anthropophagy group, not to deny foreign influences or nourishment, but to absorb and transform them by the addition of autochthonous input, initially using the metaphor as an irreverent verbal weapon. The Manifesto Antropófago stresses the repressive nature of colonialism. In the overt attempt at freeing Brazilian culture from mental colonialism, the manifesto redirects the flow of Eurocentric historiography. The New World, by means of the permanent Cariba, revolution, becomes the source of revolutions and change. The Old World is pronounced indebted to the New World, because without it, Europe would not even have its poor declaration of the rights of man. Vieira, 1999, pages 98 through 99. Once again, then, the post-colonial world is one of change and struggle. However, in this case, it is former colonizers who are strengthened by the energy of the struggle. In terms of translation, this means a translational project. Vieira, page 106. That is marked by creation and recreation, absorbing the ST and revitalizing it through nourished TTs that employ an energized and different form of the colonizer's language that belongs to the post-colony. The way that the Brazilian cannibalists, notably Geraldo de Campos, set about achieving this was, somewhat ironically, strongly influenced by Western thinkers, especially the experimental work of Ezra Pound and Walter Benjamin, and the concept of the transformational strength of pure language. See Chapter 10. For the moment, however, it is important to be aware that these different post-colonial writings on translation have found their echo within Europe, specifically in the Irish context. 8.3.2 The Irish context. The translation of Irish literature is the subject of two recent book-length studies, Michael Cronin's Translating Ireland, 1996, and Maria Timoko's Translation in a Post-Colonial Context, 1999a. In this section, we focus on Cronin's more politically assertive work. Cronin, page 3, takes issue with Narayana and other writers of translation and post-colonialism because of their simple opposition of Europe and the New World, or Europe and the colony, and because of the neglect of the internal colonialism within Europe itself. Cronin himself concentrates on the role of translation in the linguistic and political battle between the Irish and the English languages, examining how Irish translators throughout history have discussed and presented their work in prefaces, commentaries, and other writings. Of particular interest is his description of this process from historical, political, and cultural angles, and the way translation is seen at different times to serve the interests of both colonizer and colonized. The role of language in the subjection of Ireland by the English is evident in the 1537 Act for the English Order, which was designed to make the Irish speak English. Cronin uses the metaphor of translation to draw a parallel with what was happening physically to the Irish. Translation at a cultural level, the embrace of English acculturalization, is paralleled by translation at a territorial level, the forcible displacement and movement of populations. Cronin, 1996, page 49. On the other hand, Cronin, page 49 through 51, quotes the English poet Edmund Spenser, writing in 1596, who supported the power of the conqueror, but nevertheless appreciated English translations of Irish poems. This appreciation of Irish literature in translation counters the barbarian Irish stereotype of the time. Cronin, page 67 through 71, goes on to describe how, in the 17th century, translation into English was promoted by new forms of patronage, the education system, the landed aristocracy, the church, and the large numbers of new settlers, which gave economic and political incentives for the use of English. In the 18th and 19th centuries, translations into English were produced by Irish scholars in an attempt to oppose views of Irish history and literature produced by England, and to defend their own culture. This, as Cronin points out, page 92, ironically assisted in the strengthening of the English language in Ireland. Translation continues to be a political issue in modern post-colonial Ireland, where the Irish and English languages coexist. The translation into the other European languages of literature written in both Irish and English by Irish writers is now financially supported by the Arts Council in Ireland. Cronin's, quoting on page 174 of the Council's Lawrence Cassidy's, reveals the economic power over culture that remains with the former colonial power. It is of the most crucial importance that an independent country with an independent literature in two languages takes onto itself its own representation of that literature, and doesn't leave it to the London publishing houses, who are really only promoting the authorial end and the economic end of the process, and are not concerned about the Irish image. In this way, the political stance of Cronin's book demonstrates that the post-colonial power relations within translation do not just operate on a globally north-south or west-east scale. 8.4. The ideologies of the theorists. Cultural studies has taken an increasingly keen interest in translation. One consequence of this widening of the ambit of translation studies is that it has brought together scholars from a wide range of backgrounds. Yet it is important to remember that cultural theorists themselves have their own ideology and agendas that drive their own criticisms. Thus, the feminist translators of the Canadian project are very open about flaunting their manipulation of text. Sherry Simon is also explicit in stating that the aim of her book on gender and translation is to cast the widest net around issues of gender and translation, and, through gender, to move translation studies closer to a cultural studies framework. Simon, 1996, page 9. This has inevitably entailed an attack on linguistics theories of translation. Such aims can be traced back a long way. As early as 1980, Susan Basnett was openly dismissive of linguistic theories of translation in her influential survey, Translation Studies. To be sure, these new cultural approaches have widened the horizons of translation studies with a wealth of new insights, but there is also a strong element of conflict and competition between them. For example, Simon, 1996, page 95, writing from a gender studies perspective, describes the distortion of the representation in translation of the French feminist Helena Sécu, since many critics only have access to that portion of her work that is available in English. However, Rosemary Arroyo, 1999, writing from a post-colonial angle, claims that Sécu's own appropriation of the Brazilian author Clarice Lispector is in fact an exemplary illustration of an aggressively masculine approach to difference. Arroyo, 1999, page 160. Such differences of perspective are inevitable, and even to be welcomed as translation and translation studies continue to increase their influence. In many ways, it is part of the rewriting process described by Lefebvre, and the anthropologizing, canonizing process can be seen everywhere. The present book, for example, cannot avoid rewriting and to some extent manipulating other work in the field. The cultural turn might also be described as an attempt by cultural studies to colonize the less established field of translation studies. Additionally, post-colonial writers have their own political agenda. Cronin, for instance, posits the potential for English-speaking Irish translators to make a distinctive contribution to the world of culture as a non-imperial English-speaking bridge for the European audiovisual industry. Cronin, 1996, page 197. This, he feels, can be achieved using appropriate translation strategies, although he does not give details except for the need to protect diversity and heterogeneity. The promotion of such translation policies, albeit from the perspective of the minority cultures, still involves a political act and a manipulation of translation for specific political or economic advantage. Case study. This case study concerns The Last Flicker, 1991, the English translation of Gurdial Singh's Punjabi novel Mahidar Diva, 1964. Punjabi and English have shared an unequal and problematic power equation owing to a long history of British rule in India and the imposition of the English language during that time. In more recent years, the native literature of the Punjab has become more valued, and no writer more so than Gurdial Singh, joint winner of India's prestigious Jnanpith Literary Award in 1999. It is significant, first of all, that his novel should have been selected for translation, albeit 27 years after the publication of the ST. This fact immediately raises the status of a novel in its source culture. Its enormous success in its other translations in Hindi and Russian may have assisted its publication in English, which coincided with the release in India of a film based on the novel. There may be other political and cultural reasons too. The publisher of the translation, Sahitya Akademi, is the national organisation set up by the government of India to coordinate literary activities and to promote through them the culture of united India. In this instance, therefore, English is being used as a tool both nationally and internationally. The translation is by Ahima S. Rode, a Punjabi settled in Canada. The fact that the book has been translated by a fellow countryman, but one who is settled in a Western country, that it has been promoted by a cultural government organisation, and that it is written in the hegemonic language of English immediately raises a complex range of cultural issues concerning the power structures at play in and around the text and translator. A further factor is added by the setting of the novel in an isolated village in the Mulwari region of Punjab. The poorly educated characters converse with each other in the local Malawi dialect of Punjab. Their colloquial dialogue constitutes a crucial element in the fictional discourse, with the third-person narrator portraying characters and situations through the characters' speech rhythms and the cultural environment they evoke. In the English translation, the dialogue shows a mix of registers. There are archaic insults, wretched dog, and others that combine slight archaisms with the reference points of rural life, that oaf, big-boned like a bullock, alongside more modern expletives, arsehole, goddamn ox, fucking god, fucking piece of land, king shit, bullshit, bloody big daddies, and speech markers, huh, yeah, right. Lexes such as goddamn, bullshit, fucking God, etc., clearly points to a cultural context very different to the one within which the novel was conceived, uprooting the characters from rural Punjab and giving them the speech accents of street-smart urban North America. The mixing of registers in the translation also affects kinship markers. Culturally loaded, as they often are, they are sometimes replaced by their nearest English equivalents, and on other occasions are retained in their original form for emphasis. For instance, bapu, a term used for father or an elder, is preserved in its original form, while the overtly Americanized mom and anglicized auntie replace ma and chachitaya. Kinship culture in Punjab is inextricably bound up with notions of hierarchy and status consciousness, as well as revealing the emotional bonds between characters. At times, the emotional bonds are indicated by Americanized terms of endearment, such as the use of honey by a father to refer to his daughter. This points to a disruption in translation of a central theme from the source culture. Nevertheless, it is also true that this kind of text would pose problems for any translator. The translation of a Punjabi novel for the international audience would invariably involve spatial and cultural dislocation. What the translator has done is to translate the regional and social dialect of a small village community with the sociolette of urban working-class North America, where he has lived for several years. This may prove problematic for those reading the text in English in India, since the indicators of the dislocation towards the hegemonic Anglo-Saxon culture, as Spivak or Niranja might call it, would be very noticeable. Yet, the mix of registers also serves to make apparent that we are reading a translation. The result is not exactly the with its translatees bemoaned by Spivak, or the dominant Anglo-American domesticating translations castigated by Venturi, 1995, see Chapter 9. It is rather a dislocationary translation practice that brings into sharp relief the clash of different cultures. The characters are dislodged from their source culture, but they are also made to come alive and challenge the English language reader. This is the kind of complex interventionist approach the translator has carried out, but he leaves himself open to the criticism that he has chosen to superimpose the sociolect of the hegemonic power. Interestingly enough, the translation of Mahidar Diva was followed by the translation of two other Singh novels, Adu Chani Ra, Night of the Half Moon, Madras, Macmillan, 1996, and Pasha, National Book Trust, 1999. These translations bring Singh to the attention of an even wider audience and are perhaps indicative of the success of the first translation. Discussion of case study. This case study, which looks at the language of the TT and sees cultural implications in the choices made, has examined a case where a novel from a minority language has been translated into the hegemonic international language, English, under the auspices of a centralized national organization, the Kshatriya Academy. The language of the characters becomes mingled with that of the colonizer, and their identity, embedded in their Punjabi cultural milieu, is blurred. While post-colonial theories help to understand the power relations that operate around the translation process, it is also clear from the brief analysis of The Last Flicker that a whole range of interacting factors are at work. This includes the perhaps inevitable dislocation of the source culture, the dislocation of the Punjabi translator in Canada, and the location of the patron within India itself. It would now be interesting to compare the translation strategies employed in the other novels. The aim would be to see how far this translation strategy is due to translation policy or to the way literary translators function in general. The latter is an issue that will be considered in the next chapter. Summary. This last chapter has focused on the varieties of cultural studies in translation studies. Linguistic theories of translation have been sidelined, and attention has centered on translation as cultural transfer and the interface of translation with other growing disciplines within cultural studies. Those examined in this chapter have been Section 8.1, Translation as Rewriting, developed from systems theories and pioneered by André Lefebvre, studying the power relations and ideologies existing in the patronage and poetry of literary and cultural systems that interface with literary translation. Section 8.2, Translation and Gender, with the Canadian Feminist Translation Project described by Sherry Simon, Making the Feminist Visible in Translation. Section 8.3, Translation and Post-Colonialism, with examples from Spivak, Narayana and Cronin, comparing the dislocature of texts and translators working in former colonies of the European powers or in their language. Narayana, in particular, highlights the power relations in the translation of the colonized peoples and takes translation studies to task for its Western philosophical and ideological bias. Finally, Brazilian cannibalism, as exemplified by De Campos and Vieira, employs the metaphor of devouring the colonizer to energize the native Brazilian tradition. The next chapter turns to examine the role of translators themselves at the cultural interface. Further reading. For an introduction to cultural studies, read East Hope, 1991, or during 1999. For translation as rewriting, read additionally Lefebvre, 1981, 1985, and 1993, and the collection of essays edited by Alvarez and Africa Vidal, 1996, for translation as a political act. Related discussions of issues of patronage follows in Chapter 9. For an introduction to gender issues, read Butler, 1990, and Bukima and Smelik, 1995. For translation and gender, read Goddard, 1990. And for the first sign that gay issues are beginning to enter the translation forum, read Harvey, 1999-2000, see also Chapter 11. For an introduction to post-colonialism, read Sade, 1978. In addition, for translation and post-colonialism, read Chaffetz, 1991, Buba, 1994, and Robinson, 1997a. And for Brazilian cannibalism, read De Campos, 1992, and Vieira, 1997. Discussion and research points. 1. Lefebvre sees translation as potentially the most influential, 1992a, page 9, form of rewriting. How far do you agree with him? Compare this with examples taken from other forms of rewriting, film adaptations, anthropologization, historiography, etc. 2. Lefebvre identifies 3 factors, the professionals, patronage, and poetics, which control the literary system. Examine how each functions in your own culture and which, if any, seems to be the most important. Are there other factors you would add? 3. Should women writers ideally be translated by women only? What about male writers? Look at published translations and their prefaces to see how often this could be an issue. 4. Look for examples of translations in various times and locations that reveal a gender bias. How is that bias revealed? Is there a pattern to these examples? How might the translator have acted differently? 5. How far do you feel Barbara Goddard is justified in flaunting her manipulation of the text for feminist purposes, or Narayana is justified in her interventionist approach? 6. What research work has been carried out on post-colonialism and translation in your own country and languages? Do the results tie in with those discussed here? 7. How far do you agree with Narayana that translation studies has been overly dominated by Western theories? If this is true, how can or should the situation be changed? 8. Coexistence implies translating the culture and political, religious, emotional language of the other into a language and culture that is strengthened by the presence of the other. The alternative to translation is the muteness of fear, Cronin, 1996, page 200. How far does this statement hold for the linguistic policies of your own country? What examples have you come across of translation involving a power difference between the 2 languages and cultures? Chapter 9. Translating the foreign, the invisibility of translation. Key concepts. Venuti, the invisibility of the translator in the modern publishing world. Venuti, foreignizing versus domesticating translation and the call for action. Berman, the negative analytic, the defamation of translation. Literary translators' accounts of their work, ear and voice. The power network of the publishing industry. The reception of translation, reception theory, and translation reviewing. Key texts. Berman A., 1984-92. Le Préau de l'étrange. Culture étrange de Allemande romantique. Paris editions. Gallimard translated in 1992 by S. Haverat as The Experience of the Foreign, Culture and Translation in Romantic Germany, Albany State University of New York. Berman A., 1985, B., 2000, Translation of the Trials of the Foreign, translated by L. Venuti in L. Venuti, editor, 2000, page 284 through 297, originally published as La Tradition Communique par l'Étrange, text, 1985, 67 through 81. Felsteiner, J., 1980, translating Nerunda, The Way to Machu Picchu, Stanford, CA, Stanford University Press. Levine S., 1991, The Subversive Scribe, translating Latin American fiction, St. Paul, Minnesota, Gay Wolf Press. Venuti L., editor, 1992, Rethinking Translation, Discourse, Subjectivity, Ideology, London and New York, Routledge. Venuti L., 1995, The Translator's Invisibility, A History of Translation, London and New York, Routledge. Venuti L., 1998, The Scandals of Translation, Towards an Ethics of Difference, London and New York, Routledge. 9.0 Introduction. Chapter 8 examined varieties of cultural studies that are focused on translation. In this chapter, we concentrate on other research that deals with cultural difference and with the interface between the source culture and the foreign, linking ideology and dominant discourse to translation strategies. Section 9.1 focuses on key areas of the influential work of Lawrence Venuti, notably the invisibility of translation and the translator in Anglo-American culture, section 9.1.1, and the domesticating and foreignizing translation strategies which are available to the translator, section 9.1.2. Section 9.1.3 considers work by Antoine Berman that follows a similar line, Berman's negative analytic, attacking the homogenization of the translation of literary prose. The remainder of the chapter considers other related areas and players in the translation process. Thus, in section 9.2, a description is given of what practicing literary translators say about their practices, in order to see if their own view of their work tallies with Venuti's and Berman's theories. Section 9.3 deals with crucial aspects of the powerful publishing industry, and section 9.4 discusses criticisms of Venuti. Finally, section 9.5 examines the reception of translations, notably the reviewing process, and what this reveals about cultural attitudes to translation in general. Following this, the case study illustrates one method of investigating these ideas by analyzing the reviews of a translated text. 9.1 Venuti, the cultural and political agenda of translation. Like the other cultural theorists discussed in Chapter 8, Venuti insists that the scope of translation studies needs to be broadened to take account of the value-driven nature of the socio-cultural framework. Thus, he contests Touré's scientific descriptive model with its aim of producing value-free norms and laws of translation. See Chapter 7. Touré's method must still turn to cultural theory in order to assess the significance of the data, to analyze the norms. Norms may be, in the first instance, linguistic or literary, but they will also include a diverse range of domestic values, beliefs and social representations which carry ideological force in serving the interests of specific groups, and they are always housed in the social institutions where translations are produced and enlisted in cultural and political agendas. Venuti, 1998, page 29. In addition to governments and other politically motivated institutions which may decide to censor or promote certain works, compare Lefebvre's discussion of control factors in Chapter 8.1, the groups and social institutions to which Venuti refers would include the various players in the publishing industry as a whole. Above all, these would be the publishers and editors who choose the works and commission the translations, pay the translators, and often dictate the translation method. They also include the literary agents, marketing and sales teams, and reviewers. The reviewers' comments indicate and to some extent determine how translations are read and received in the target culture. Each of these players has a particular position and role within the dominant culture and political agendas of their place and time. The translators themselves are part of that culture, which they can either accept or rebel against. 9.1.1 Venuti and the invisibility of the translator. Invisibility is a term used by Venuti, 1995, page 1, to describe the translator's situation and activity in contemporary Anglo-American culture. Venuti sees this invisibility as typically being produced, 1. by the way translators themselves tend to translate fluently into English to produce an idiomatic and readable TT, thus creating an illusion of transparency. 2. by the way the translated texts are typically read in the target culture. A translated text, whether prose or poetry, fiction or non-fiction, is judged acceptable by most publishers, reviewers, and readers when it reads fluently, when the absence of any linguistic or stylistic peculiarities make it seem transparent, giving the appearance that it reflects the foreign writer's personality or intention, or the essential meaning of the foreign text. The appearance, in other words, that the translation is not, in fact, a translation, but the original. Venuti, 1995, page 1. Venuti, 1998, page 31, sees the most important factor for this as being the prevailing concept of authorship. Translation is seen as derivative and of secondary quality and importance. Thus, the English practice since Dryden has been to conceal the art of translation, so that, even now, translations are rarely considered a form of literary scholarship. Venuti, 1998, page 32. 9.1.2 Domestication and Foreignization. Venuti, 1995, page 19 through 20, discusses invisibility hand in hand with two types of translating strategy: domestication and foreignization. These strategies concern both the choice of text to translate and the translation method. Their roots are traced back by Venuti to Schleiermacher in his 1813 essay Über die verschiedenen Methoden der Übersetzung. See chapter 2. Venuti, 1995, page 21, sees domestication as dominating Anglo-American translation culture, just as the post-colonialists are alert to the cultural effects of the differential in power relations between colony and ex-colony, so Venuti, 1995, page 20, bemoans the phenomena of domestication, since it involves an ethnocentric reduction of the foreign text to Anglo-American target language cultural values. This entails translating in a transparent, fluent, invisible style in order to minimize the foreignness of the TT. Venuti allies it with Schleiermacher's description of translation that leaves the reader in peace as much as possible and moves the author towards him. Schleiermacher, 1813, 1992, page 41 to 42. See chapter 2 of this book. Domestication further covers adherence to domestic literary canons by carefully selecting the texts that are likely to lend themselves to such translation strategy. Venuti, 1997, page 241. Foreignization, on the other hand, entails choosing a foreign text and developing a translation method along lines which are excluded by dominant cultural values in the target language. Venuti, 1997, page 242. It is the preferred choice of Schleiermacher, whose description is of a translation strategy where the translator leaves the writer alone as much as possible and moves the reader towards the writer. Schleiermacher, 1813, 1992, page 42. Venuti, 1995, page 20, considers the foreignizing method to be an ethno-deviant pressure on the target language culture values to register the linguistic and cultural difference of the foreign text, sending the reader abroad. It is highly desirable, he says, in an effort to restrain the ethnocentric violence of translation. In other words, the foreignizing method can restrain the violently domesticating cultural values of the English language world. The foreignizing method of translating, a strategy Venuti also terms resistance, 1995, page 305 to 306, is a non-fluent or estranging translation style designed to make visible the presence of the translator by highlighting the foreign identity of the ST and protecting it from the ideological dominance of the target culture. In his later book, The Scandals of Translation, 1998, Venuti continues to insist on foreignizing, or, as he calls it, minoritizing translation, to cultivate a varied and heterogeneous discourse. Venuti, 1998, page 11. One of the examples he gives of a minoritizing project is his own translation of works by the 19th century Italian Tacetti, page 13 through 20. The choice of works to translate is minoritizing, since Tacetti was a minor 19th century Italian writer, a Milanese Bohemian who further challenged the literary establishment by using the standard Tuscan dialect to write experimental and Gothic novels, and by challenging the moral and political values of the day. As far as the language is concerned, the minoritizing or foreignizing method of Venuti's translation comes through in the deliberate inclusion of foreignizing elements, such as modern American slang, in a bid to make the translator visible and to make the readers realize they are reading a translation of a work from a foreign culture. Venuti gives the extract shown in box 9.1 as an example of what he means by this approach. Among the elements of this extract, which Venuti considers to be distinctive of foreignization, are the close adherence to the ST structure and syntax. For example, the adjective positions in the first sentence, the cauquis, sogiano, as sojourn, indulo, as induce him, and the archaic structure, nor could I ever. In other passages, see Venuti 1998, page 16 to 17, he juxtaposes both archaisms, for example, scapegrace, and modern colloquialisms, for example, con artist and funk, and uses British spellings, for example, demeanour and offence, to jar the reader with a heterogeneous discourse. Venuti is happy to note, 1998, page 15, that some of the reviews of the translation were appreciative of his visible translating strategy. However, he also adds, page 18 through 19, that some of the reviewers attacked the translation for not being what, in Venuti's terms, would be domestication. Box 9.1 contains a short Italian paragraph which I can't read, but I will read the English translation. In 1855, having taken up residence at Pavia, I devoted myself to the study of drawing at a private school in that city, and several months into my sojourn I developed a close friendship with a certain Frederica M., a professor of pathology and clinical medicine, who taught at the university, and died of severe apoplexy a few months after I became acquainted with him. He was very fond of the sciences, and of his own in particular. He was gifted with extraordinary mental powers, except that, like all anatomists and doctors generally, he was profoundly and incurably sceptical. He was so by conviction, nor could I ever induce him to accept my beliefs, no matter how much I endeavoured in the impassioned, heated discussions which we had every day on this point. Venuti, 1998, page 15. Although Venuti advocates foreignizing translation, he is also aware, 1995, page 29, of some of its contradictions, namely that it is a subjective and relative term that still involves some domestication because it translates an ST for a target culture and depends on dominant target culture values to become visible when it departs from them. However, Venuti defends foreignizing translations. They are equally partial, as are domesticating translations, in their interpretation of the foreign text, but they do tend to flaunt their partiality instead of concealing it. 1995, page 34. Importantly, it should also be pointed out at this point that domestication and foreignization are considered by Venuti, 1999, in the introduction to the Italian translation of The Translator's Invisibility, to be heuristic concepts designed to promote thinking and research rather than binary opposites. They possess a contingent variability such that they can only be defined in the specific cultural situation in which a translation is made and works its effects. This, according to Venuti, means that the terms may change meaning across time and location. What does not change, however, is that domestication and foreignization deal with the question of how much a translation assimilates a foreign text to the translating language and culture, and how much it rather signals the differences of that text. This is a question which has already attracted the attention of the noted French theorist, the late Antoine Berman. This is the end of side 10. Continue on side 11. This is side 11 of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Application by Jeremy Munday. Continuing on page 149. Your reader for this section is Felicity Rogers. 9.1.3. Antoine Berman, the Negative Analytic of Translation. Antoine Berman's major theoretical work, L'Esprit de l'étrange, culture et tradition de la langue romantique, 1984, translated into English as The Experience of the Foreign, Culture and Translation in Romantic Germany, 1992, precedes and influences Venuti, who himself has recently produced an English translation of an important article by Berman. This article, La Tradition comme Esprit l'étrange, 1985, is entitled Translation and the Trials of the Foreign in English in Venuti 2000. The change from experience in the title of the book to trials in the article is perhaps indicative of Venuti's desire to challenge the reader by highlighting the challenge and trials that translation represents to the ST. Berman, 2000, page 284, describes it as an épris, trial, in two senses. 1. A trial for the target culture in experiencing the strangeness of the foreign text and word. 2. A trial for the foreign text in being uprooted from its original language context. Berman deplores the general tendency to negate the foreign in translation by the translation strategy of naturalization, which would equate with Venuti's later domestication. The properly ethical aim of the Translation Act, says Berman, page 285, is receiving the foreign as foreign, which was seen to have influenced Venuti's foreignizing translation strategy. However, Berman considers, page 286, that there is generally a system of textual deformation in TTs that prevents the foreign coming through. His examination of the forms of deformation is termed negative analytic. The negative analytic is primarily concerned with ethnocentric, annexationist translations and hypertextual translations, pastiche, imitation, adaptation, free writing, where the play of deforming forces is freely exercised. Berman, 1985, B. 2000, page 286. Berman, who translated Latin American fiction and German philosophy, sees every translator as being inevitably and inherently exposed to these ethnocentric forces, which determine the desire to translate, as well as the form of the TT. He feels, page 286, that it is only by psychoanalytical analysis of the translator's work and by making the translator aware of these forces that such tendencies can be neutralized. His main attention is centered on the translation of fiction. The principal problem of translating the novel is to respect its shapeless polylogic and avoid an arbitrary homogenization. By this, Berman is referring to the linguistic variety and creativity of the novel and the way translation tends to reduce variation. He identifies 12 deforming tendencies. Page 288. 1. Rationalization. This mainly affects syntactic structures, including punctuation and sentence structure and order. Berman also refers to the abstractness of rationalization, the translation of verbs by noun forms, and the tendency to generalization. 2. Clarification. This includes explication, which aims to render clear what does not wish to be clear in the original. Page 289. 3. Expansion. Like other theorists, for example, Vinay and Belnet, see Chapter 4, Berman says that TTs tend to be longer than STs. This is due to empty explication that unshapes its rhythm, to over-translation and to flattening. These additions only serve to reduce the clarity of the work's voice. 4. Ennoblement. This refers to the tendency on the part of certain translators to improve on the original by rewriting it in a more elegant style. The result, according to Berman, page 291, is an annihilation of the oral rhetoric and formless polylogic of the ST. Equally destructive is a TT that is too popular in its use of colloquialisms. 5. Qualitative impoverishment. This is the replacement of words and expressions with TT equivalents that lack their sonorous richness or correspondingly their signifying or iconic features. Page 291. By iconic or iconicity, Berman means terms whose form and sound are in some way associated with their sense. An example he gives is the word butterfly and its corresponding terms in other languages. 6. Quantitative impoverishment. This is loss of lexical variation in translation. Berman gives the example of a Spanish ST that uses 3 different synonyms for face. semblante, rostro, and cara. Rendering them all as face would involve loss. 7. The destruction of rhythms. Although more common in poetry, rhythm is still important to the novel and can be destroyed by defamation of word order and punctuation. 8. The destruction of underlying networks of signification. The translator needs to be aware of the network of words that is formed throughout the text. Individually, these words may not be significant, but they add an underlying uniformity and sense to the text. Examples are augmentative suffixes in Latin American text, Julian, Porchon, etc. 9. The destruction of linguistic patternings. While the ST may be systematic in its sentence constructions and patternings, translation tends to be asymmetric. Page 293. The translator likely adopts a range of techniques such as rationalization, clarification, and expansion, which, although making the TT linguistically more homogeneous, also render it more incoherent because the systematicity of the original is destroyed. 10. The destruction of vernacular networks or their exoticization. This relates especially to local speech and language patterns, which play an important role in establishing the setting of a novel. There is severe loss if these are erased, yet the traditional solution of exoticizing some of these terms by, for example, the use of italics, isolates them from the co-text. Alternatively, seeking a TL vernacular or slang is a ridiculous exoticization of the foreign. Compare the case study from Punjabi in Chapter 8. 11. The destruction of expressions and idioms. Berman considers the replacing of an idiom or proverb by its TL equivalent to be an ethnocentrism. To play with equivalents is to attack the discourse of the foreign work, he says, page 295. Thus, an English expression from Conrad containing the name of a well-known insane asylum, Bedlam, should not be translated by Chariton, a French insane asylum, since this would result in a TT that produces a network of French cultural references. 12. The effacement of the superimposition of languages. By this, Berman means the way translation tends to erase traces of different forms of language that coexist in the ST. These may be the mix of Peninsular and Latin American Spanishes in the work of Valle Inclán, the proliferation of language influences in Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, different sociolects and idiolects, and so on. Berman, page 296, considers this to be the central problem in the translation of novels. Counterbalancing the universals of this negative analytic is Berman's positive analytic, page 286 and 296-7. His proposal for the type of translation required to render the foreign in the TT. This he calls literal translation. Here, literal means attached to the letter of works. Labour on the letter in translation, on the one hand, restores the particular signifying process of works, which is more than their meaning, and, on the other, transforms the translating language. Berman, 1985b, 2000, page 297. Berman's term is markedly different and more specific compared to the conventional use of literal translation discussed in Chapter 2. His use of literal and letter and his reference to the signifying process point to a Caesarean perspective and to a positive transformation of the TL. The term literal is also discussed by Venuti, 1995, page 146-7. Who construes the letter as the range of signifying possibilities in the TL. Berman's work is important in linking philosophical ideas to translation strategies with many examples drawn from existing translations. His discussion of the ethics of translation, as witnessed in linguistic defamation of TTs, is of a special relevance and a notable counterpoint to earlier writing on literary translation. Yet, despite Berman's concern for the foreign in translation, it is Venuti's work that has attracted more attention and aggressive reaction. See section 9.4. The following sections consider what Venuti says about various aspects of the socio-cultural context, translators, publishers, reviewers, including his call to action. This is related to observations that come from the perspective of the participants themselves, beginning with the literary translators. 9.2. Literary translators' accounts of their work. Although Ture, 1995, page 65, see also Chapter 7 in this book, warns that explicit comments from participants in the translation process need to be treated with circumspection, since they may be biased. Such comments are, at best, a significant indication of working practices. At worst, they at least reveal what the participants feel they ought to be doing. This section limits itself to English language translations of Latin American fiction, but the ideas and arguments that are presented are representative of the writing of many other translators. Venuti's Call to Action, 1995, page 307-13, for translators to adopt visible and foreignizing strategies is perhaps a reaction to those contemporary translators who seem to debate their work along lines appropriate to the age-old and vague terms which we discussed in Chapter 2. For example, Rabassa, Rosekma, 1978, page 12, discusses the relative exegesis of accuracy and flow in literary translation. The translators often consider that their work is intuitive and that they must listen to their ear. Rabassa, 1984, page 35, and Feldsteiner, 1980, page 81. In similar vein, Peden, 1987, page 9, the translator of Sabato, Alniand, and Esquivel, listens to the voice of the ST. She defines this as the way something is communicated, the way the tale is told, the way the poem is sung, and it determines all choices of cadenza and tone, lexicon and syntax. Page 9. Feldstein, who translated Paulo Neruda's classic poem about Machu Picchu, went as far as to listen to Neruda reading his poems so as to see the stresses and the emphases. Feldstein, 1980, page 51. The invisibility of translators is such that relatively few of them have written in detail about their practice. Two full-length works of import by contemporary literary translators of Latin American Spanish are John Feldsteiner's Translating Neruda, The Way to Machu Picchu, 1980, and Suzanne Jill Levine's The Subversive Scribe, Translating Latin American Fiction, 1991, Feldsteiner, 1980, page 1, makes the important point that much of the work that goes into producing a translation becomes invisible once the new poem stands intact. This includes the translator's own background and research, as well as the process of composition. As far as the process is concerned, the British translator Peter Bush, 1997, page 129, describes how he often produces 6 or 7 drafts of a translation. As the director of the British Centre for Literary Translation, Bush is behind the Centre's present project to collect an archive of translators' drafts and manuscripts in the interests of future research into that composition process. Feldsteiner's account is also very interesting from the point of view of describing his immersion in the work and culture of the ST author, including visits to Machu Picchu itself and his reading of Neruda's poem in that environment. However, Feldsteiner still uses age-old terms to describe the twofold requirement of translation, namely, the original must come through essentially, in language that itself rings true. Feldsteiner, 1980, page 24. Phrases such as coming through essentially and ring true are typical of the approaches of early translation theory discussed in Chapter 2. On the other hand, Levine sees herself, 1991, page 11, as a trans-collaborator with the Cuban author Cabrera Infante, and as a subversive scribe, destroying the form of the original but reproducing the meaning in a new form. Page 7. Levine sometimes creates a completely different passage in translation in order to give free rein to the English language's propensity to punning, surprising the reader with a mixture of the Latin American and the Anglo-Saxon. One example she gives, page 15, from Cabrera Infante's Tres, Tres and Trias, is the translation of the first line of the song Gutanamara, Yon son hombre sincerto, as I'm a man without a zero, playing on the sound of the words sincero, meaning sincere, but phonetically identical to sincero, meaning without a zero. She also, page 23, inverts humorous names of books and authors, such as I.P. Daly's Yellow River and Off the Cliff by Hugo First, to replace a list in the Spanish ST. This would appear to be a very domesticating approach, altering whole passages to filter out the foreign and to fit in with the target culture expectations. Yet the jarring linguistic result in English juxtaposed to a Latin American context, may go some way to creating what would be a foreignizing read. For Levine, adopting a feminist and post-structuralist view of the translator's work, the language of translation also plays an ideological role. A translation should be a critical act, creating doubt, posing questions to the reader, recontextualizing the ideology of the original text. Levine, 1991, page 3. Translators have also become more vociferous about the injustices of the publishing process. Rabassa, Hokusima, 1978, page 13 to 14, slates the translation police of reviewers and nitpicking academics who focus microscopically on errors in a translation, ignoring the literary value of the book as a whole. Bush, 1997, details the professionalism of the literary translator as reader, researcher, and writer. He also points out, 1997, page 127, that literary translation is an economic activity, a cash nexus of relations, and an original subjective activity at the center of a complex network of social and cultural practices. This network is discussed in the next section. 9.3. The Power Network of the Publishing Industry. Venuti, 1992, page 1 through 3, and 1998, 31 through 66, describes and laments the typical lot of the literary translator, working from contract to contract, often for a usually modest flat fee. The publishers, rather than translators, initiating most translations and generally seeking to minimize the translation cost. Publishers, as Venuti shows, 1995, page 9 through 10, are very often reluctant to grant copyright or a share of the royalties to the translator. Venuti deplores this as another form of repression exercised by the publishing industry, but it is a repression that is far from uncommon because of the weakness of the translator's role in the network. Fawcett, 1995, page 189, describes this complex network as amounting to a power play with the final product considerably shaped by editors and copy editors. This most often results in a domesticating translation. Interviews with publishers confirm that it is often the case that the editor is not fluent in the foreign language, and that the main concern is that the translation should read well in the TL. Monday, 1997, page 170. In some cases, the power play may result in the ST author being omitted from the translation process altogether. Kuciaszak, 1990, reports the dramatic fate of Milan Kundera's The Joke, whose first English translator and editor, working jointly, decided to unravel the ST's intentionally distorted chronology in an attempt to clarify the story for the readers. Kundera was sufficiently shocked and used his dominant position to demand a new translation. Venuti, 1998, page 6, questions Kundera's role, including the use of the previous translator's work, without acknowledgement, claiming that Kundera doesn't want to recognize the linguistic and cultural differences that a translation must negotiate. Another key player in the process is the author's literary agent. In fact, little has been written, even if much has been said at literary translation conferences, about the role of agents in translation. Agents represent a range of authors and take a percentage of the writer's profits. They offer an ST to prospective target language publishing houses, who then contact their preferred translators. For many authors writing in other languages, the benchmark of success is to be translated into English. In fact, the decision whether or not to translate a work is the greatest power wielded by the editor and publisher. According to Venuti, 1998, page 48, publishers in the UK and the USA tend to choose works that are easily assimilated into the target culture. The percentages of books translated in both countries are extremely low, comprising only about 2.5% to 3% of the total number of books published. Venuti, 1995, page 12 through 17. On the other hand, not only is the percentage of books translated in countries such as Germany and Italy much higher, but the majority of those translations are also from English. Venuti, 1995, page 14. Venuti sees the imbalance as yet another example of the cultural hegemony of Anglo-American publishing and culture, which is very insular and refuses to accept the foreign, yet is happy for its own work to maintain a strong hold in other countries. Venuti has expressed this in damning terms in the introduction to Rethinking Translation, Discourse, Subjectivity and Ideology. It can be said that Anglo-American publishing has been instrumental in producing readers who are aggressively monolingual and culturally parochial, while reaping the economic benefits of successfully imposing Anglo-American cultural values on a sizable foreign readership. Venuti, 1992, page 6. Market forces reinforce and even determine these trends. Thus, the first print run of a literary translation in the UK or the USA rarely exceeds 5,000. Venuti, 1995, page 12. For this reason, many translations into English depend on grants from cultural bodies such as the Arts Council of England. Hale, 1997, page 193. 9.4. Discussion of Venuti's work. Venuti's analysis of the Anglo-American publishing hegemony might seem to tie in with the power relations of the post-colonial world. See Chapter 8. But it has sparked a wide debate and a backlash from some translation theorists. See, for example, criticisms in Herman's, 1999, page 1 through 3. Pym, 1996, takes issues with Venuti's figures, noting that, although the percentages of translations published in the UK and the US might seem low, they do, in fact, represent large numbers of books, and that the numbers have increased as the number of published books has increased. Despite Pym's sarcastic stance towards Venuti, he raises a number of pertinent issues. These include: 1. Will translation really change if translators refuse to translate fluently? Pym, 1996, page 166. Pym, page 174, notes that Venuti's call for action for translators to demand increasing visibility is best exemplified by Venuti himself as translator theorist, although Pym questions whether other translators survive by adopting this stance. There are cases, such as P. Vera and Volkovsky's New English translation of Dostoevsky, where a non-fluent strategy has been acclaimed. See Venuti, 1997, page 113. 2. Although Venuti concentrates on translation into English, the trend towards a translation policy of fluency, of domestication, occurs in translations into other languages as well. Pym, page 170, cites Brazil, Spain, and France as examples. This would seem to suggest that translation is, at the current time, typically domesticating, irrespective of the relative power of source and target cultures. 3. Pym also asks if Venuti's resistancy is testable. He relates it to Touré's law of tolerance of interference, see Chapter 7, with fluency, non-tolerance of interference, expected to occur generally in translation. Thus, suggests Pym, page 171, it is not surprising that this phenomena should occur in Anglo-American translation. Nevertheless, Pym concedes, page 176, that Venuti does enable us to talk about translators as real people in political situations, about the quantitative aspects of translation policies, and about ethical criteria that might relate translators to the societies of the future. The linking of translation to political and ideological agendas has already been discussed in Chapter 8. The socio-cultural context was also mentioned by Touré, see Chapter 7. But it is Venuti who investigates it in more depth and who links that context to specific translation strategies. Venuti does not offer a specific methodology to apply to the analysis of translation. His numerous case studies of translation encompass a range of approaches, including discussion of translators, prefaces, and analysis of extracts of ST-TT pairs in order to assess the translation strategy prevalent in a given text and culture. Nevertheless, Venuti's general premises about foreignizing and domesticating translation strategies and about the invisibility of the translator and the relative power of the publisher and the translator can be investigated in a variety of ways. By comparing ST and TT linguistically for signs of foreignizing and domesticating strategies, by interviewing the translators about their strategies and or researching what the translators say they are doing, their correspondence with the authors, and the different drafts of a translation if available, by interviewing the publishers and editors and agents to see what their aims are in publishing translations, how they choose which books to translate, and what instructions they give to translators, by looking at how many books are translated and sold, which ones are chosen, and into which languages, and how trends vary over time, by looking at the kind of contracts that are made for translation and how visible the translator is in the final product, by seeing how literally visible the fact of translation is, looking at the packaging of the text, the appearance or otherwise of the translator's name on the title page, the copyright assignation, translators, prefaces, etc., by analysing the reviews of a translation, author or period. The aim would be to see what mentions are made of the translators. Are they visible? And by what criteria reviewers and the literary elite judge translations at a given time and in a given culture. Reviews are examined more carefully in the remainder of this chapter. 9.5. The reception and reviewing of translations. The link between the workings of the publishing industry and the reception of a given translation is clearly made in Megan Brown's in-depth study of Latin American novels published in West Germany in the 1980s. Brown, 1994. She stresses, page 58, the role of reviews in informing the public about recently published books and in preparing the readership for the work. Brown adopts ideas from reception theory, including examining the way a work conforms to, challenges, or disappoints the reader's aesthetic horizon of expectation. This is a term employed by Jaius, 1982, page 24, to refer to readers' general expectations of the style, form, content, etc. of the genre or series in which the new work belongs. One way of examining the reception is by looking at the reviews of a work, since they represent a body of reactions to the author and the text, Brown 1994, page 7, and form part of the sub-area of translation criticism in Holmes's map, see Chapter 1. Reviews are also a useful source of information concerning that culture's view of translation itself, as we saw in section 9.1.2, where Venuti, 1998, pages 18 through 20, uses literary reviews as a means of assessing the reception of his foreignizing translation of Tacetti. Venuti quotes reviews that criticize the translation, specifically because of its jarring effect. This links in with Venuti's observations, 1995, page 2 through 5, that most English language reviews prefer fluent translations written in modern general standard English, that is, natural and idiomatic. Venuti considers such a concentration of fluency and the lack of discussion of translation as prime indicators of the regulation of the translator's role to the point of invisibility. The TT is normally read as if the work had originally been written in the TL, the translator's contribution being almost completely overlooked. There are several reasons for the lack of focus in reviews on the process of translation. One of these, noted by the American reviewer Robert Coover and quoted in Ronald Christ, 1982, page 17, is that whenever cuts are requested by the publishers of a review, the first to go are usually the remarks about the translation. Many reviewers are also not able to compare the ST with the TT, Christ, 1982, page 21, and restrict themselves to often critical comments on individual words. Ronald Christ's article is one of the few relatively detailed discussions of issues related to translation reviews. Another, by Mayer, 1990, looks at reviews of Latin American literature in general. Mayer goes a step further by noting how North American reviewers diminish the foreignness of a translation by focusing almost exclusively on its potential role in English, comparing it to similar works in North American literature, and evaluating the ease with which it can be read. Page 19. She sees translation reviewing as being largely undeveloped, page 20, and makes a series of suggestions, among which is the need to incorporate the contributions of translation theory and translation criticism into the practice of reviewing. There is no set model for the analysis of reviews in translation. Indeed, much work still remains to be done on that subject. Adopting the analytical approach of Janus, 1982, reviews can be analysed synchronically or diachronically. An example of a synchronic analysis would be an examination of a range of reviews of a single work. Examples of a diachronic analysis would be an examination of reviews of books of an author or newspaper over a long period of time. My own work, Monday 1998, combines the two, describing diachronically the evolution of the reception of Garcia Marquez's work in English before analysing synchronically the reception of one particular work, Strange Pilgrims. Part of that synchronic analysis forms the case study below. Case study. This case study investigates many of the areas discussed in this chapter by focusing on a single book in English translation. This is a collection of short stories, Dos Centos Peregrinos, by the Colombian Nobel Prize winner Garcia Marquez, which was published in Spanish by Mandadori Espinal, Madrid, and Oveja Negra, Bogotá, in 1992. Its English translation, Strange Pilgrims, by Edith Grossman, appeared in hardback in 1993, published by Alfred Knopf in New York and Jonathan Cape in London, both imprints of Random House. Pertinent research questions in this case study are: how visible is the translator in the reviews? How is the translation judged by English language reviewers? Do their comments suggest that Garcia Marquez's success is due to what Venuti might term ethnocentric domestication and violence? Reviews of the translation show a marked difference in the reception in the USA and in the UK. In the USA, reviewers adopt an adulatory tone. In some instances, they might have been motivated by a self-interest in promoting the book. Thus, an advanced review in the publishing industry's book list raves that every story here is marvellous. The daily and weekly press are similarly enthusiastic. Time sees the enchanting density of Garcia Marquez's at his best. The New York Review of Books considers most of the stories to be undoubtedly masterpieces. The book is almost overlooked as a work of translation, and this supports Venuti's claim about the invisibility of translators. Booklist, The Atlantic Monthly, and Time give no mention that the book has even been translated. The New York Review of Books includes a short accolade. The quality of the tales is greatly enhanced by Edith Grossman's admirable translation. This last review is more detailed and incorporates a summary of Garcia Marquez's standing. It also makes an attempt to analyse his style, and it is here that the crucial point that it is a translation is most glaringly absent. The example selected by the reviewer, Bailey, as a characteristic Marquez sentence is the first sentence from Miss Forbes' Summer of Happiness. When we came back to the summer house in the afternoon, we found an enormous sea serpent nailed by the neck to the door frame. This is not, in fact, a complete Marquez sentence at all, since the longer ST sentence had been divided by the translator and the circumstantial adjuncts reordered. The reviewer's reaction to this sentence is a clear indication that, while the translator's identity may be obscured, her words are definitely interpreted as the ST author's words. Bailey also endeavours to incorporate Garcia Marquez into the accepted literary culture of the European and US world, comparing his sense of detail to Kafka and to Kundera, which suggests not only that magic realism has spread throughout Europe, but that something very like it was, or has become, a part of the literary spirit of our age in Europe and America. The suggestion is that Garcia Marquez and the Latin Americans have had a recent profound influence on Europe and the USA, but that magic realism may have been at the core of the contemporary literary spirit, rendering Latin America's contribution less vital. An appropriation of Latin America's success can also be seen on the cover of the US Penguin paperback. The predictably upbeat blurb on the back cover ends with the following conclusion: Strange Pilgrims is a triumph of narrative sorcery by one of our foremost magicians of the written word. The choice of the possessive pronoun shows that Garcia Marquez's nationality and identity have been subsumed into the hour of general literary heritage. The passivity of Latin America is also suggested by the theme of the stories, summarized as Latin American characters adrift in Europe. The cover for the British paperback edition, on the other hand, makes the characters more active, the surreal, haunting journeys of Latin Americans in Europe. British reviews of the translation were not as adulatory as those in the US. In the Times Literary Supplement, Garcia Marquez is criticised for crowd-pleasing, since these are, for the most part, facile stories, too easy on the mind, soft-centred and poorly focused. The Independent considers them on the whole as slight, laboured, pretentious and disappointing. Turner Hospital, the reviewer in The Independent, launches an attack on both the author for his leaden prose and on the translator for occasional ambiguous welters of pronouns. The immediate question is how qualified is the reviewer to make such judgments about language? She talks about the metaphor and off-kilter lyricism of the novels, presumably referring to the English of the translation that she has read. The off-kilter lyricism may also suggest that the reviewer herself has a stereotype of Garcia Marquez, the magic realist, and is disappointed not to find this in Strange Pilgrims. Her horizon of expectation has been disappointed. The criticism that there are ambiguous welters of pronouns appears rather strange, since the effect of the pronouns is to increase cohesion and to avoid potential ambiguity. This is a further indication that translator and reviewer are on different wavelengths in a discussion which the translator can hardly win. The reviews show that the translator's role, while not invisible, is rarely highlighted in the reviews. The generally small, superficial comments on the translator mirror the observations of Christ and Mayer and the examples quoted by Venuti. The translation is indeed mostly read as if it had originally been written in English. Compare the recipes for good translation given by translators such as Dryden in Chapter 2. This impression is fostered by the sales pitch of the book. There is also a strong hint that Garcia Marquez's whole image, as well as his language, may have undergone some form of cultural appropriation or domestication, especially in the US context. Discussion of the case study. The case study looked at one area of the socio-cultural systems around the translator. It has shown that a study of a wide range of reviews is both reasonably straightforward methodologically and informative about one literary elite's reaction to translation. Venuti's comments about the invisibility of the translator and about the cultural hegemony of the Anglo-American publishing world seems to be borne out in this study. However, this kind of study needs to be developed, incorporating other ideas described in the last two chapters. Thus, close analysis of the ST and TT would tell more about the translation strategy adopted by Edith Grossman. The publishers and other players can be interviewed. The results of the study could be compared with reviews of other books. Finally, the reception of a text is also obviously much wider than that of reviewers, encompassing a wide range of readers in a variety of different institutions and cultural settings. Moreover, as we saw in the last chapter, the cultural aspect of translation goes far beyond an analysis of the literary reception of a text and is entangled in an intricate web of political and ideological relations. Summary. This chapter has focused on questions of translation strategy and the role of the literary translator. The key term has been Venuti's invisibility. This refers to how, in Anglo-American cultures, the foreign is made invisible, both by publishing strategies and by the preference for a fluent TT that erases traces of the foreign. Venuti discusses two strategies, domesticating and foreignizing, favouring the latter in a policy of resistance to the dominant ethnocentrically violent values of publishers and literary reviewers. Berman, an important influence on Venuti, also discusses the need for translation strategies that allow the foreign to be experienced in the target culture. Other participants in the translation process are discussed: practicing translators, who often view their work in vague terms, publishers who drive and are driven by market forces worldwide, and reviewers who represent one form of the reception of the TT. The work of Venuti and of Berman has links both to those cultural study theorists discussed in Chapter 8 and the philosophical approaches examined in the next chapter, where the concept of the foreign and its linguistic, hermeneutic, and ethical relation to the source is paramount. Further reading. For influences on Venuti's work, see Schleimacher, 1813-1992, and the references in the next chapter on translation and philosophy. For more on Berman, see Berman, 1985-99, 1995. For other translators' accounts of their own work, see Forley, 1984, Warren, editor, 1989, Bush, 1997, and Orio and Sega, 1997. For the publishing industry, read Hale, 1997. For reception theory, see Giannis, 1982, and Holleberg, 1984. And for the reception of translation, including reviews, see Brown, 1994, and Gaddis Rose, 1997. Discussion and research points. 1. Translate a short literary text, perhaps the Charchetti extract in section 9.1.2, into your own TL. Translate it first using a domesticating strategy and then with a foreignizing strategy. In what areas do differences occur in the translations? 2. Read Venuti's own descriptions of foreignizing and domesticating strategies and research some of the criticisms that have been made of the terms. Do you accept Venuti's assertions that these are not binary opposites? How useful are the terms as heuristic research tools? 3. Examine how visible translation is in your own culture. Do your findings tally with Venuti's analysis? How far do you agree with Venuti's statement, 1992, page 10, that any attempt to make translation visible today is necessarily a political gesture? 4. Read in detail Berman's account of his negative analytic. Apply it to an analysis of a literary text and its translation. Which of Berman's categories seems to be the most prominent in your analysis? Are there other related phenomena which you feel need to be accounted for? Ture considered translators' accounts of their activities to be unreliable. Look at Feldsteiner's and Levine's work and at Venuti's descriptions of his own translations. How far do you agree with Ture? 6. What do you understand by the terms ear and voice? Is it possible, or even desirable, to look at literary translation in the more precise theoretic terms we have seen in chapters 3 through 6? 7. Compare the results of the case study in this chapter with your own reading of the reviews of a translated book, or an author, or of a series of reviews in a given newspaper or literary magazine. How visible are the translators in these reviews? 8. Mayer calls for the incorporation of translation theory into reviews of translation. Attempt to put together your own model for translation reviews, incorporating elements of theory from this and previous chapters. Try writing a critique of a TT with your model. How successful is it? Chapter 10. Philosophical theories of translation. Key concepts. Hermeneutics, the theory of interpretation of meaning, linked to the German Romantics. Steiner's hermeneutic motion, the four moves of translation. Pound, the energy of language, using archaism to overturn the literary poetics of the time, an early foreignization. Benjamin, the pure language of interlinear translation. Derrida, deconstruction and the undermining of basic premises of linguistic translation theory. Key texts. Benjamin W., 1969-2000. The Task of the Translator, translated by H. Zorn in L. Venuti, editor, 2000, page 15-25. Derrida J., 1985, Des Tours de Babel, in J. F. Graham, editor, French original, page 209-248. English translation in the same volume by J. F. Graham, page 165-207. Derrida J., 2001, What is a Relevant Translation? Translated by L. Venuti, Critical Inquiry. Graham, J.F., editor, 1985, Difference in Translation, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press. Pound, E., 1918-2000, Guido's Relations, in L. Venuti, editor, 2000, page 26-33. Steiner, G., 1975, third edition, 1998, After Babel, Aspects of Language and Translation, London and Oxford, Oxford University Press. 10.0, Introduction. This book has so far considered literary, linguistic, and cultural theories of translation. The present chapter moves on to look at modern philosophical approaches to translation that have sought out the essence of, generally literary, translation. The writings contained in this chapter have been selected for their considerable influence on translation studies over the second half of the 20th century, including on scholars working in other traditions, such as Narayana and the Brazilian cannibalists, Chapter 8, and Venuti and Berman, Chapter 9. This chapter is an examination of the inter-attraction of translation and philosophy, and examines George Steiner's hermeneutic motion, section 10.1, Ezra Pound's energizing of language, section 10.2, Walter Benjamin's pure language of translation, section 10.3, and Derrida and the deconstruction movement's relevance to translation, section 10.4. The further reading section suggests others that expand on those described here or bring a different angle to the subject. 10.1. Steiner's hermeneutic motion. The hermeneutic movement owes its origins to the German Romantics such as Schleiermacher, see Chapter 2, and in the 20th century to Heidegger. However, it is George Steiner's hugely influential After Babel, which is the key advance of the hermeneutics of translation. There, Steiner, 1975 through 98, page 249, defines the hermeneutic approach as the investigation of what it means to understand a piece of oral or written speech, and the attempt to diagnose this process in terms of a general model of meaning. Originally published in 1975 with subsequent editions in 1992 and 1998, After Babel claims to be the first systematic investigation of the theory and process of translation since the 18th century. Steiner's initial focus is on the psychological and intellectual functioning of the mind of the translator, and he goes on to discuss the process of meaning and understanding underlying the translation process. When he returns to considering the theory, always in inverted commas, of translation, it is to posit his own hermeneutically orientated and totalizing model. A theory of translation, a theory of semantic transfer, must mean one of two things. It is either an intentionally sharpened, hermeneutically orientated way of designating a work mode of all meaningful exchanges, of the totality of semantic communication, including Jacobson's intersemiotic translation, or transmutation. Or it is a subsection of such a model, with specific reference to interlingular exchanges, to the emission and reception of significant messages between different languages. The totalizing designation is the more instructive because it argues the fact that all procedures of expression, articulation, and interpretive reception are translational, whether intra- or interlingually. Steiner, 1998, page 293 to 294. Steiner's description of the hermeneutics of translation, the act of elicitation and appropriative transfer of meaning, page 312, is based on a conception of translation not as a science, but as an exact art, with precisions that are intense but unsystematic, page 311. The hermeneutic motion, which forms the core of Steiner's description, page 312 to 435, consists of 4 parts. 1. Intuitive trust. 2. Aggression or penetration. 3. Incorporation or embodiment. And 4. Compensation or restitution. The main points of each are as follows. This is the end of side 11. Continue on side 12.
This is side 12 of Introducing Translation Studies by Jeremy Mundy, continuing on page 164. Your reader for this section is Barbara Crawford. 1. Initiative Trust, pages 312 to 13. The translator's first move is an investment of belief, a belief and trust that there is something there in the ST that can be understood. Steiner sees this as a concentration of the human way of viewing the world symbolically. In the case of translation, the translator considers the ST to stand for something in the world, a coherent something that can be translated. For this reason, argues Steiner, nonsense rhymes and the like are untranslatable because they are lexically non-communicative or deliberately insignificant. This position entails 2 risks described by Steiner. First, the something may turn out to be everything, as in the case of medieval translators and exegetists of the Bible who were overwhelmed by the all-embracing divine message. Second, it may be nothing because meaning and form are inextricably interwoven and cannot be separated and translated. 2. Aggression, pages 313 to 14. This is an incursive, extractive, invasive move. Steiner looks into Heidegger for a basis of this view of comprehension as appropriative and violent, as in St. Jerome's description of the translator bringing home the ST as a captive slave. See Chapter 2. So Steiner uses the metaphor of an open-cast mind for the translator's seizure of the ST and extraction of meaning. The translator invades, extracts, and brings home. The simile is that of the open-cast mind left an empty scar in the landscape, page 314. Steiner considers that some texts and genres have been exhausted by translation, and that others have been translated so well that they are now only read in translation. Steiner gives the example of Rilke's translations of the sonnets of Louise l'Abbé. At times, Steiner describes the aggression involved as penetration, pages 314 and 319. As we shall discuss in section 10.1.1, this metaphor has been strongly criticized by feminists for its violent male-centric sexual imagery. 3. Incorporation, pages 314 to 16. This is the third movement in Steiner's hermeneutics. It refers to the ST meaning extracted by the translator in the second movement being brought into the TL, which is already full of its own words and meanings. Different types of assimilation can occur. Steiner considers the two poles to be complete domestication, where the TT takes its full place in the TL canon, or permanent strangeness and marginality. The crucial point Steiner makes, page 315, is that the importing of the meaning of the foreign text can potentially dislocate or relocate the whole of the native structure. He suggests, with further metaphors, the two ways in which this process functions, as sacramental intake or as infection. In other words, the target culture either ingests or becomes enriched by the foreign text, or it is infected by it and ultimately rejects it. As an example of the latter, Steiner gives the infection which was provoked by French neoclassical 18th century literary models and which were repelled by European Romanticism. The struggle for supremacy between literary systems is similar to the concepts described by the polysystem theorists such as Evan Zohar, see Chapter 7. This struggle, the dialectic of embodiment, Steiner, page 315, also takes place within the individual translator. Quote, "The dialectic of embodiment entails the possibility that we may be consumed. This dialectic can be seen at the level of individual sensibility. Acts of translation add to our means. We come to incarnate alternative energies and resources of feeling, but we may be mastered and made lame by what we have imported." End quote. Steiner, 1998, 315. Thus, just as culture can be unbalanced by the importation of certain translated texts, so too can a translator's energies be consumed by translation that saps the creative powers necessary for the production of his or her own works. Steiner sees such imbalance as stemming from a dangerously incomplete hermeneutic motion, page 316. Balance can only be restored by the act of compensation, the fourth movement. 6. Compensation, pages 316 to 19. Or the enactment of reciprocity is the crux of the métier and morals of translation. Steiner describes the aggressive appropriation and incorporation of the meaning of the ST, which leaves the original with a dialectically enigmatic residue, page 316. Dialectic because, although there has been a loss for the ST, the residue is positive. Steiner sees the ST as being enhanced by the act of translation. Enhancement occurs immediately and ST is deemed worthy of translation, and the subsequent transfer to another culture broadens and enlarges the original. The ST enters into a range of diverse relationships with its resultant TT or TTs, metaphorized as the echo and the mirror, page 317, all of which enrich the ST. For example, even if a TT is only partly adequate, Steiner uses the term adequate in a non-technical sense, the ST is still enhanced since its resistant vitalities and opaque centers of specific genius are highlighted in contrast to the TT. Imbalance arises from an outflow of energy from the source and an inflow into the receptor, altering both and altering the harmonics of the whole system, pages 317 to 18. Such imbalance needs to be compensated. At those points where the TT is lesser than the original, the TT makes the original's virtues more precisely visible. Where the TT is greater than the original, it nevertheless infers that the source text possesses potentialities, elemental reserves as yet unrealized by itself, page 318. In this way, equity is restored. Steiner sees the requirement of equity as providing real and ethical meaning to the concept of fidelity. Quote, the translator, the exegetist, The reader is faithful to his sick text, makes his response responsible only when he endeavors to restore the balance of forces of integral presence, which his appropriative comprehension has disrupted. Unquote. Steiner, 1998, 318, author's emphasis. Steiner is confident that this fluid, moral, balanced hermeneutic of trust, page 319, will allow translation theory to escape the sterile, triadic model, literal, free, and faithful, which, as we saw in Chapter 2, had marked theory for so long. The rest of Steiner's chapter on the hermeneutic motion is devoted to detailed analysis of examples of literary translation within that context. Steiner points out particularly successful translations, such as Jean Starr Untermeyer's collaboration with Hermann Brodt in her English translation of his Der Tod des Virgil, where, in Steiner's view, page 337, the TT becomes in many ways indispensable to the original. In the merging meta-syntax of English and German, where the English follows the German so closely, Steiner sees a kind of interlinear text, close to the poet's dream of an absolute idiolect, page 338. Similarly, in Holderlin's translations of Pindar and Sophocles, it is the verbal interlinear, a mid-zone between antique and modern, Greek and German, which attracts Steiner's praise, page 341. Here, too, Steiner differentiates himself from that earlier translation theory, which had derided word for word or literal translation. Steiner's focus is on the word, which can be circumscribed and broken open to reveal its organic singularity, page 347. If Steiner feels that real understanding and translation occur at the point where languages diffuse into each other, then the ability to move outside the self is key. This insinuation of self into otherness is the final secret of the translator's craft. He says, page 378, speaking of Ezra Pound's translations from Chinese, Pound translated from Chinese without knowing very much of the language, and Steiner, page 379 to 80, sees this as an advantage, since remoteness from the ST and culture allows the translator to work without preconceptions or the complications of mutual contact. Here is perhaps the crucial issue discussed by Steiner, and one that is related to the other philosophical writings on translation examined in this chapter. Quote, the relations of the translator to what is near are inherently ambiguous and dialectical. The determining condition is simultaneously one of elective affinity and resistant difference. Unquote. Steiner, 1998, 381. For Steiner, the question of difference, one that is central to Derrida's writing, see section 10.4, occurs in two ways. The translator experiences the foreign language differently from his or her mother tongue, and each pair of languages, source and target, differs and imposes its vivid differences on the translator and society. The experience on the translator is all-encompassing. Quote, to experience difference, to feel the characteristic resistance and materiality of that which differs, is to re-experience identity. Unquote. Steiner, 1998, 381. This linguistic and cultural experiencing of resistant difference may make the original text impermeable. However, Steiner also sees this impermeability as being transcended by elective affinity, page 398. That is, when the translator has been drawn to that text as a kindred spirit and recognizes himself or herself in it. When resistant difference and elective affinity are both present, they create an unresolved tension, attracting and repelling the translator, which expresses itself in good translation. Quote, good translation can be defined as that in which the dialectic of impenetrability and ingress, of intractable alienness and felt at-homeness remains unresolved, but expressive. Out of the tension of resistance and affinity, a tension directly proportional to the proximity of the two languages and historical communities, grows the elucidative strangeness of the great translation. Unquote. Steiner, 1998, 413. Thus, in Steiner's view, paradoxically, translation between two distant cultures and languages is trivial, page 413, because that tension, which expresses itself in great translation, is reduced. Section 10.1.1, Discussion of Steiner. The popularity of Steiner's work can be gauged by the fact that it is still being re-edited and reprinted 25 years after its initial publication. It is certainly a monumental work in the breadth of its literary references and has introduced many non-specialists to translation theory, even if it is now in many ways marginal to contemporary translation studies. However, its influence can be seen on more modern theorists such as Berman and Venuti, see Chapter 9. Both emphasize the importing of the foreign into the target culture and, like Steiner, do not equate good translation with fluent domestication. Steiner's resistant difference and elective affinity are in an unresolved state of tension, mirrored by the pull of Venuti's domesticating and foreignizing strategies. But in many ways, After Babel is a book that is stuck in a past time. Steiner's extensive references to Chomsky's generative transformational grammar as a support for a universalist view of language, and thus an all-embracing theory of translation, now seems dated. So, too, is the male-dominated language of the text, for which he has been severely criticized by feminist translation theorists such as Simon, 1996, and Chamberlain, 1988/2000, 322. Particularly takes Steiner to task for his metaphors of erotic possession, notably the second penetrative step of the hermeneutic motion, and for basing his model for the restitutive step on Levi Strauss's Anthropologie structurale, which regards social structures as attempts at dynamic equilibrium achieved through an exchange of words, women, and material goods. Steiner, 1998, 319. Nevertheless, despite these criticisms, Steiner's book remains an important contribution to hermeneutics and the theory of the language of translation. We shall now look at two other main influences on the 20th century, both of whom are considered in some detail by Steiner. These are Ezra Pound and Walter Benjamin. Section 10.2, Ezra Pound and the Energy of Language. Steiner, page 249, refers to both Pound and Benjamin as belonging to the age of philosophic poetic theory and definition, and to having made an important contribution to developing theories of relations between languages. In the case of the 20th century American modernist poet Ezra Pound, this was done through both the practice and criticism of translation. Although Pound's focus may have altered throughout his long active years, he was always experimental, looking at the expressive qualities of language, seeking to energize language by clarity, rhythm, sound, and form, rather than sense. His reading of Chinese ideograms is typical of his imagist approach, privileging the creative form of the sign, capturing the energy of the thing or event pictured. Pound's whole work was very much influenced by his reading of the literature of the past, including Greek and Latin, Anglo-Saxon and Italian poetry. In his translations, he sought to escape from the rigid straitjacket of the Victorian Edwardian English tradition by experimenting with an archaicizing and not necessarily clear style, which Venuti, 1995-34, links to his own foreignizing strategy. He notes Pound's close translation of the Anglo-Saxon text, The Seafarer, where Pound imitates the original meter and calques st words such as bitre, brocher, that's bitre, breostceare, / bitter breast cares, and corna, caldast, / corn of the coldest. Pound's own writing on translation is sometimes idiosyncratic in its informality, a counterpoint to the archaicizing of his translations. In Guido's Relations, Pound, 1929/2000, an essay related to his own translation of Guido Cavalcanti, an Italian poet from the 13th century who wrote in the Dolce Stil Nuovo, sweet new style, Pound discards the possibility of translating into a Victorian or even a 13th century English idiom. Quote, "The ultimate Britons were at that date unbreeched, painted in woad, and grunting in an idiom far more difficult for us to master than the Languedoc of the Plantagenet, or the Lingua di Si, unquote, Pound, 1929/2032. Instead, Pound advocates an innovative solution using what he terms pre-Elizabethan English because of its clarity and explicitness in bringing out the difference of the Italian text. His own translation in that mood is inevitably permeated by what is the now archaic language and spelling of that era. MAKYING, clearness, etc. Pound himself, page 33, puts forward objections to this strategy, namely that a serious poem may in this way be rendered merely quaint, that 13th century Italian is to a modern reader much less archaic in feel than its 14th or 15th century English, and that it is doubtful whether such a solution is any more faithful than his earlier attempts. Pound's experimentalism and challenging of the poetic doctrine of his time continued to provide inspiration for many later translators and theorists who read his ideas into their own work. Thus, his use of translation is described as a tool in the cultural struggle, Gensler, 1993-28, and his conscious archaicizing and foreignizing in translation leads to his marginalization, Venuti, 1995, Chapter 5. His view of translation as criticism and his own form of creative translation have also heavily influenced Brazilian poets, including Haroldo de Campos, whose role in the Brazilian cannibalist movement was discussed in the post-colonialist section in Chapter 8, Section 8.3. The current Brazilian translation theorist, Elsie Vieira, describes the link between Pound and the ideas of De Campos. Quote, "The translation of creative texts, De Campos argues, is always recreation, the opposite of a literal translation, but always reciprocal, an operation in which it is not only the meaning that is translated, but the sign itself in all its corporeality, sound properties, visual imagetics, all that makes up the iconicity of the aesthetic sign. With Pound, translation is seen as criticism, insofar as it attempts theoretically to anticipate creation. It chooses, it eliminates repetitions. It organizes knowledge in such a way that the next generation may find only the still living part. Pound's well-known Make It New is thus recast by De Campos as the revitalization of the past via translation." Unquote. Vieira, 1999, 105. For the Brazilian translation scholars, this revitalization is to be found in the taking of the life energies of the ST and their re-emergence in a nourished TT. Pound, therefore, continues to be reborn or regested in many guises. Section 10.3. The Task of the Translator, Walter Benjamin. Walter Benjamin's 1923 essay, Die Aufgabe des Übersetzers, Benjamin, 1923/2000, translated into English as The Task of the Translator by Harry Zahn in 1969, Benjamin, 1969/2000, also adopts an experimental view of translation. It originally formed an introduction to Benjamin's own German translation of Baudelaire's Tableau Parisien, but has come to be one of the seminal philosophical texts on literary translation. Central to Benjamin's paper is the notion that a translation does not exist to give readers an understanding of the meaning or information content of the original. Translation exists separately, but in conjunction with the original, coming after it, emerging from its afterlife, but also giving the original continued life. Benjamin, 1969/2016. This recreation or recreation assures survival of the original work once it is already out of the world in the age of its fame. Page 17. According to Benjamin, what good translation does is to express the central reciprocal relationship between languages. Page 17. It reveals inherent relationships which are present but which remain hidden without translation. It does this not by seeking to be the same as the original, but by harmonizing or bringing together the two different languages. In this expansive and creative way, translation both contributes to the growth of its own language by the appearance of the TL of the new text and pursues the goal of a pure and higher language. This pure language is released by the coexistence and complementation of the translation with the original, pages 18 to 29. The strategy to achieve this is through a literal rendering, which allows the pure language to shine through. Quote, "A real translation is transparent. It does not cover the original, does not block its light, but allows the pure language, as though reinforced by its own medium, to shine upon the original all the more fully. This may be achieved above all by a literal rendering of the syntax, which proves words rather than sentences to be the primary element of the translator." Unquote. Benjamin, 1969/2000, 21. The capacity to release this pure language is singular to translation. Quote, "It is the task of the translator to release in his own language that pure language which is under the spell of another, to liberate the language imprisoned in a work in his recreation of that work." Unquote. Benjamin, 1969/2000, 22. The metaphors of liberation from imprisonment are the complete opposite of the kind of images we saw used by earlier translators such as St. Jerome, who sought to march the ST meaning into captivity. See Chapter 2. For Benjamin, page 22, this only occurs if the translator allows the TL to be powerfully affected by the foreign tongue. Literalness of syntax and the freedom of pure language come together in interlinear translation. And the ideal translation, in Benjamin's opinion, page 23, is an interlinear version of the Bible. Benjamin's stress on allowing the foreign to enter the translation language harks back to Schleiermacher's concept of foreignization and of bringing the reader to the foreign text. See Chapter 2. But his style is diffuse, and his philosophical idea of creating a pure language by harmonizing the two languages is an ideal but abstract concept. This abstraction and search for a higher truth through the form of language rather than the translation of meaning has meant that Benjamin, with this one short preface, has, in the field of translation studies, exerted considerable influence on later postmodernists and deconstructionists, such as Derrida, as we discuss in Section 10.4. Section 10.4, Deconstruction. Christopher Norris, in his introductory book, Deconstruction, Theory and Practice, 1991, describes deconstruction in the following way. Quote, "Deconstruction works at the giddy limit, suspending all that we take for granted about language, experience, and the normal possibilities of human communication." Unquote. Norris, 1991, Roman numeral 11. Quote, "It seeks to undo both a given order of priorities and the very system of conceptual opposition that makes that order possible. Deconstruction is an activity of reading which remains closely tied to the texts it interrogates." Unquote. Norris, 1991, 31. Allied to the postmodern and post-structuralist movements, deconstruction involves a questioning of language and the very terms, systems, and concepts which are constructed by that language. Deconstruction rejects the primacy of meaning fixed in the word and instead foregrounds or deconstructs the ways in which a text undermines its own assumptions and reveals its internal contradictions. The movement owes its origins to the 1960s and France, and its leading figure is the French philosopher Jacques Derrida. The terminology employed by Derrida is complex and shifting, like the meaning it dismantles. The term différence is perhaps the most significant. It plays on the two meanings of the verb différer, defer, and differ, neither of which totally encompasses its meaning, and its spelling shift. D-I-F-F-E-R-E-N-C-E to D-I-F-F-E-R-A-N-C-E is a visual, although silent, indication of a blurring of the signifier and the dislocation or deferral of its meaning. This is emphasized in Norris's concise description of the importance of Derrida's term. Quote, "Where Derrida breaks new ground is in the extent to which differ shades into defer. This involves the idea that meaning is always deferred, perhaps to the point of an endless supplementarity, by the play of signification. Différence, A-N-C-E, not only designates this theme, but offers in its own unstable meaning a graphic example of the process at work, unquote, Norris, 1991, 32. Deconstruction is thus beginning to dismantle some of the key premises of linguistics, starting with Saussure's clear division of signified and signifier, and any concept of being able to define, capture, or stabilize meaning. Whereas Saussure's sign stood for the concept, see Chapter 3, and whereas Saussure's linguistics was based on language as a differential system, Différence, ANCE, suggests a location at some uncertain point in space and time between differ and defer. Clearly, such questioning of basic concepts of signifying and meaning has exceptional consequences for translation, which deconstructionists have approached through their reading and commentary of Benjamin's The Task of the Translator. Prime among these readings is Jacques Derrida's Détour de Babel, 1985. The very title of the paper is a play on words. Tour, potentially having the sense of turn of phrase, towers of Babel. Détour, additionally, has the same sound as détour, D-E-T-O-U-R, in parentheses S, with the sense of detours. Thus, from the very beginning, there is a questioning of the basis of the language of the translation, rejecting the theories of meaning and translation that are based on the unity and identity of language. Derrida interrogates Jacobson's division of interlingual, intralingual, and intersemiotic translation, see Chapter 1, pointing out the illogicality of Jacobson's definition of interlingual translation or translation proper, with the word translation being used as a translation of itself. Derrida then embarks on a complex rereading and commentary on Benjamin's text. Importantly, he calls into question by this act, which he terms translating, the translation of another text on translation, page 175. Many of the other premises on which translation theory has been based. These include the impossibility of fully describing and explaining the translation process by language. In addition, and most importantly, Derrida redefines Benjamin's pure language as différence, Venuti, 1992, 7, and deconstructs the distinction between source and target texts, seeing not only that the commentary is a translation of a translation, but also that original and translation owe a debt to each other. They also owe a mutual dependence and survival once the translation act or Babelian performance has taken place. Derrida addresses the issue of translation most openly in his 1998 lecture, Qu'est-ce qu'une traduction relevante? Translated by Lawrence Venuti as What is a Relevant Translation? Derrida, 2001. Derrida, speaking before his audience of translators, is here treating a term, relevance, that is primarily used in translation theory by Gut, 1991/2000. Although Derrida does not directly mention Gut's work, he criticizes the concept of relevance in translation. This is because, in Derrida's view, a relevant translation relies on the supposed stability of the signified-signifier relationship. It is that which presents itself as the transfer of an intact signified through the inconsequential vehicle of any signifier whatsoever. Derrida, 2001, and aims at total transparency, what would be domestication in modern translation terminology. The title of Derrida's paper involves a play on words as he discusses his own translation of a line from Portia in Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice. When mercy seasons justice. Derrida renders seasons as relève, seasons/spices up, as well as relieves, and many other meanings. Quand le merci relève la justice. His analysis is particularly interesting because it draws on age-old terms such as word-for-word and sense-for-sense translation, and the related notion of letter and spirit, which we examined in Chapter 2. While it can be argued that Derrida's knowledge of translation theory is restricted, his cultural and religious critique of the text adds a depth and currency that enhance the description of the translation process. He does this by linking these translation strategies to the culture and the religious ideologies depicted in the play, just as the letter is associated with Judaism and spirit to Christianity. So Portia's interpretation or relevant translation of Shylock's words shows the mercy of dominant Christian discourse assimilating the justice of Judaism. Derrida's own translation strategy is not relevant, but instead seeks to uncover this assimilation. The choice of relève assists this all the more because it contains an intertextual reference. It had been used by Derrida in 1967 to translate the supposedly untranslatable Hegelian term Aufhebung, Aufhebung, which has the double meaning of elevation and replacement. Just as Derrida had been attempting at that time to reveal the contradiction within Hegelian dialectics, so here he uncovers and deconstructs the dominant discourse of power. In addition to the importance of this essay, with Derrida openly tackling issues of translation theory, there is the interesting question of the methods used to translate it into English. Here there is collaboration between Derrida and a translation scholar, Venuti. Venuti's translation often resorts to underlinings and the retaining of technical terms from the original between parentheses, especially the term relève. Furthermore, Venuti adds an introduction or commentary to his translation. Another step of rewriting or translating or supplementing, as Lewis would call it, see below, in which Venuti describes his own translating strategy. Quote, "In translating Derrida's lecture, I sought to implement his reflections on translation, as well as the concepts and practices that those reflections have inspired in the work of other theorists and translators. This meant adhering as closely as possible to his French, trying to reproduce his syntax, lexicon, and typography by inventing comparable effects, even when they threatened to twist the English into strange new forms." Unquote. Venuti and Derrida, 2001. As well as being a foreignizing strategy, this may also be considered an example of the kind of abusive fidelity which Lewis, 1985/2000, advocates in his essay on the translation of Derrida. The measure of translation affects Lewis, 1985/2000. It appears in the same volume as Derrida's Détour de Babel. Lewis makes use of contrastive stylistics and applied discourse analysis in the discussion of translation from French into English, and identifies a trend in English towards more explicit, precise, concrete determinations for fuller, more cohesive delineations. Page 267. He notes that translators have traditionally tended to conform to fluent patterns or use values in the TL. Page 270. He argues for a different translation strategy, which he calls abusive fidelity. This involves risk-taking and experimentation with the expressive and rhetorical patterns of language, supplementing the ST, giving it renewed energy. This is the strong, forceful translation that values experimentation, tampers with usage, seeks to match the polyvalencies or pluralavocities or expressive stresses of the original by producing its own. Page 270. To translate Derrida, where the signifier-signified distinction is deconstructed, requires a new axiomatics of fidelity, one that requires attention to the chain of signifiers, to syntactic processes, to discursive structures, to the incidence of language mechanisms on thought and reality formation. Lewis sees the need for the translator to compensate for the inevitable losses in translation, the loss of the abuse that is present in the original, the abuse that is needed in the translation, says Lewis, page 271, is not just any abuse, but needs to bear upon the key operator or a decisive textual knot in the text and to resist the domesticating use values. Based on the kinds of features identified as characterizing French-English translation and on the tensions between abuse and use, the original and the translation, Lewis, page 273, analyzes the shifts or differences, as he calls them, that occur in the published English translation of Derrida's essay. White Mythology, Derrida, 1974. These include pages 273 to 9. First, punctuation changes, omitting italics, adding parentheses and inverted commas around important technical terms. Next, the dropping of suffixes. A metaphorique becomes metaphor rather than metaphorics. Next, the loss of precision in the translation of linguistics and philosophical terms. Effect, valeur, and articulation are rendered as phenomenon, notion, and joint. Next, changes to syntactic and discursive order. And last, the failure to recreate the play on the word tour. The translation given is metaphor rather than turn. For these reasons, Lewis considers that the English translation of White Mythology fails to achieve abusive fidelity because the abuses of the French text disappear. The performative dimension, page 280 of Derrida's language, which deconstructs the ideas of the text, is not present in the English. A different strategy is required. The experimental translation strategy proposed by Lewis may be especially relevant in tackling some of the difficulties of the translation of philosophical texts of this kind, where the language plays such a role in deconstructing the premises upon which language stands. His approach is also of special interest because it borrows elements from contrastive discourse analysis to examine philosophical translation, along the lines of the interdisciplinary studies that we consider in Chapter 11. Although some may bemoan the complexity of the writing and the practical applications of their approach, the deconstructionists have brought new ways of reading to translation and have interrogated some long-held beliefs, such as the primacy and stability of meaning and the sign. Case studies. Case study 1. The first case study attempts to see how far the translation strategy of a celebrated poet and translator seems to be explained by Steiner's model of the hermeneutic process. The text in question is the Irish poet Seamus Heaney's modern verse translation of the Anglo-Saxon epic poem Beowulf. On publication in the UK in 1999, it was greeted with much critical acclaim and was soon the winner of the prestigious Whitbread Award. An important section of the book is Heaney's preface, relating the process of translation and his construction of a modern language for an old epic whose origins lie more than 1,000 years before. Heaney, 1999, Roman numeral 10, describes the strange relation the poem holds for present-day students of English who struggle to grasp the meaning and to gain a sufficiently rudimentary understanding of the Anglo-Saxon language and of the Scandinavian culture it depicts. The temporal and cultural displacement felt by a modern reader of the translation is described by Heaney, page Roman numeral 12, in terms derived from his immersion in the Anglo-Saxon language. Quote, in spite of the sensation of being caught between a shield wall of opaque references and a word hoard that is old and strange, such readers are also bound to feel a certain shock of the new. This is because the poem possesses a mythic potency. Like shield chieftains, as Sild Sifing is known in this translation, it arrives from somewhere beyond the known born of experience, and having fulfilled its purpose, again like shield, it passes once more into the beyond. Unquote. Heaney, 1999, Roman numeral 12. The terms shield wall and word hoard derive from the language of the translation, itself modeled on the Anglo-Saxon rather than the Latin, and the mythic potency referred to could also relate to the language. Although the name of Sild, S-C-Y-L-D, S-C-E-F-I-N-G, is modernized, it retains the strangeness of another time and place. Furthermore, Heaney's mystical image of the traveling force of the poem from beyond the bourne of experience indicates that there is more to this poem than verses sung and words on a page. Heaney's language in the extract above nevertheless reveals that he has trust that there is meaning in the original poem, the first step in Steiner's hermeneutic motion. Despite the temporal and cultural displacement, despite the poem arriving from beyond the known bourne of experience, Despite that is its resistant difference. Heaney is taken up by its power and is willing to attempt a translation. One might say that Heaney's enthusiasm for the Anglo-Saxon text demonstrates elective affinity. The tension that creates with the resistance difference leads to the creation of a great translation. The strangeness of the poem, the tension of heathen past and modern reader, is highlighted by Heaney's metaphors for bringing the foreign to the present. Thus he tells, page Roman numeral 13, of bringing the poem from the misty landscape of Anglo-Saxon England to the global village of the third millennium. Also, he equates the intercalated stories in the poem with modern-day channel surfing. Such metaphors are rather different, modern versions of Steiner's open-cast mind, yet the idea of extracting and transporting remains. This can be equated to the act of aggression that is Steiner's second movement. The temporal and spatial dislocation in the preface is paralleled by the dislocation of the language. Heaney, page Roman numeral 16, notes the contrast in the original poem between the Christian English of the time and the earlier heathen vernacular culture, a contrast which problematizes the search for suitable voice in the translation. Heaney has here extracted the meaning from the text, but he is struggling to find a language with which to incorporate it into the target language, the third movement of the hermeneutic motion. Yet Heaney finds that voice in his own past. I consider Beowulf to be part of my voice, right, he says, coining a new term and linking his own past to the language and culture of the poem. The link lies in Heaney's background as a Catholic in Northern Ireland, with his English scored through by the influence of the Irish language that he had to learn. As a student, he discovered that the word lachtar, which was still part of the English idiom of his older Irish relatives, was in fact derived from Irish. This was like a rapier point of consciousness pricking me with an awareness of language loss and cultural dispossession, and tempting me into binary thinking about language. Page Roman numeral 24. This description of dispossession and suppression of language seems to resemble the post-colonist arguments which we discussed in Chapter 9, where, for example, Cronin gives an account of the struggle between the dominant English language and culture and the native Irish. It also, in many ways, fits Steiner's account of the meaning and words of the original coming into the new language and causing dislocation. However, Heaney goes beyond this level. He recounts, page Roman numeral 25 to 26, how he escaped from this cultural determination by what he terms illumination by philology. This happened when he came to translate and realized that the old English word, it's sort of a P, O-L-I-A-N, to suffer, that appears in Beowulf still existed as T-H-O-L-E in the rural area of Ireland where Heaney grew up. For him, this was his right-of-way into the voice and music of the TT. He had a voice that was familiar to him, the heavy speech of the poor farm workers in the fields that fitted the Anglo-Saxon narrative. To this, Heaney adds archaic words such as bawn, B-A-W-N, fort, used in Elizabethan English and deriving from the Irish B-O-D-H-U-N, meaning a fort for cattle. The result is a challenging and re-energizing of the language of the English translation, with elements from the past and from an alternative culture. This very closely resembles Steiner's description of the fourth movement, that of compensation. The translation is being infused by the influence of another language, so that it comes alive. It works in the new time frame, and by its strategies and success, it enhances the original Anglo-Saxon poem and provides balance to the interpretive process. The translation strategy also fills a personal need. This underpinning of the translation with its own biography and language is one way for an Irish poet to come to terms with that complex history of conquest and colony, absorption and resistance, integrity and antagonism. Page Roman numeral 30. The tension between the elective affinity Heaney feels for the poem and the temporal resistant distance is therefore resolved by elements of the translator's linguistic and cultural background that link the source and target culture. Discussion of Case Study 1. The case study sets out to see how far philosophical approaches to translation are to be found in modern translation practice. Heaney's preface shows indications of the way that a search for language, and therefore a questioning of the language of earlier translations, plays an integral part in the construction of a modern Beowulf. Imbuing the language of that translation with conscious links both to the past culture, Anglo-Saxon and Scandinavian, and to a culture and language in conflict, Irish, the language of the translator, himself caught between the past and present, transferring a myth into a dominant language which he then disrupts with the voice of his own past, bear a strong relation to Steiner's hermeneutic motion, as well as echoing some of the arguments of the post-colonial theorists discussed in Chapter 8. Steiner's model, based on a theory of interpretation, is able to explain quite closely the working practice of an acclaimed modern literary translator. Case Study 2. This case study deals with a text whose very language seems designed to resist translation. The text in question is a short story, Nineveh, by the contemporary Argentine author and translator Hector Libertella. It is based on the true story of the British archaeologist Sir Henry Rawlinson, which I originally translated for a collection of Latin American fiction in translation. Libertella uses language to illustrate, question, and undermine the archaeologist's attempts to understand the inscriptions. It is interesting to see how far the kind of approach to translation adopted by Derrida and Lewis in section 10.4 is relevant in discussing such a text. The central themes of the story are illusion and deceit, which are conveyed with an array of word plays and word confusions, such as effectivo demente, effective demented / of mind, for effectivamente. The first is efectivo, second word dement, and the second one is efectivament, all one word, effectively / indeed, in the Spanish. When such word plays do not function in English, one possibility was to seek compensation at other points, tying in the sense of the word plays and dislocation with the very form of the words on the page. Since a central strand of the story is the piecing together of old texts and the deciphering of ancient hieroglyphs, this is not an infrequent occurrence. In the following passage, Sir Rawlinson, or Sir Henry, as he is known in English texts of the time, is feverishly examining one such inscription. Quote, and this is all in Spanish. The first part, I'll read the second part, which is in English. Extending his gaze over these lines, Sir Henry reread, that's read separated from read without a hyphen, them 1,000 times, comma, as far as his distracted eyes allowed him, and by dint of pure petition, he eventually exhausted the lines and exhausted one letter more every time he reread them and reread them. First is R-E-A-D, the second is R-E-D. Unquote. The central idea in this passage is of repetition and rereading, of exhausting the deceptive, partially deciphering text at each reading. Re is one of the prefixes that is on other occasions dislocated by Libertella. For example, re-partimos, re-pone. In the above passage, I used this technique even when it was not in the Spanish, to give repetition, re-read, and so on. To re-emphasize this repetitive process on the page, I added repetition, petition. The disappearance of each punto, as Sir Henry reads, can also be visually represented in the English text, translated punto as letter, and the phrase reread them past tense, or reread them, losing one letter to become reread them, R-E-D. the second time, preserving the sound but surprising the reader visually, just as the red clay tablets surprise and deceive the archaeologists. Plot, pun, and image, real and metaphoric, coincide here. Discussion of Case Study 2. Deceit is revealed in Libertella's St by a language that twists and turns and dislocates itself. The translation strategy that I employed bears some resemblance to Lewis's abusive fidelity. Namely, it strives to recreate the energy of the St by experimentation, involving some risk-taking and refusing, in part, to accept the normal use values of the TL, the dislocation of the re-prefixes, the prefix representation of the loss of the punto in the phrase re-read, and so on. It is important that such a translation strategy should not merely be purely comic word plays, but should bear upon the key operator, or decisive textual knots, as Lewis puts it. The focus of my translation, therefore, is on the way the inscription escapes deciphering, on the slipperiness of its meaning, on themes that run throughout the text. Libertella is illustrating these by his attack on the use values of Spanish, and the translator needs to be creative in constructing or deconstructing a similar attack in English. Just as Derrida blurs the STTT distinction in his reading of Benjamin, so there are elements in the Libertella text which merge. The very name of the archaeologist needs to be put together from the two texts, Sir Rawlinson in the Spanish, Sir Henry in the English. He is located somewhere between or across these two texts which illustrate the deceit of the language more strongly, perhaps when examined side by side. The translation highlights the deception, abusing the fidelity to the original in, for example, the shift from read, R-E-A-D, to read, R-E-D, where the reader is surprised by the introduction of the new element of color, absent in the Spanish, yet suggestive of the red clay tablets and of Sir Henry's tired, red, and yet hungry eyes. Nevertheless, such an experimental translation strategy demands a certain leap of faith from the reader to accept that the translator's experimentation is not just facile wordplay. This may be easier when the text in question is philosophical. However, I would argue for Libertella's Nineveh that more conventional strategies cannot hope to recreate the energy of the original. Finally, it is significant that the translation of Nineveh was not included in the final collection precisely because the publisher felt that its experimentation would prove undigestible to the target audience. This is further illustration of the ultimate power of the publisher, which we saw in Chapter 9. This is the end of Side 12, continued on Side 13.
You're listening to Introducing Translation Studies by Jeremy Monday. Your reader is Chris Burmeister. We're starting with Side 13, and in the book, finishing off Chapter 10, Summary.
Page number 178.
This chapter has considered a number of theorists whose work is philosophical in nature. Steiner draws upon the German hermeneutic tradition in After Babel, 1975, his monumental description of literary translation, which at the time brought translation to the attention of many non-specialists. His hermeneutic motion examines the interpretation of meaning. Ezra Pound's translations and criticisms emphasize the way that language can energize a text in translation, while Walter Benjamin's The Task of the Translator talks densely and poetically about the release of a pure language through literal translation. Finally, Derrida deconstructs some of the long-held certainties of translation, including the opposition between source and the target language and the stability of the linguistic sign. This calling into question of the principles of linguistic translation theory raises issues of a new order for translation studies. Further reading. Philosophical approaches to translation cover a wide field. For an analysis of Steiner, read LaRose, 1989. For Pound's writing on translation, see Pound, 1951, 53, and 54. For the Brazilian cannibalists influenced by Pound, see Vieira, 1997 and 99, and De Campos, 1992. Venuti, 1995, examines Pound's work in considerable detail. Benjamin's essay has influenced a large number of other theorists, including Nirajana, 1992. The latter discusses Benjamin and Derrida in some depth. Norris from 1991 is a readable introduction to deconstruction. Graham, 1985, contains other significant papers besides Derrida's Le Tour de Babel. See also Derrida, 1972 and 82, and Bennington and Derrida, 1993, for the concept of difference, and the introduction to Venuti, 1992, for a description of the post-structuralist reading of translation. C. Palmer, 1969, for an introduction to hermeneutics. Also, see Schleiermacher, 1813 and 1992, and Heidegger, 1962-1971. Many of the German originals, including Benjamin's Die Aufgabe des Übersetzers, ought to be found in Storig, 1963. Finally, Günther and Günther Reuter, 1978, have edited an interesting collection of papers on philosophy and meaning in translation, and Andrew Benjamin has an important, although complex, volume entitled Translation and the Nature of Philosophy, 1989. Discussion and research points. Number 1. Steiner's hermeneutic motion proposes an analysis of the translator's interpretive act. Look up some of the references to the German Romantic movement to see the origins of hermeneutics. 2. Try to analyze a translation of your own using Steiner's terminology. Compare your findings with the case study of Haney's preface of Beowulf. 3. Read the feminist criticisms of Steiner in Chamberlain, 1988 and 2000, and Simon, 1996. How far do you agree with their comments? Do you feel the controversy over gender issues negates Steiner's contribution to translation theory? 4. Read some of Pound's own translations and poems. Identify his translation strategies. Try adopting some of these in your own translation of poetry. What kinds of results do you achieve? 5. Look at how other theorists, such as Nirajana and Derrida, have read Benjamin's The Task of the Translator. Why do you think the essay has had such an influence? 6. Philosophical texts contain specialized terminology and experimental structures. What form do you think a philosophical translation of a philosophical text might take? Have a look at published translations of works by authors such as Benjamin, Borges, Heidegger, and Derrida to see what strategies have been employed. How far do they seem to follow the Lewis's idea of abusive fidelity? 7. Look at the prefaces written by other literary translators. How many of them seem to consider their work in a philosophical way? Chapter 11. Translation Studies as an Interdiscipline. Key concepts. Translation studies, a new discipline that is still faced with obstacles. Snell Hornsby's integrated approach to translation studies, a move towards interdisciplinarity. Examples of contemporary interdisciplinary research, combining linguistic, literary, and cultural theory. Future perspectives. Will translation studies combine or fragment? The challenge of the Internet age, changing the practice of translation and translation studies. Key texts from K. Harvey, 1998-2000. Translating Camp Talk, Gay Identities and Cultural Transfer in L. Venuti Editor, 2000, pages 446-67. W. McCarthy, Humanities, Computing as Interdiscipline, online at http://ilex.cc.kcl.ac.uk/wlm/essays/inter. A. Pym, the last name spelled P-Y-M, 1998. Method in Translation History, Manchester, St. Jerome, chapters 11 and 12. M. Snell Hornsby, 1988, revised 1995. Translation Studies, An Integrated Approach, Amsterdam and Philadelphia, PA. John Benjamins. M. Snell Hornsby, F. Pulhacker, and K. Kindle, editors, in 1994. Translation Studies, An Interdiscipline, Amsterdam, John Benjamins. Introduction. The concluding chapter of this book tackles the status of translation studies. Section 11.1 discusses the remaining hurdles faced by translation studies in academia. It also discusses the subject's increased potential as an interdiscipline. The rest of the chapter examines work in translation studies that has attempted to merge different approaches. Snell Hornsby's integrated approach in Section 11.2, interdisciplinary studies by a number of scholars who combine literary, cultural, and linguistic approaches. Section 11.3, focusing on Harvey's study of the translation of Camp. Section 11.3.1. Section 11.4 discusses some of the possibilities, but also the dangers for the future of translation studies, including the role of new technologies. Finally, the case study is intended to demonstrate one method of performing an interdisciplinary study. Section 11.1, discipline, interdiscipline, or subdiscipline. In Chapter 1 of this book, we considered Holmes' mapping of the new discipline of translation studies. We described how translation studies has developed, initially with courses as a part of other disciplines such as modern languages, contrastive linguistics, and comparative literature. Yet, despite the boom in interest in the field at the end of the 20th century, there still remains a reluctance within some sections of the academic world to place translation studies on an equal footing with longer established disciplines. Thus, for example, in the UK, neither the Research Assessment Exercise nor the Arts and Humanities Research Board currently has a category of translation studies, forcing scholars in the field to class themselves according to other disciplines, such as linguistics, cultural or media studies, etc., or as a miscellaneous other category when applying for support for research. Perhaps because of this, some moves in recent years have been towards establishing links across disciplines. Such interdisciplinary approaches break down barriers and reflect the rapid exchange of information or of knowledge in an increasingly globalized and information-rich society. Translation studies is an example par excellence of a field which can bring together approaches from a wide range of language and cultural studies, modifying them for its own use and developing new models specific to its own requirements. The growth of such interdisciplines can now be seen across the board. Examples produced by a search for the term interdiscipline on the web search engines include archaeoastronomy, the study of astronomy of given periods in the past associated with specific archaeological sites and peoples, the history of medicine, forensic linguistics, the establishment of, for example, the authorship of text or statements using linguistic techniques, now increasingly used in court cases, communication studies, and humanities computing. William McCarty, in his paper Humanities Computing as Interdiscipline, 1999, gives the following description of how he sees the role of interdiscipline in academic society. A true interdiscipline is not easily understood, funded, or managed in a world already divided along disciplinary lines, despite the standard pieties. Rather, it is an entity that exists in the interstices of the existing fields, dealing with some, many, or all of them. It is the Phoenician trader among the settled nations. Its existence is enigmatic in such a world. The enigma challenges us to rethink how we organize and institutionalize knowledge. An interdiscipline, therefore, challenges the current conventional way of thinking by promoting and responding to new links between different types of knowledge and technologies. Increased recognition within the academic world will likely lead to greater funding and status, and the interdiscipline may be viewed with suspicion by more established subject areas. An interdiscipline can be studied and taught in its own right and can promote cross-disciplinary cooperation. Viewing the hierarchy of disciplines as a systemic order, McCarty sees the conventional disciplines having either a primary or a secondary relationship to a new interdiscipline. This kind of approach, which McCarthy proposes for humanities computing, may also be relevant for translation and translation studies. Translation studies would itself be the Phoenician trader among longer established disciplines, having a primary relationship to disciplines such as linguistics, especially semantics, pragmatics, and applied to contrastive linguistics, modern languages and language studies, comparative literature, cultural studies, including gender studies and post-colonial studies, see Chapter 8, and philosophy of language and meaning, including hermeneutics and deconstruction, See Chapter 10. It is important to point out, however, that the relationship of translation studies to other disciplines is not fixed. This explains the changes over the years, from a strong link to contrastive linguistics in the 1960s to the present primacy of cultural studies. Other secondary relationships come to the fore when dealing with the area of applied translation studies, such as translator training. For instance, specialized translation courses should have an element of instruction in the discipline in which the trainees are planning to translate, such as law, politics, medicine, and finance, as well as some input from information technology to cover issues in machine-assisted translation. In the study of the process of translating and interpreting, psychology and cognitive sciences also play a leading role. The remainder of this chapter considers specific examples of how scholars in translation studies have moved towards interdisciplinarity over recent years. The first is Snell Hornsby's early attempt at integrating the analysis of translation. Section 11.2. Mary Snell Hornsby's Integrated Approach. In her book, Translation Studies, An Integrated Approach, 1988 and Revised Edition 1995, the Vienna-based scholar, teacher, and translator Mary Snell Hornsby reviews and attempts to integrate a wide variety of different linguistic and literary concepts in an overarching integrated approach to translation. Coming from a predominantly German theoretical background, Snell Hornsby notably borrows the notion of prototypes for the categorizing of text types. Depending on the text type under consideration, she incorporates cultural history, literary studies, sociocultural and area studies, and, for legal, economic, medical, and scientific translation, the study of the relevant specialized subject. Her view of the field is illustrated by Figure 11.1. I'll go over what the Figure 11.1 looks like. It's entitled Text Type and Relevant Criteria for Translation. There are 6 rows labeled A through F. Row A has as categories literary translation, general language translation, and special language translation. Underneath literary translation in row B are things like Bible, classical antiquity, stage film, literature before 1900, lyric poetry, children's literature, modern literature, and light fiction. Under general language translation are newspapers, general information text, advertising language. Under special language translation are legal language, economic language, medicine, and science technology. On row C, we have cultural history and literary studies spanning most of the literary translation column. Sociocultural and area spans half of the literary translation and flows into the general language translation. And studies of specialized subjects cover most of the general language translation sections and run through all of the special language translations. In row D, there's actually, it's mostly a kind of a two-dimensional row, if you will. There's sub-rows, Roman numeral 1, 2, and 3. The Roman numeral 1 has creative extension of language norm, and that takes up a small part of the left part of literary translation. And then narrowing scope of interpretation goes from the right part of literary translation all the way over to the start of special language. Then conceptual identity continues to the right. In sub-row 2, the flow goes from recreation of language dimensions to grade of differentiation to relevance of equivalence criteria to invariance. And sub-row 3 starts off shifting of perspective to communicative functions to information function. And then of the translation is a good part of the first couple of columns. Then we get to fairly complicated row E. The text linguistics covers the entire span of what I described in column A. And then there's also coverage of historical linguistics, contrastive grammar, contrastive semantics, language for specific purposes, syntax standardization of terminology and documentation, dialectology, sociolinguistics, pragmalinguistics, psycholinguistics. And then in row F, speakability is on the left. And then going further to the right, we have sound and rhythm, and about in the center, phonological effects. Snell Hornsby, 1995, page 31, explains that horizontally, the diagram is to be read as a series of climbs from left to right with no clear demarcations. This is complemented by a stratificational model proceeding from the most general A to the most particular F. In level A, she sets out to integrate literary, general, and special translation into single continuum, rather than isolating them according to separate conventional areas of translation. Level B indicates prototypical basic text types. Level C shows non-linguistic disciplines, which are inseparably bound up with translation, including knowledge and sociocultural background. Level D then covers the translation process, including Roman numeral I, understanding the ST, Roman numeral II, the TT focus, and Roman numeral III, the communicative function of the TT. Level E covers areas of linguistic relevant to translation, and Level F, the lowest order level, deals with phonological aspects, such as alliteration, rhythm, and speakability of stage translation and film dubbing. This is an interesting attempt to bring together diverse areas of translation and to bridge the gap between the commercial and artistic translations described by Schleiermacher in 1813, see Chapter 2. Yet one must question whether an attempt to incorporate all genres and the text types into such a detailed, single, overarching analytical framework is really viable. Inconsistencies are inevitably to be found. For example, on level B, can all newspaper text really be lumped together as general language translation? Why is advertising placed further from the literary than is general, since it may well have far more in common with the creative language of lyric poetry? On level C, cultural history may just be as relevant to the translation of a medical text as to a literary one. The studies of special subjects may also be appropriate to the background of literary texts. For instance, it would be impossible to translate Saramago's Historia do Certo de Lisboa without researching the history of the Crusades, and Thomas Mann's De Zauberberg requires knowledge of the regimes of Alpine sanatoria in the 1920s. Similarly, speakability need not be restricted to literary works. Translations of foreign news broadcasts at the BBC World Service in Caversham are often designed to be read over the air, while translations of written speeches may also need to retain or recreate the rhythm or sound of the ST. Even though we may quibble with Snell Hornsby's own form of categorization, the removal of rigid divisions between different types of language is to be welcomed. There is no necessity for translation studies to focus solely on the literary, as was so often the case until the last 50 years, or solely the technical, as has been more common with the text type and functional analysis we studied in chapters 5 and 6. Yet it would also be true to say that there is no reason to suppose that consideration of all kinds of language in the prototypical continuum necessarily produces more useful results for the analysis of translation and for translator training. A student wishing to be a commercial translator is likely to need a somewhat different training focus compared to one who would like to be a literary translator, even if each can benefit from studying the work of the other. Snell Hornsby's assertion on page 51 that breaking down the rigid divisions between literary and other language is central to this study nevertheless masks an important development that she presages. In her defense of translation studies as a new discipline, she sees that translators and theorists working in the field as being concerned with a world between disciplines, languages, and culture. Page 35, Snell Hornsby's emphasis. This kind of comment is a sign of the way current theorists have begun to consider translation studies in an interdisciplinary fashion. Snell Hornsby calls for translation studies to develop its own particular models and conventions, and to focus on the web of relationships in the context of text, situation, and culture, rather than a classical linguistic approach of the individual world, as described on page 35. This web of relationships is investigated by Schnell Hornsby through various chapters and differing texts. After briefly covering recent translation theory, she deals in Chapter 2 with translation as a cross-cultural event. However, although she speaks of culture, she focuses particularly on the kinds of functional theories we considered in Chapter 5, and on norms in a linguistic sense. In her second chapter, in pages 55 through 62, she discusses the translation of culturally embedded metaphors. A description of Belfast in a German newspaper contains the metaphor "ein trostloses Meer verrußter Häuserreichen," literally a dreary sea of sooty ranks of houses. Schnell Hornsby discusses the incongruous connotations of translating Meer as sea in a collection with roofs, preferring dreary view. The focus of her analysis is on the function of the image in the text. The text is taken from literary language, and a decision is made as to the relative frequency and normality of the metaphor in question. This accords with later analysis in her book. The last chapter, From Special Language to Literary Translation, examines style in a variety of literary and specialized non-literary texts according to the following categories: 1. Syntax. 2. Semantics and lexis. 3. Formal text presentation. And 4. Translation strategies and methods. In these ways, Schnell Hornsby is applying linguistic approaches to a literary translation problem. However, the cultural aspect is limited to a consideration of the cultural embeddedness of a given text or phrase. There is not a full examination of the cultural role of translation in the way that was discussed in chapters 8 and 9. The interdisciplinarity of the study is also limited. Use is made of a range of linguistics and psychological theories, scenes and frames, semantics, speech acts, prototype, and gestalt theory, etc., but always with the aim of supporting a relatively traditional close reading and text analysis. Section 11.3. Interdisciplinary Approaches. The interdisciplinarity approach has gained ground in recent years. In 1991, Sonia Tekkonen-Condit edited a collection of essays, Empirical Research in Translation and Intercultural Studies. The very title of this book is indicative of the way translation has now established strong primary relationships to essentially non-linguistic disciplines. Schnell Hornsby has co-edited a number of collections, including Translation as Intercultural Communication, edited by Schnell Hornsby and others in 1996, and Translation Studies and Interdiscipline, also edited by Schnell Hornsby and others in 1994. The latter work contains papers given at the 1992 Translation Conference at Vienna. The titles of these papers shows that they cover a wide range of subjects: history, transnational cultures, postmodernism, hermeneutics, intertextuality, philosophy, specialized terminology, medicine, law, linguistics, and translation theory. However, although the papers as a whole cover a wide range of subjects, far fewer individual papers operate across disciplines. In some cases, it seems that scholars have either been reluctant or unable to move beyond the confines of their specific specialism. In more recent years, translation studies has gone beyond purely linguistic approaches to develop its own models, such as Torrey's Descriptive Translation Studies, see Chapter 7. Hatim and Mason, Chapter 6, working from within a framework of discourse analysis, have also brought cultural considerations into play by relating linguistic choices to the dominant ideology in texts, such as the UNESCO translation of the history of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. In Hatim and Mason, 1997, pages 15 through 24. Pym, P-Y-M, 1998, adopts the term interdisciplinary and even intercultural in describing the works of translation history and doubts whether translation studies can any longer be mapped in the way Holmes had suggested. He described two projects on which he was working simultaneously: a 12th century translation school in Toledo in Spain, and flows of poetry and translation between France and Germany in the 19th century. Both were interdisciplinary in the sense that the analysis incorporated cross-disciplinary methods, but the type of analysis varied considerably in the two projects. Medievalists were arguing about commas. Modernists were busy defending social classes, genders, and various ideas of progress or non-progress. This emphasizes how a modern researcher investigating the history of translation is faced by widely diverging, although stimulating, phenomena. Scholars approaching translation from a cultural perspective have begun to show evidence of cross-disciplinary research methods. Niranjana, for example, examines the post-colonial from a post-structuralist perspective. Venuti draws on post-structuralism, literary theory and criticism, historiography, and philosophy and French discourse analysis. However, writing from the standpoint of a literary translator, he criticizes linguistic approaches because they project a conservative model of translation that would unduly restrict its role in cultural innovation and change. Tomasko combines a range of concepts from literary, linguistic, and translation studies as she draws parallels between the literary translator and the post-colonial author writing in the colonizer's language for an international audience. In her opinion, both the literary translator and the post-colonial author are faced with the task of transposing a culture across a culture and/or linguistic gap, and they both face choices that are inevitably ideologically driven. Translated text and post-colonial writing thus share some of the same features of foreign language and tend to explicate background information, the amount of which depends on the status of the two cultures and languages. Tomasko continues by suggesting that the kinds of norms proposed by Turi in Chapter 7 and the considerations of patronage and audience described by Lefebvre in Chapter 8 are just as useful when studying post-colonial literature. Other research, such as Harvey's described in the next section, combines the culture with the analytic power of linguistic tools. Section 11.3.1, a combination of linguistic analysis and critical theory. From Harvey, 1998 and 2000. Interdisciplinary research has involved combining linguistic methods of analysis of literature with a cultural theory angle, enabling study of the social and ideological environment that conditions the exchange. One example is Keith Harvey's study Translating Camp Talk. Harvey draws on the theory of contact in language practice and on politeness to examine the homosexual discourse of camp in English and French texts and in translations. The theory of contact is used by Harvey to examine the way gay men and lesbians work within appropriate prevailing straight and homophobic discourses, page 448, often appropriating language patterns from a range of communities. Thus, he describes, pages 449 to 52, the use of girl talk and Southern belle accents, oh my, adorable, etc., French expressions, ma bébé, comme ça, and a mix of formal and informal register by gay characters in Tony Kushner's Angels in America. Such characteristics are typical of camp talk in English. Harvey points out on page 451 that French camp interestingly tends to use English words and phrases in a similar language game. Harvey also draws on the pragmatic theory of politeness, see Brown and Levinson in 1987, and its notion of the face-threatening act to analyze camp dialogue in pages 452 to 3. He describes camp talk as face-threatening because it openly calls for solidarity, thus imposing upon the addressee, and because of its tendency to use insults and ridicule, thus attacking the addressee's self-image. Shifts in translation may be caused by a translator's lack of awareness of these strategies. An example given by Harvey from a novel by Richard Camus shows a TT that overly emphasizes camp by exaggerating the face-threatening act. ST. Tiens, Renaud, mauvais-vous dévergondé. Literally, hey Renaud, but you are getting into bad ways. TT. Hey Renaud, you whore. The formal dévergondé is translated by the vulgar insult whore, albeit typical of camp talk. Importantly, Harvey links the linguistic characteristics of camp to cultural identity via queer theory, pages 453 to 6. Camp is then not seen only as exposing the hostile values and thinking of straight institutions, but also by its performative aspect as making the gay community visible and manifesting its identity. Harvey brings together the various linguistics and cultural strands in his analysis of the translation of camp talk in extracts from two novels. The first, in pages 456 to 61, is the French translation of Gore Vidal's The City and the Pillar. There are significant lexical and textual changes in the French translation. The same pejorative word, tante, for aunt, is used for both the pejorative pansies and the more positive queen. The phrase to be gay is translated from the pejorative onontre, to be of it, there or them, concealing the gay identity. Gay camp collocations such as perfect weakness and screaming pansies are either not translated, faible, that's weakness, or else rendered by negative collocation, voyant, that is equal to showy. In general, therefore, markers of gay identity either disappear or are made pejorative in the TT. Harvey links these findings to issues of the target culture, discussing how, for instance, the suppression of the label gay in the translation reflects a more general reluctance in France to recognize the usefulness of identity categories as a springboard for political action, page 460, and a relative absence of radical gay male theorizing in contemporary France, page 461. The second extract, analyzed by Harvey, is from the translation into American English of a novel by the Frenchman Tony Duvert. Here he shows, page 464-5, how the translator's additions and lexical choices have intensified and made more visible some of the camp and turned a playful scene into one of seduction. Harvey suggests that the reason for such a translation strategy may be due to commercial pressures from U.S. publishers who were supporting gay writing and the general subcultural environment in the USA, which assured the book a better reception than it had enjoyed in France. Section 11.3.2 Discussion of interdisciplinary approaches. Much research in translation studies makes use of techniques and concepts from a range of backgrounds. Yet the construction of an interdisciplinary methodology is not straightforward, since few researchers possess the necessary expertise in a wide range of subject areas, and the original academic background of the individual researcher inevitably conditions the focus of their approach. Harvey warns against such bias and lays down a challenge to translation studies. What is required in translation studies is a methodology that neither prioritizes broad concerns with power, ideology, and patronage to the detriment of the need to examine representative examples of text, nor contents itself with detailed text linguistic analysis while making do with sketchy and generalized notions of context. The type of study produced by Harvey represents an important step forward in that it makes very interesting results by combining a linguistic toolkit and a cultural studies approach. However, in order for such methodology to work, the researcher may have to abandon expectations of a comprehensive categorization of linguistic features. Instead, what is required is a dynamic, shifting interaction between relevant elements of the linguistic toolkit and cultural analysis. Section 11.4. The future, cooperation or fragmentation? Translation studies is therefore already functioning, to borrow McCarty's term, at the interstices of existing fields and is developing a new interdisciplinary character. The question is how far this is a strength or a weakness for the field as a whole. Each of its subject areas is competing for prime position, with perhaps the most evident split being that between linguistics and cultural theorists. The former dominated in the 1950s and 1960s, while the last decade linguistic theories have been marginalized by scholars moving within or adopting the practices of other disciplines. Some translation scholars, among them Basnet and Lefebvre, have been scathingly dismissive of those working in linguistics. Given the range of interest and frictions represented in translation studies, one must wonder whether there might at some point not be a total fragmentation of the discipline and either a separation of the different strands or a consolidation of the previous disciplinary separation. Modern languages, cultural studies, linguistics, etc. A key question for contemporary researchers, faced with the proliferation of current work in translation studies, is how far they should specialize. What may be needed in the future is some greater degree of specialization and more collaboration on joint projects. For the moment, however, the kinds of interdisciplinary approach described in this chapter seem to be one way of bridging the gap between linguistics and cultural studies. Section 11.4.1. The role of changing technologies. The tools at the disposal of the translator and theorist are altering. One of the reasons for this is the growth in the new technologies, which inevitably determine new areas of study and or cause a re-examination of established ones. Corpus linguistics, that is, the analysis of large amounts of electronically stored text, already facilitates the study of features of translated language. See Baker 1995 and Lavorsa 1998. Although the present application of corpus linguistics are limited, the case study below suggests that it may have application for, amongst others, descriptive translation studies, because the computer is able to analyze whole text in a way that was impossible manually. Moreover, access to data of all sorts will be speeded up and new links forged. For example, online bookshops have search facilities that enable the user to seek information on readership profiles and on genres such as translation or translated fiction. The result of such searches can give important insights into the reception of works, and this will inevitably differ from the findings of conventional research. Clearly, there is a concern that those with limited access to new technology will be disadvantaged, but experience shows that contact, or at least within the research community, is greatly facilitated. The availability and exchange of information, for example, through conference postings, calls for papers, websites of translation centers, and individual research relaying details of their current projects and papers, all facilitate communication among scholars. Finally, the Internet is also changing the status and visibility of translators and translation. Not only can professional translators now easily work transnationally via email, but the need for translation itself is also increasing. Search engines now offer, sometimes rudimentary, automatic machine translations of individual pages and of whole websites in many major world languages, most often with English as the SL or TL. Perhaps the best-known automatic translation package is Systrand's Babelfish, used by the search engine AltaVista. See http://babel.altavista.com or on web at http://world.altavista.com. It can translate between at least 13 language pairs and claims that over 1 million translations are generated in this way each day. Translation is thus available at the touch of a button for Internet users worldwide. However, it is a translation that conceals the human involvement and gives the impression of it being an easy and automatic process. The developments outlined in this section might lead to further consolidation of English as the major global language of communications, but they also mean increased use of translation commercially. Furthermore, while information technology is bound to become more influential as a tool and subject of translation studies research in the future, the current wealth of ideas that is being generated within the field will no doubt also involve a reevaluation and reinvigoration of older models. The following case study follows the line of interdisciplinary research described in this chapter. It brings together linguistic, literary, and cultural analysis, supported by tools from corpus linguistics. Case study. This case study demonstrates one interdisciplinary methodology for describing a translation. It concerns a short story by the Colombian Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Everonto Feliz de la Señora Forbes, referring to in this chapter as VF, translated into English by Edith Grossman as Miss Forbes' Summer of Happiness, referred to as MF. There are severe practical and logistical obstacles to the analysis of complete, lengthy translation. For this reason, even scholars, such as von Leeuwenhoek, who puts together a model for the systematic evaluation of shifts, Chapter 4, have tended to concentrate on extracts. One method of overcoming some of the difficulties is by using the computer-assisted analytical tools of corpus linguistics. For a detailed description of these, see Baker, 1995, Stubbs, 1996, Bieber, and others in 1998. If the texts are held in electronic form, concordances of any word or word strings, plus their corresponding translation, can be accessed in seconds. These tools thus immediately speed up access to data. All instances of a given term can be called up in a few seconds, and free the researcher to concentrate on close analysis of the phenomena. The interdisciplinary methodology for this case studies functions as follows. 1. A linguistic comparison of the text is carried out. This can involve close comparison of the ST and TT to begin to see the translation strategies employed and a consideration of literary and narrative devices. For the present study, the linguistic construction of narratorial points of view is especially important, and the models followed are those of Simpson, 1993, and Fowler, 1996, both of whom are linked to Chapter 6. 2. The analysis is computer-assisted. Initial findings from the reading of the text can be followed up through the whole story by concordancing. In addition, comparative word frequency lists can be scrutinized, which would give information about the kinds of lexical choices that have been made. Sentence structure can be analyzed, including sentence length and sentence initial elements. 3. The results can then be set in the sociocultural framework. As in chapters 8 and 9, this sociocultural framework can draw on relevant concepts and reception theory and cultural studies. This can include the ideological and economic pressures at play, both from the forces of translation criticism and the participants in the publishing and translating world. In the case of Garcia Marquez's story, close reading reveals that there are no major additions or omissions within the TT, and the paragraph and sentence structure is almost always maintained. There is a certain trend towards explicitation, especially of cohesive links, and towards grammatical formalization, even in dialogue. Thus, the questions as "y eso por qué?" literally, and that why, are expanded to "why would you do that?" Increased cohesion is also suggested from the comparison of the word frequency lists. The number of possessive pronouns is much higher in the TT, and a close analysis reveals several instances where this is not due to systemic differences between the languages. Thus, la señora Forbes interrumpió la lección becomes Miss Forbes interrupted her lesson. Concordances can be produced of all sentence initial items in the two texts. This helps in the analysis of narrative point of view, especially the order in which elements are presented to the reader. The beginning of the first sentence is an example of this, and I will do my best at reading the Spanish part here. Por la tarde, de regreso a casa, encontramos una enorme serpiente de mar clavada por el cuello en el marco de la puerta. Literally, in the afternoon, on arrival at home, we found an enormous sea serpent nailed by the neck to the frame of the door. Also translated, when we came back to the house in the afternoon, we found an enormous sea serpent nailed by the neck to the door frame. In the TT, the specific time element in the afternoon has been shifted and the action of returning slightly emphasized, changing a little the narrative point of view. In general, analysis of concordances reveals that the ST revolves rather around time, more around time and place adjuncts in first position than does the TT. Similarly, the syntax is sometimes more complex in English. The ST sentence continues, y era negra y fosforescente y parecía un maleficio de gigantos, literally, and it was black and phosphorescent and resembled a gypsy's curse. Translated as black and phosphorescent, it looked like a gypsy's curse. Such shifts have an effect on the portrayal of the characters, since the ST structure, with the rather simple causal link e and, is consistent with the wordings of the child's narrative mind, whereas the TT breaks the sentence and begins again with a complex adjectival structure, black and phosphorescent. Although the translator often follows quite closely the lexical and syntactic patterns of the ST, the word order and cohesion shifts noted above seem to be TL-oriented. Increased cohesion, after all, is widely felt to be a universal feature of translation. However, considerations of the wider cultural background adds an extra dimension to the analysis. Garcia Marquez has been extremely successful commercially, not only in his native Colombia and throughout the Spanish-speaking countries, but also worldwide. Sales of his best-known 100 Years of Solitude continue to be strong, even in English, which is a notoriously difficult market for foreign authors. Almost immediate publication in English is guaranteed for any new Garcia Marquez work of fiction and is contracted to the New York-based translator Edith Grossman, who has translated Garcia Marquez's work since the mid-1980s. The same translation is used in the UK, albeit with a different cover. The enormous success of Grossman's translations, and those of Gregory Rabassa, who preceded her in the role, may partially be due to some of the domesticating translation strategies she employs, such as increased cohesion and the rendering of children's speech into structures that probably more closely resemble her own and her readership's. Edith Grossman herself, a personal correspondence, views the goal of her translation method in the following terms: to write as Garcia Marquez would have done had he been writing in English, which is an echo of Dryden's observations on translating Latin poetry in 17th century England. Make Virgil speak such English as he would himself have spoken if he had been born in England, and in this present age. See Chapter 2. The strategy may also be due to the publisher's general concern for a fluent text to avoid alienating the audience. The study of the reviews of the book that form the case study of Chapter 9 give a strong indication that a modified image of Garcia Marquez has been offered to the American audience. His Colombian background is downplayed both on the cover of the book and in the comments of the reviews. His status as a leading international literary figure is emphasized in the glowing reviews. There are few comments on the translation, and the observations concerning the style always refer to the English. It goes without saying that shifts similar to those noted in Poetari sentence have passed unnoticed by reviewers. There may be several issues here. The success of Garcia Marquez is in many ways being appropriated for the foreign audience. It is interesting that something similar occurs in the reviews in Spain. The discourse of Colombian Spanish is being translated into the dominant and transparent form of the political and economic power, the USA. The elements of Garcia Marquez's background that do not fit easily with this new image, such as his nonfiction and socialist writings, tend not to be translated, or, if they are, they tend to be given far less prominence and often suffer omissions. The latter has appeared, for example, in the translation of his more recent article on the case of Elian Gonzalez, a Cuban boy shipwrecked off the coast of Florida. In the British English translation, both the text and, more particularly, the photographs that accompany the story often relate the event from the dominant U.S. perspective. Discussion of case study. This brief description of an interdisciplinary case study attempts to bring together forms of linguistic, corpus, linguistic, and cultural analysis. The results show some potential. They relate shifts as a linguistic level to effects on the narrative point of view and on the texture of the text. Most importantly, like Harvey's study in section 11.3.1, they attempt to consider the socio-cultural environment around the translation process and the ideological and discourse motivations that may have been encouraging the linguistic shifts. Nevertheless, it is clear that this approach is not without its dangers. At present, computer-assisted analysis is limited in its capacity. It would be wrong to think that corpus linguistics can interpret findings or even provide analysts with all the data they might wish for. It would be interesting, although not necessarily easy, for example, to be able to research semantic fields or to compare translation choices with those in a range of other similar translated fiction texts. Close critical analysis is still required in order to interpret the findings, and a choice of linguistic model conditions that interpretation. Finally, the mapping of the linguistic phenomena onto ideological and discursive constraints also reflects the ideology of the researcher. There may still be a tendency to seek out specific elements and to claim that they are caused by ideological conditions. Not all would agree, for example, with the assessment above of the image of Garcia Marquez has been appropriated into U.S. culture, nor that the translation strategy is necessarily the cause of this. Summary. Academia has long tended to regard translation as a derivative activity and has been reluctant to accept translation studies as a new discipline. Much research in translation studies, therefore, continues to be conducted within a variety of departments. Schnell Hornsby's integrated approach is an attempt to overcome divisions between literary and linguistic analyses of translation and as a pointer to the direction which translation studies is taking. Since then, the interdisciplinarity of translation studies has been emphasized, notably in collections of articles encompassing the wide range of the field, but now also in individual studies. These new studies, such as Harvey's, developing from a variety of other disciplines, are creating new methodologies appropriate for translation studies. This truly interdisciplinary approach may enable translation studies to play a leading role in universities, But there is also a counter tendency towards fragmentation with cultural and linguistic approaches opposing each other. The growth of new technologies, as this in other fields, is likely to have a major impact on the type and form of future research, even if, at present, applications to the practice of translation remain somewhat problematic. Further reading. For competing tendencies within translations, read Baker, 1996, 1997, and Venuti, 1998. For an example of another interdisciplinary study, see May's 1994 study of English language translation of Russian literature. For corpus linguistics, see Stubbs, 1996, Kennedy, 1998, and Bieber and others, 1998. For corpus linguistics and translation, see Baker, 1995, and Lavoisier, 1998. For translation, minority languages and the Internet, see Cronin, 1998. A list of websites is also given in the appendix to this volume. Discussion and research points. 1. Look again at the Schnell-Hornby topology of text types, figure 11.1 above. Consider its usefulness for texts that you yourself have translated or analyzed. How successfully do you feel Schnell-Hornsby achieves her aim of integrating literary and technical translation? 2. In his paper on humanities computing, McCarty, 1999, makes the claim that an interdiscipline challenges us to rethink how we organize and institutionalize knowledge. How far and in what ways does translation studies do this? 3. Do you consider translation studies to be a discipline, an interdiscipline, or a subdivision of another discipline? What possible interdisciplinary links can be foreseen for translation studies in the coming years? 4. Look at the different interdisciplinary studies mentioned in this chapter. What elements does each theorist use, and from which disciplines? How successful do you feel they are? 5. In what ways might the researcher's own ideology condition the choice of analytical tools and the relation to cultural theory? 6. Try to devise and carry out interdisciplinary study of your own. What difficulties do you encounter in the planning, execution, and writing up of the study? 7. Try out different machine translation software on a range of different texts. What are their strengths and weaknesses? Which give the best results? How do you see such software developing in the future? 8. What examples can you find of new technologies changing the research practices of translation studies scholars? This is the end of Chapter 11.
This concludes the reading of Introducing Translation Studies, Theories and Applications by Jeremy Mundy. Copyright 2001, Jeremy Mundy, published by Routledge, and read in the studios of Houston Taping for the Blind, Incorporated.